Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Contact right. Suppressive fire. Suppressive fire. Gods, they're everywhere. Keep firing. The shouts of the Elysian soldiers were drowned out by the sounds of intense and non-stop gunfire as they fired upon the horde around them. Dust rounds, rockets, and grenades flew out towards the enemy, mowing them down in droves, but their numbers were relentless and unending. As one fell, two more took its place as they edged closer and closer towards the line. The soldiers were beginning to panic, but it was a testament to their training that they did not break the line nor cease their valiant defense. Retreat. Fall back to the perimeter, the sergeant shouted towards his men as the enemy grew closer. Sir, yes a private gasped as his flagging aura collapsed and a three-pronged metal claw pierced his chest from his back. He coughed up blood and numbly grasped at the intrusive object, futility trying to free himself even as he was lifted upwards off the ground with ease. Slowly, with feeling quickly leaving his body, the private turned his head to look at the claw's source. It was attached to a long, thin metal tube that extended out of an outstretched metal hand with two fingers and a thumb. A purple light shone from the hole in its palm, from which the extended tube emerged from. The arm itself was meaty yet more like sinew than actual flesh and bone, for that was all it was. Simply sinew under cobalt armor plating on the chest, arms, and legs. The last image the private saw was the exposed skull of the alien robot, a purple light emitting from the center of its forehead. With a pained and scared whimper, the private relaxed and went still. Cobalt, the sergeant yelled as he raised his shotgun to fire, only to be gunned down by purple plasma bolts. He fell, smoking holes in his torso. His men finally panicked and began to fire wildly, only to meet the same fate. Their smoking corpses fell to the ground, joining the hundreds of other Elysian and Valian soldiers who had been defending this choke point, giving their lives in a desperate attempt for time. The robots marched forward, stepping over them as if they weren't there. Hundreds more followed after them as they marched further and further into the city, pushing Vale's defenders further and further back towards Beacon Academy. No. Ruby Rose whimpered as she watched the carnage unfold through her scope. She was lying prone on top of a ruined building, a bakery judging by the wrecked sign on the street below. Her once pristine red and black Gothic combat skirt was torn and shredded, covered in dirt, grime, and dried blood, not to mention oil stains. Crescent Rose was in similar condition, the once mighty sniper scythe now dented and cracked all along its body from the constant fighting. How did things go so wrong, she thought as she tore her gaze away and closed her eyes. Her body was so tired. All she wanted to do was just lie down and sleep, give her body the rest it was demanding, but she couldn't. Not when an honest-to-God's alien invasion was happening. It started 2 days ago. 2 days. That's how long it took for Remnant to fall. Atlas. Vacuo. Mistral. Quakuana. All were gone, their only remains being smoking craters where once stood mighty cities. Before it happened, everything was going great. She was happy, things were simple. After all, it was the Vital Festival. It was supposed to be that way. Students from all over the world, from every Huntsman Academy, were in Vale to compete in a biannual showcase of their abilities and to foster peace between the kingdoms. Her team, RWBY, and their sister team, JNPR, had easily moved into the second round and were preparing for the duos matches when the CCT suddenly broke down. No one knew what was going on or why it happened. That's when the first ships came through the clouds. Nothing had scared her more than that one moment, when that first alien vessel, shaped like a skull with tentacles sprouting from its base, emerged from the clouds and hovered over the city. She remembered the silence that hung over everyone as they simply stared at it, awe and fear filling their souls and her own. Then, the CCT suddenly turned back on, revealing a green man clad in metallic purple. Ruby couldn't tell if it was armor or simply part of his body, possibly both. 3 purple circles dotted his bald forehead in an upside-down triangle, but it was his eyes that were the most striking to her. They were emotionless, calculating. Him looking upon them was less like looking at people and more like he was looking down on ants. For the longest time, he remained silent. The tension grew with each passing moment. Then, he spoke, and she could still remember the words like they were said only 5 minutes ago. "People of Remnant," he said in an emotionless tone, "I am Brainiac. Do not be alarmed, for I offer salvation. Your people, your cultures, your knowledge will be preserved for eternity, spared from the ravages of time. Do not resist." At that, he cut the transmission. The CCT then transitioned to an image of Shade Academy, home to the largest city in Vacuo. Like Vale, it too had a skull ship hovering over it. People wondered what was going to happen, what Brainiac had meant, only for the ship to suddenly unleash a large beam straight into the heart of Shade Academy. Like a tsunami, the beam engulfed the city and everything in it, blinding everyone with its bright light before receding. When the light was gone, Shade was a smoking crater, gone without a trace. Then, the CCT finally gave out and turned to static. That's when the screaming started. Everything had gone straight to hell ever since. The Elysian ship's General James Ironwood had brought with him to defend the vital festival had managed to bring down the skull ship above Vale before it could use its weapon, albeit after a massive grim attack weakened the vessel first, but the other kingdoms weren't so lucky. With Shade's CCT tower gone, the network had collapsed, but a stream of refugees fleeing the destruction of their homes brought with them the news of the other cities. They, too, suffered the same fate as Shade, and as each city fell, more and more ships descended onto Vale like vultures. It was only due to the increased military and huntsman presence that Vale had lasted so long, but even then it wasn't enough. Within the first day, all of the automated Elysian knights and paladins were exhausted, forcing soldiers, huntsmen, and even students to put their lives on the line. "Ruby," she heard a voice crack over the radio. Ruby recognized it as the voice of John, currently on the ground level with his team and a few others. "Ruby, they're getting closer. Are you in position?" "Hold on," she answered as she readied herself once more. Looking through her scope, she saw as the army of Brainiac drones marched towards their position, gunning down any soldiers who stood in their way with machine-like efficiency. It made Ruby sick to look at, but she steeled herself and took a deep breath. "Ready. On my mark," John whispered over the radio. The army marched closer and closer, their heavy footsteps causing the ground beneath her to shake. "Wait for it." The army marched closer. They were now only 300 feet away from her position, but her scope remained centered on the lead robot's head. "Wait for it." The army was now even closer, and Ruby could hear the whirling of gears from their mechanical bodies. "Now." Ruby fired as soon as the word left John's mouth and struck the purple light of the drone, exploding the head in a spray of bone, muscle, and green fluid. The other drones whirled their attention towards her and raised their arms to fire, only for a series of explosions to ripple through their ranks. Fire, shrapnel, and shards of concrete and metal sent hunks of drone flying through. The survivors were momentarily disoriented, which Ruby exploited by firing her rifle as fast as she could. With each shot, another head exploded. She was soon joined by more gunfire as the other students entered the fray. "I'd go home," she heard Yang cry out as she leapt into the horde of robots. Her powerful punches rippled through the robot horde, each one breaking off chunks of metal and sending her foes flying. She ducked underneath a volley of plasma, then responded with a pair of shotgun blasts, courtesy of her shotgun gauntlets, Ember Celica. The 10-gauge shells punctured holes in the torsos of the robots, making them fall lifelessly onto the cracked concrete road. Her attackers defeated, she moved on to another group, leaping towards them with her arm reared back for a punch. She slammed into them, sending them flying, but she didn't rest. Yang continued going, moving from drone to drone, tanking every shot and blow that managed to hit her. From behind, another drone aimed at her while Yang was preoccupied in her fighting, only for that drone to suddenly have a grapnel embedded into its chassis. A black ribbon was attached to it, and before it could react, its head was kicked clean off its shoulders. Sparks flew from the stump before it fell to the ground with a loud clunk, and Blake Belladonna ripped Gamble Shroud's blade free. She clutched it in her hand before a volley of plasma shot towards her. Her semblance took the blow for her, allowing Blake to escape without harm as she shifted her weapon into a pistol and began to fire. The small caliber bullets pinged off the drone's armor, drawing their attention as they marched towards her. Seeing how shooting them wasn't working, she shifted her weapon back into a sword and leapt towards them. She swiped at their necks, nimbly moving around the punches and volleys of the alien robots as she downed one after another. A drone attempted to attack her from behind, only for her to pull out her sheath and use it as a cleaver on its skull, splitting it in two. She quickly shifted her sword into its gun configuration and rapidly fired at the skull of another drone. It shattered under the barrage, but she didn't have time for respite as she used her semblance to avoid yet another volley. On the other side of the street, a similar situation was unfolding as Whisked danced around a large group of drones. She skated around on her glyphs, stabbing the drones in the eyes and slicing through their necks. As another volley of plasma shot towards her, she threw up a glyph to block it, then stabbed her rapier, Murdenaster, into the ground. Large spikes of ice shot up from the ground, impaling multiple drones on each spike while also creating a wall along the street, cutting Brainiac's forces off. "They just keep coming," she grunted as she caught her breath. They had been fighting non-stop for the past 2 days. She may have gotten at most 5 hours of sleep, intermittent at most. The respite didn't last long as cracks started to appear on the ice, accompanied by wisps of steam. She could feel the plasma impact on the ice, and it wouldn't be long until the wall broke. Damn it, she breathed out and rotated her dust cylinders to fire dust. Soon after, a hole was punched in the ice wall and the drones piled through. They were met immediately by Weiss's furious attacks, each one boosted by a searing flame that melted through their armor with ease. At the same time, she could hear the crack of sniper shots and the explosion of drones' heads, and Weiss allowed herself to smirk. Ruby was still on her perch. "Good shot, Rua." Weiss screamed as she felt a searing pain on her side as a plasma bolt struck her. She fell to the ground, clutching her side as she threw out a swath of flame at her attacker. The scorching heat melted the armor onto the sinewy body and burning it into a husk. With the attacker dead, she backed herself off against the wall, clutching her wound and gritting her teeth. "Weiss," she heard voices yell out as more drones marched towards her. Her eyes wide, she raised up a glyph just as a barrage of plasma erupted towards her. The glyph began to crack under the barrage, and Weiss prepared to send another swath of flame towards the group, only for an explosion to erupt among them. Their shattered bodies rained all around them, leaving Weiss stunned as she looked upon the carnage. "Weiss! Come on, we've got to move," she heard someone yell at her as they lifted her to her feet. She turned her head to see it was John Ark, a trickle of blood running down his head. Behind him, Pira Nikos was firing her rifle at the robot horde, each shot striking the head and exploding it. In the beginning of the siege, the first time she had crushed an entire platoon of robots with a surge of her semblance had been awe-inspiring, but at the same time had left her too drained to help fend off the next wave that immediately followed. After 2 days of near-constant battle, she was fighting conservatively to save her energy. At the same time, Lyren was firing Stormflower at full auto on the oncoming horde, jumping and flipping over flung tentacles and plasma volleys. In sync with her partner's movements, Nora Valkyrie was firing grenades towards the horde. Thinning them with each blast, yet the horde kept coming. With a wicked grin, Nora shifted Magnhild into a hammer and began to swing with reckless abandon. The hammer blows crushed the drones like paper, and with each swing more fell. "Nora, duck!" Pira shouted, and Nora immediately complied. Pira fired Milo at the drone aiming at Nora's back, 2 rounds striking the chest and the third shattering the skull. Another fell upon Pira, who swiftly shifted her rifle into a sword and cleaved through the torso with ease. Another came up on her, so she threw a kuo towards it, the shield embedding itself halfway into the chest as she stabbed up through the head of another drone. Another drone came from behind and aimed its hand towards her head, only to have the blade of Crochamore stabbed through its chest. John then checked his shield against the body, forcing it off while he swung towards another. "Thank you," Pyrrha said as she pulled her shield back towards her with her semblance, dodging the punch of a drone as she kicked it away, the force of her kick caving in the chest. "No problem," John responded as he brought his shield up against a plasma barrage. The metal glowed from the searing heat, but it held as he charged towards the enemy. He smashed his shield against a drone, knocking it to the ground before he stomped on its head, crushing it underfoot. Hearing the whirl of another drone, he swiveled around and slammed his shield into another, knocking the head clear off. He then swung his sword like a cleaver, only for the blade to get stuck in the chest. "Sheet," he grunted as he tried to free his sword, but it wouldn't budge. From the corner of his eye, he noticed another drone raise its arm towards him, forcing him to abandon his attempt and bring up his shield as the bolt shot towards him. The blast struck his shield yet still knocked him to the ground. In a daze, he attempted to pick himself off his feet, only for another drone to lift him up and throw him against a nearby wall, knocking the breath from his lungs. "Gwa!" he grunted as he fell to the ground. The drone raised its arm and prepared to fire, only for a spike of ice to erupt from its back. The ice quickly spread and encased the drone in a solid sheet of ice. One pointed strike later, and the drone crumbled, revealing his savior to be a panting Weiss. "Thanks," John groaned as Weiss helped him to his feet. "You're welcome." She nodded then leapt back into the fray while John moved to grab his sword. He pulled, but the blade would not budge. "Here, let me," Yang said as she gripped the sword and pulled. With a squeal, the blade was freed from the chassis, and with a tired smirk she handed the ancestral weapon back to him. John nodded and the two blondes ran over to the others. "How we doing?" he asked while taking cover along the still-standing ice wall, albeit one with significant cracks and chunks missing. "Ruby, what do you see?" "They're pulling back," Ruby said over the radio, the crack of her sniper rifle ringing out as she felled another drone. "We're clear, for now." Thank the gods, John let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and allowed himself to sit down and rest. Around him, the others let out breaths of their own and collapsed to the ground. "Hold on, I'm coming down to you guys now," Ruby declared. With tired smiles, the others saw Ruby disperse into a cloud of roses, quickly bringing her to street level before solidifying. She then ran over to the others and sat down next to them, panting the entire time. "Well," she said through pants, "we did it. I told you guys the plan would work." "Yeah, but for how much longer?" John asked, his tone much less hopeful. Ruby frowned slightly before shaking her head. "Hey, don't think like that. We held them here, we can hold them elsewhere." "Ruby's right," Nora added. "Just wait and see, we'll force these guys back." Although she said it through a smile, everyone could tell it was strained. The stress of the past few days had been weighing on all of them heavily, and try as they might, Ruby and Nora could only do so much. Seeing everyone's spirits drop, Yang narrowed her eyes and stood up. "Well, whatever happens, moping around isn't going to save the day," she declared, drawing everyone's attention. "We're alive, and we're together. Right now, that's all that matters." Everyone stared at Yang for a moment. Only then did they allow faint smiles to appear on their faces. "Yang's right," Ren said. "We're together." "Right." John nodded then stood up. "So, we should probably." A rumbling sound interrupted John, and the huntsman in training went still. For a moment, they thought it was Brainiac's army returning faster than they expected, only to realize it was coming from behind their lines. Then, a convoy of Atlesian forces, consisting of one of the last remaining paladins and backed up by Valian militia and Faunus wearing white fanged masks appeared from around the street corner, and the students let out a sigh of relief. As the convoy stopped in front of them, an Atlesian lieutenant marched over to them. "Sir," John said, giving the military man proper respect. "Huntsman," the lieutenant saluted. "New orders from Beacon. You are to fall back to defensive point Epsilon." What? Yang sounded incredulous. We held our point. Hell, we kicked their metal buttes. And we are grateful for the time you bought us, the soldier countered, but with all due respect, ma'am, your group isn't the only checkpoint. Others didn't fare so well. The students went quiet, letting the information sink in. Where? Ruby asked, her voice low. The lieutenant sighed and took off his helmet. We've suffered heavy casualties in sectors 5 through 9, and Brainiac's forces broke through in sectors 2, 4, and 10, forcing them into retreat. Sector 1 was completely lost with all hands. The man's words reverberated through the huntsman in training. Ruby sputtered, and the lieutenant placed his hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry. He put his helmet back onto his head. The APC will take you to your next location. What about you? John asked, a sinking feeling in his stomach. We're here to buy you time. The man's voice was slightly hitched but remained firm. Honorable for a man who knew he was about to die. John clenched his fist and looked away while Yang looked up and shook her head sorrowfully. Without another word being said, the lieutenant escorted the students to the back of the APC, where they silently sat down inside. Lieutenant. Yang called out to the soldier, who was about to close the APC hatch. He stopped and looked at her, slightly confused. Give them hell. The soldier cracked a smile. We will. With those final words, he closed the hatch and locked it. 2 knocks followed, and the students felt the APC roll away, the roar of the engines drowning out their silence. The empty noise remained for several minutes, everyone having blank looks on their faces, until John suddenly and violently punched the hull beside him in anger, leaving a noticeable dent in the metal. No one said anything, for none blamed him. Inside Beacon Academy, what once was a sanctum of learning for humanity's defenders was now a bustling mess of nurses, doctors, and soldiers looking over wounded and battle reports alike. Every room, dorm, and classroom was now filled with refugees and the wounded, while military personnel and huntsmen hurried with orders. In the Beacon Amphitheater, where students once stood and formed their teams, everything had been ripped out to make room for military monitors and radio equipment. With the CCT down, it was all they had. In the center of the room was a large holographic table with a sharply dressed man hovering over it. His once pristine white suit was now torn and shredded, revealing the cybernetics underneath on one side of his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fingers tightly clenched the metal table. General, a white-haired woman approached him, a noticeable limp in her gait. Specialist Schnee, he responded, his eyes never leaving the table. How close are they? We have stalled them 5 miles out from the beacon perimeter. The rest of the city is overrun or about to be. Winter's voice remained firm, but noticeable cracks appeared in the immaculate surface. We think we can last for another few hours at most before we exhaust our supplies. General Ironwood remained silent and stared at the holographic map of Vale in front of him. On it, a handful of blue islands were surrounded by a sea of red, and green dots were quickly swallowed by purple. How are the evacuations? He asked. More are still trickling into Beacon and our other safe zones. We believe most have arrived. How many have not? Winter paused before recomposing herself. We believe there to be still roughly 1,000 individuals still trapped in the city. Winter stopped, and the air got heavy. Sir, if I may, I suggest we order all combat personnel and huntsmen to reinforce the defensive line. Ironwood interrupted her. They are to buy as much time as possible for those civilians to reach safety. Retreat as slowly as possible. Sir, that would exhaust us even further, Winter pleaded. We already have as many people in safe zones as possible. We would be better served to reinforce the line. Ironwood was cold and uncompromising. Winter took a step aback before nodding. Yes, sir. She saluted then walked away to give his orders, and James Ironwood sighed. Damn it. Damn it. He scowled as he looked upon the map. "She's right, you know," a gruff voice softly called out to him. Ironwood turned to look at its owner, one Crow Branwen. He, like all the others, was covered in dirt, grime, and dried blood, his clothes having turned even more ragged from walking on crutches. Beside him was the ever-calm Professor Ojben, his glasses cracked and using his cane more heavily than just a few days before, an exhausted Glinda Goodwitch, one of her arms in a sling, and Taiyang Xiaolong, both of his arms in heavy casts. His thoughts briefly drifted towards Raven Branwen, the person who managed to get Tai off of Patch Island and into Vale so quickly, only to darkly note that she disappeared soon after. Whether she had gone into hiding or was dead, he did not know. "I do not have time for this, Crow." Ironwood scowled and turned back to the hologram. "Unless you have a suggestion on how to stop this, leave. I can't afford any distractions right now." "James, stop," Tai called out, his voice gentle. "You are destroying yourself. He's destroying us." James suddenly shouted, halting all other techs as they looked towards him. "Vale is the only kingdom left, and I'll be dead before I just let it fall." "And you have done admirably," Glinda responded. "No one could ask more of you. But I cannot just sit by and let you destroy yourself over a battle that is already lost." "We have not lost." James barked back, but Ojben shook his head. "James, please," Ojben's voice was full of regret and he was bordering on tears, but he continued anyway. "Vale has already fallen. Simply throwing more lives into the meat grinder will not save it." "Do not say that." The general marched over to the professors. "Vale has not fallen. Not yet, not while we can still fight." "Do you think we don't want to believe that?" Crow asked, gently grabbing Ironwood's shoulder. "Believe me, there is nothing more that I want to believe, with every fiber of my being, that we can possibly win this. But we can't. Not like this. James ripped his arm away from Crow's and prepared to retort, only for the words to stop in his throat. I can't just. If Vale falls. Then Remnant falls," Ojben finished mournfully. He gazed at his cane. "I prayed this day would never come, but..." He couldn't finish, and James looked at his friend with regret. "Do." Ironwood managed to speak once more, turning towards the technicians. "Have there been any reports on Grim activity?" The tech in question wheeled back towards his monitor and quickly read through it. "None, sir. There has been no Grim activity around Vale since the initial attack and repulsion." "Why haven't they come back?" Ironwood muttered and Ojben sighed. "She has already fled," he declared, and Ironwood turned to face him. "You think she's working with Brainiac?" "No, if she was then the Grim would have joined in the assault as peers, not as enemies." Ojben shook his head. "How or why, I do not know. Maybe she managed to use what remains of her powers to escape her imprisonment. Perhaps he managed to succeed where we have failed and located her for either capture or elimination. Or, more worrisome, some other outside party took her. I do not know which is more likely, and that terrifies me." Ironwood walked back over to the table, the others following him. "I know what you want me to do. You want me to surrender, attempt to save as many lives as I can in the hopes he'll be merciful. But I can't, not after what he did to Shade, Mistral, Kwakuana, Atlas." His breath hitched at the mention of his destroyed home, but he soldiered on. "If Vale. If Remnant is going to fall, then we're going to make the BSTRD bleed when he does it." Ojben sighed. "I wasn't going to suggest we surrender. All of us agree that the possibility of peaceful coexistence with Brainiac vanished along with Shade. I was going to suggest that we consider other options." Ironwood groaned and shook his head, knowing exactly where Ojben was going once again. "Ojben, we've been over this. Aborting action is suicidal folly, and I will not authorize that." "James, please," Tai pleaded. "I don't like the idea any more than you do, but..." Sir, a tech called out to them. A massive force is bearing down on the defensive perimeter. Defensive points Delta, Gamma, Epsilon, Sigma and Omega. They are larger than estimates predicted. What? Ironwood looked at the map to see what the tech was referring to. What he saw caused his heart to seize. An unending wall of purple was racing towards the thin green wall. He looked at Ojben, looking for guidance, only to feel a hand clasp his own. He looked to the side to see Glinda's sad green eyes boring into his own, and he sighed. I am ordering the activation of Plan G, he declared to gasps all around. Evacuate all personnel to beacon and other safe zones within the line, and have the Pride of Atlas launch all remaining munitions upon the city. Sir, that will destroy half the city. And take as many of them out as we can along with it. Ironwood's response was firm and the tech gulped. Yes, sir. Right away. The techs began radioing pilots and officers, informing them of their upcoming orders, while Ironwood sagged downward. Damn it. Ironwood felt Ojben place a comforting hand on his shoulder. It didn't help in the least. First, we lose Shade. Then, we lose all the other kingdoms, and now, we lose everything. Crow offered his flask to the general who, after taking a moment to look at it, took the container and began to drink. After the APC dropped the students at Epsilon, the air was quiet. Only the sound of distant gunfire and explosions could be heard, for none were speaking. They toiled away as they prepared, placing charges and setting up vantage points. This is such grim sheet, Young muttered as she hefted another concrete slab into position. Things weren't supposed to end this way. I agree with that, John said as he helped her set up the wall. You know, when I came here, I thought many things would happen. I thought I'd fight Grim, get stronger, maybe get a girlfriend. Oh yeah, get caught for using forged transcripts. You used forged transcripts? Young raised an eyebrow, and John shrugged. Yeah, I did, like a dumbass, but it doesn't really matter now. John trailed off in regret and worry. He wondered whether or not his family managed to make it to safety. No, it doesn't. Young nodded, sensing his distress. She decided that trying to add some joviality to the situation was appropriate. Does explain a lot of things, though. Yeah. Still, I didn't expect this. None of us did, Ren said, setting up a pile of sandbags. The alien invasion, or the end of the world? Blake asked as she broke down a wall to mount a heavy autocannon turret, courtesy of the APC crew. Both, Weiss answered as she used her glyphs to lift up rubble to form part of the wall. Don't say that, Ruby chastised her team. The world's not going to end. You'll see. She tried to sound hopeful, but that hope was quickly disappearing and they could tell. Nora's optimism, once a shining light, was now gone as she silently placed charges. John sighed. Ruby, he was cut off by the crackle of his radio, and he quickly brought it to ear. This is John. All personnel, we are activating Plan G. All forces are to evacuate immediately to minimum safe distance before rendezvousing at Beacon Academy, a voice over the radio said. What did he just say? Young asked, incensed at the order. Did he just say to retreat? Say again. You are telling us to retreat? John asked over the radio. That is affirmative, Huntsman. Your orders are evacuate immediately. A bullhead is on its way to your position. ETA, 10 minutes. Yes, sir. John clicked off the radio and everyone remained silent. Finally, Nora softly spoke. This is it, she said, all hope now gone. This is the end. We've lost. We have not lost yet. Ruby shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Not while we can still. Ruby stopped as tears formed on her eyes. At once, her sister embraced her as the youngest of them began to cry. Everyone looked on with sadness, and John tore his gaze away and towards the city beyond their makeshift wall. It occurred to him then that it might very well be the last time he did so, and he tried to burn it into his memory. "Wait," John softly said as something caught his eye. Blake turned to look at him and walked over. "What is it?" she asked, trying to see what he saw. "I thought I saw something, there." He pointed to a building a couple 100 meters away that was collapsed into a pile of rubble, and Blake strained her eyes to see. "Ruby?" she softly asked. "Can I see Crescent Rose for a second?" Ruby wiped away tears and removed herself from her sister's embrace. "Sure. Why?" "I need to see something." Instead of handing the sniper over, Ruby collapsed it and extended the scope to look down herself, aiming where Blake and John were staring. "The collapsed building, right?" she asked. "I don't see." "Wait, I see something." Ruby's declaration drew everyone's attention as they looked towards the building. "It looks like a..." "Oh, no." "What? What is it?" John asked in apprehension. His alarm grew when Ruby collapsed her weapon completely and leapt over the wall and sprinted towards the building. "Ruby! What are you doing?" "There's people trapped under there," she shouted back as she neared the building, and everyone paled. "Sheet!" John cursed. Young was already over the wall, leaving the others behind, and John could begin to feel the ground beneath them. He recognized the thuds as the sounds of the alien army marching towards them, and his eyes widened before narrowing. "Pira, get on top of that building and provide overwatch to Ruby and Yang," John ordered. "Nora, go out there and help clear the way. Ren, go with her and make sure nothing gets close." "On it." Aye. Understood." His team immediately left to perform their assigned tasks, leaving John behind with Blake and Weiss behind. "I'll go and slow them down any way I can," Weiss declared, rotating her dust to ice. "Blake, stay here and guard the wall." "Got it." Blake nodded, as did the heiress, who used a glyph to leap over the wall and out of sight. The faunus turned towards John, who was walking over to the in-placed autocannon. As the stomping grew louder, he realized they didn't have much time. "Any suggestions?" Blake asked. John responded by chambering the autocannon. "Hold them off." Ruby raced through the ruined streets towards the destroyed building. It was becoming clearer now, and she could see the hole in the collapsed rubble that formed a small cavern. She skidded to a halt in front of a narrow opening and peeked her head inside. "Hello?" she called out soothingly. "It's okay, I'm a huntress. I'm here to get you all to safety." At first, she heard nothing. Then, she heard a quiet rusting and displacement of rubble, and a small head showed itself. It was a young girl, a wolf faunus judging by the pair of ears on her dark head. "Hey," Ruby said. "It's okay, I'm here." The faunus girl said nothing but stared at Ruby, fear in her eyes. The huntress continued. "We're going to get you out, okay? How many are with you?" The girl remained silent before slowly shaking her head and extending one finger. Ruby's heart dropped but otherwise didn't show it. "Just you." The girl slowly nodded. "You're a very brave girl. Stay still, okay? I'm going to get you out." "No." The girl whimpered and retreated further. "Monsters out there." "I know, there are monsters out here," Ruby said. "But I'm a huntress. Killing monsters is what I do, and trust me. I will not let any monsters harm you, okay?" The girl remained silent, but then moved closer to the hole. Smiling, Ruby outstretched her hand towards the young girl. "Do you trust me?" she asked, and after a moment of hesitation, the girl took her hand and nodded. "Thank you. Now stay still. I'm going to get you out of there." The girl nodded once more and released Ruby's hand. The red huntress then moved into a squat and placed her hands on the underside of the largest piece of rubble she could find. She attempted to heave, but the rubble was too heavy and it didn't budge. "Irk!" Ruby grunted as she continued her attempt, her face turning red from the exertion. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her and a flash of yellow and pink, then two more pairs of hands joined her in lifting the rubble. Ruby smiled, immediately recognizing Yang and Nora, and slowly the three of them lifted the rubble off of the ground. A white glyph appeared over the girl, preventing a cave-in as she stared at them in wonder. "Come on, kid," Yang said as she struggled to keep the debris aloft. "It's way better out here than it is in there. Trust us." Nora continued. "Come on." Ruby crouched down and extended her hand towards the girl. Slowly, the girl grabbed back and Ruby pulled her free. As soon as her feet passed the threshold, Nora and Yang released their grip and allowed the rubble to collapse back down and send up a cloud of dust. They all coughed and the girl clung to Ruby like a lifeline, and once the dust settled they all looked at her and smiled. "Good job, kid," Yang smiled. "Guys, I hate to break the heartwarming moment," they heard John's voice over the radio, "but they're almost here. You need to get over here, now." "John is right," Ren said. "We need to get behind the wall and get her to safety." "Okay." Ruby nodded then turned towards the girl. "Can you walk?" she asked, and the girl shook her head. A quick look down revealed why and Ruby winced. The girl's right ankle was twisted and swollen. It likely broke when the building came down. "John, we have a problem," Yang called over the radio as she looked at the girl's injury. "She has a broken ankle. She ain't walking anywhere." "Damn it," John cursed. "Okay, there might be a nearby flight heading back to Beacon. She can hitch a ride with them. And we'll see them out," Ruby declared and the others nodded. "Okay then. John, call it in. Weiss, slow them down any way you can. Yang, Nora, help her out. Ren, cover me." "Got it, boss." Yang Mok saluted alongside Nora as they ran out onto the street, taking cover behind concrete pillars. As they did, Weiss stabbed her rapier into the ground and created another wall of ice, cutting off the enemy advance. The stomps grew louder, and Ruby began to run towards John, Blake, and Pyrrha, holding onto the girl as she did. "Hit the deck," she heard John yell as the first attack struck. The ground shook and the ice wall cracked as the alien drones threw themselves against the icy barricade. Weiss grit her teeth and added more ice to the wall, but she knew it wouldn't last much longer. "Hurry," she yelled through gritted teeth. Nora began shooting grenades over the wall, each explosion sending chunks of metal flying into the air. A few drones attempted to climb over the wall, only for Yang to shoot them down with shotgun shells. Ruby ran faster and the girl started to whimper in fright. The huntress didn't have time to comfort her as she neared the wall, only for the building to the left of her to explode outward. She disappeared into a dash of petals to avoid the flying debris before reforming herself and gasping at a wave of drones rushing towards her. "Sheet!" John yelled as he swiveled the autocannon towards them. He squeezed the trigger and opened fire. The heavy rounds tore through the alien horde, ripping them to shreds. He was joined by Pyrrha's sniper fire as Blake leapt over the wall towards Ruby and the young faunus. She gestured towards them, and Ruby ran over and finally cleared the wall, volleys of plasma racing towards her as she ran. Each shot caused the concrete to bubble, but she managed to clear the concrete barrier without injury. The girl was now screaming at this point, but Ruby paid it no heed as she rushed the girl to safety. "Stay here," she ordered to the young faunus as she placed her down on the ground. The girl looked up at her in awe as Ruby unfolded crescent rose into a scythe, twirled it around her and rested the scythe end on the ground behind her back, the handle sticking out above her shoulder. Ruby smiled at the girl's look then disappeared into a cloud of petals as she rushed towards the alien robots. She emerged in the middle of a large group of drones, who immediately turned to face her. Ruby acted first, twirling her weapon around in fast, wide arcs, cleaving the robots into many pieces that fell to the floor with a loud clatter. A barrage of plasma bolts shot towards her, but she fired her weapon at another drone, using the recoil to hurl herself away from the barrage and make the plasma strike another group of drones instead. As she landed, she pivoted and swiped her scythe at another group of drones, bisecting them at the waist. John continued to fire the autocannon non-stop, each round sending chunks of metal hurtling around like missiles. A few managed to fire off plasma bolts near him, but he paid them no heed as he simply aimed his giant gun towards the shooter, disintegrating them instantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Nora, Yang, Ren, and Weiss rush back towards them, the ice beginning to break as they ran. Drones began to appear over the top, only for Pyrrha to shoot them down with her rifle as soon as they did, covering their escape. At the same time, Nora was firing grenades towards the horde in front of them, each explosion sending chunks of metal hurtling skyward in wide arcs. Ren fired Stormflower as he ran, shooting multiple bullets into any drone that came his way. A few got close, only to receive a swift barrage of kicks and knife slashes from his pistol's bayonets for their trouble, cutting them into ribbons. He bicycle-kicked one drone's head off and sent it flying upward. In the same movement, he twirled and sliced another's arms and head off the torso, then spun around to deliver a powerful spin kick on the descending head from before. It hurtled outwards from the force and impacted the chest of another drone, caving it in and sending the robot flying backward into another group and knocking them onto the ground. Yang was on them instantly, delivering a downward punch that struck the concrete with enough force to send waves of cement out from around her. Each wave sent the drones flying upward. They were quickly picked off by Pyrrha, who expertly fired upon each of them, each shot finding their mark and striking a critical area, usually the head. She aimed at the last one, only for purple jets to erupt out of the hands, feet, and back, uprighting it in midair and making it hover. "They can fly!" Pyrrha shouted as she dove off the balcony, firing her rifle at the drone as she plummeted to the ground below. The shots penetrated the torso and sent it careening to the ground. Pyrrha rolled right before she struck the pavement, allowing her to land on her feet. She immediately used her momentum to hurl her rifle, now shifted into a spear, into another drone that had flown behind John, impaling it to a wall. "Thanks!" John shouted over the roar of the autocannon. His body was shaking from the recoil, and the barrel was beginning to turn red hot, but he continued to fire. As he did, more and more robots fell to the ground with gaping holes in their bodies as the heavy rounds tore through them, but they kept coming over the ever-increasing pile of robotic bodies. John still kept up his fire, only to hear a dreadful clicking noise instead of a loud bang. "Out of ammo!" he yelled as he finally let go of the trigger. He then had to duck underneath a barrage of plasma striking where his head once stood. Many hit the autocannon, warping the metal and rendering it useless. "Damn it! Eyes above, Vomit Boy!" Yang shouted as she leapt over the concrete wall. A volley of plasma shot out behind her, a few hitting her but impacted only her aura. A few drones attempted to climb over the barrier, only for Yang to shoot them off with a pair of shotgun blasts. She then took the time to quickly reload her weapon with more shells, a confident smirk on her face. She completed the action effortlessly. "That's always, look out!" John tackled Yang to the ground as a drone landed behind the yellow huntress. A volley of plasma ripped through the air where her head once stood, and as the two blondes rose to their feet, more drones landed nearby and took aim. Yang quickly charged one and delivered a powerful haymaker on one, its strength boosted from a spent shotgun shell. At the same time, John rushed another and sliced his sword through the skull, sending it to the ground as he twirled and brought up his shield to intercept another volley of plasma. The drone continued to fire as it walked towards him, but he held his ground and stood upright. Once the drone was in close enough range, he moved forward and stabbed the torso of the drone, severing the spine and causing it to fall forward limply, ripping the sword from John's hands in the process. "Oh, come on," he yelled as he flipped the drone over to pull the sword out. Just as he began to pull the sword free, he was tackled by another drone, forcing him to his back. It began to wail on him with heavy blows, forcing John to cover his face with his shield. The powerful punches began to dent the scorched metal, and with a grunt he grabbed a robotic arm with his free hand, collapsed the shield, rotated it so that the pointed end was facing outward, then moved the collapsed shield into the drone's skull. He then expanded it, causing the shield to erupt into its full size and shattering the skull in the process. Shakily, he rose to his feet and pulled his sword free of the fallen drone before rushing forward to join the others. "Stay back!" Nora yelled as she rained hammer blows on the horde in front of her. She had long run out of grenades and thus had to resort to melee. That was fine with her. Allowed for some much-needed dispensing of justifiable rage. She barely felt the sting of the plasma striking her as she charged towards another group and swung, the heavy blows sending their crumpled and mangled bodies flying. With one small group down, she ducked under another volley of bolts and charged towards the next group. Jumping up into the air, she slammed Magnhild's head onto the concrete road with enough force to send a shockwave across the pavement. Jagged spikes shot out from the ground, first in a narrow path then widening out, and impaled several drones in the way and sending others stumbling back. With a wild look on her face, Nora's hands lowered to the bottom of Magnhild's and spun around in a circle. At the end of her spin, her hammer slammed into the concrete spikes, shattering them and sending the fragments flying forward. The shrapnel peppered any drone caught in the line of fire, holes and sparks appearing as each blow hit before they fell down. Strike! Nora smiled before dodging another volley. Before she could counter, a red blur shot forward in a burst of rose petals before coalescing into ruby. A scowl marred her face as she sliced through one drone after another. As she cleaved through the horde that surrounded them, gunshots rang out from her weapon with each swing, the powerful bullets punching massive holes through multiple drones at once. Several claws shot out towards her, but she burst into petals to dodge and reappeared to kick one in the head. Using it as a springboard, she launched herself into the air, firing as she descended. The drones exploded from the force of the heavy bullets, and as Ruby landed, her weapon shifted back into scythe form. She became a swirl of bullets, metal flashes and rose petals as she swung, shot, and cleaved her way outwards like a hot knife through butter. When she ended, all that was left was metal limbs and split chassis. "Whoa," John muttered as he gazed upon the scene, the action dying down for a precious moment. How long it would last, he had no idea, but he would cherish it. He then heard the screech of his radio and fumbled for it before bringing the device to his ear. "This is RWBY-JNPR, in need of immediate evac from Defensive Point Epsilon." John yelled into the radio. "We have a wounded civilian child in need of immediate extraction." "Roger that, RWBY-JNPR. ETA, 60 seconds. Be advised, we only have room for the civilian. You'll have to find your own bird, over," a woman's voice said over the radio and John nodded. "Roger that, ma'am." John clicked the radio off and jogged over to his friends, a noticeable limp in his stride. "Guys, a bullhead is on its way for the girl. We'll be here in a minute, but we'll have to stay behind and wait for ours, which should be here in 5 minutes. Only enough room for the girl." "Fine by me," Nora darkly muttered as she kicked a drone's head off its shattered body. It landed next to Yang's feet, who, after a moment of thought, brought her foot down upon it with a loud crunch. As the others all sat down, exhausted, Ruby walked back over to the cowering girl, still hidden in the same spot as before. She looked upon the huntress with wide eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and awe. "Hey," Ruby gently said as she crouched, "someone's coming to pick up you, all right? They're going to get you to safety, but we have to stay here." "Why?" the Faunus girl asked, and Ruby smiled. "Well, there's not enough room for us big kids, but you're the perfect size." Ruby stood up and smiled. "Besides, someone has to make sure the monsters don't get you." The girl remained silent and stared straight into Ruby's silver eyes. Finally, she began to softly speak, "And that's your job." "That's right, it's my job." Ruby's smile widened and she gently picked up the girl. Together, they walked towards the center of their defensive point and waited. Pretty soon, they could hear the roar of a bullhead's engines, and soon saw it descend towards them. It was flying low, with some smoke billowing from its engines, but nothing too serious. Still, Ruby could see how packed it was. They definitely wouldn't be able to fit all of them. When the bullhead finally landed, the doors opened and a squad of soldiers all hopped out, each one sporting scorch marks on their armor from the plasma bolts. Alongside them were a few students, ones she immediately recognized. "Coco," Ruby announced as she walked over with the girl in hand. Ruby winced as she took in the sight of the second year. Dark bags hung under her eyes, the signature shades that would have covered them long gone, and her once pristine outfit was now absolutely torn and shredded. Her chain gun was dented and bent in several places, and a large bruise covered her exposed left shoulder. It looked as though it extended to much of her torso, if not her entire body. Behind her, the rest of Team CFVY and what appeared to be Team CRDL, of all people, were not in much better shape. Russell Thrush in particular was lying in a stretcher, and 4-line extending out of his arm while his bruised and battered team watched over him. "Ruby," Coco said, cracking a faint smile. "Gods, you look like crap." "Feel like it, too." Ruby smiled back and gently handed the girl to Coco. Her face then turned serious. "You guys stay safe, alright?" "Don't worry, we will." Coco nodded, as did the girl. "Thank you," she softly said with a faint smile, and Ruby smiled in turn. "Just doing my job," Ruby said. "We'll see you all back at Beacon." What came after was left deliberately unsaid, but Coco nodded anyway. "Sure thing." With one final nod, Coco turned around and walked back to the bullhead, stepped aboard then sat down with the girl on her lap. As soldiers piled back in and the doors slid closed, Coco and the girl waved goodbye, and then the aircraft took off towards Beacon. Ruby sighed as it flew further and further away before disappearing in a large smoke cloud. Now gone from view, she turned around and limped back to the others, who were all watching the departing bullhead, even then. "Guys," she called out to them. At once, their eyes swiveled towards her, and Ruby took in a deep breath. "I know it looks bad, like it's the end of the world. For all we know, it might very well be. But, look at what we just did. In all this chaos, we just saved a little girl. That means something. It means that we aren't done, that we aren't finished. We can, and will, pull through this. If we can save her, we can save everyone else." The others all perked up slightly at that, but their despair was still evident. Steeling herself, Ruby let her eyes scan towards Brainiac's mothership as it hovered ominously over the city. Like the others, it too was a large skull-shaped vessel, only it dwarfed all the others. Every so often, an explosion could be heard as an Atlesian fighter attempted to shoot it down alongside the last remaining Atlesian warship, but so far nothing had worked. If she had to guess, a large, concentrated barrage might be able to punch a hole in its armor, but from what she had heard, the mothership's armor had some kind of regenerative property, quickly sealing any holes that were made. As such a barrage was discarded in favor of the so-called Plan G, which involved deploying every single dust missile and explosive left to level the city in a scorched earth tactic straight out of the Great War. It would destroy most of Vale. Ruby sighed and broke herself out of her depressing thoughts. "John, how much longer until our bullhead?" "I guess, 2 more minutes, give or take." He shrugged then stood up, stretching out his arms then cautiously looking around, stopping at the mothership's visage. "That thing gives me the creeps." "You and me, both," Yang concurred with a shiver. "It feels like it's staring at me." "Agreed," Ren stated. Noticing that Pyrrha was awfully quiet, the Mistralian boy turned to look at the champion, who was kneeling over a downed drone and holding its head in her hand. "Pyrrha, is something the matter?" "Yes, actually." She stood up, weapons in hand. "Does anyone else get the feeling that it was too easy?" The others all looked at each other in confusion then back at her. "I'm not sure I follow." Blake slowly got out. "That was incredibly difficult. The evacuation orders implied that an overwhelming force was headed straight towards us, Pyrrha countered, then outstretched her arms around her. I certainly don't feel overwhelmed. I am completely whelmed, actually. What are you saying? Weiss arched up an eyebrow, and Pyrrha frowned. That attack, the one we just fought off to rescue a little girl, was not the actual attack. This entire time, ever since Brainiac invaded, his entire plan has been throwing me off. If he simply wanted us destroyed, he could have easily done so without needing to expend any of this. No armies, no drones, just do what he did with Shade and be done with it. But, instead, he throws down these endless hordes of robots. Why? The others paused, then looked at each other, each uneasy. After a moment, Weiss' eyes widened, then she sharply turned her body towards Beacon. Oh, gods! She gasped in utter terror. Weiss? Ruby asked in concern. I finally get it. These drones aren't trying to exterminate us. Weiss gulped. They're corralling us, forcing us into a singular point, making it easier to. Weiss couldn't finish her sentence as tears began to gather at the corner of her eyes. Everyone looked towards Beacon with wide eyes as panic began to fill them. We have to warn them. Ruby quickly declared. With a frantic nod, John quickly pulled out his radio. He never got the chance to speak as the ground suddenly erupted upward as drones jumped out of the pavement and surrounded them. Caught completely off guard, the students were helpless as the drones grabbed them with their metal claws, holding them in place while others began to beat them with savage punches and kicks. They all writhed in pain as they tried to break free, with Yang giving the greatest effort. All around her, she could see the others being beaten, their auras threatening to break with each blow. Yang, although feeling the pain, was merely biding her time as each blow powered her semblance. Just a little more, she thought to herself as she withstood the blows. She could see Ruby now as she too was being beaten. When, with a flash of red, her aura broke and Ruby fell down with a yelp. Yang's eyes turned red as her hair began to blow brightly, but then everything stopped. The world seemed to go into slow motion as a drone raised its arm to fire upon Ruby, who looked up at it with fear-filled eyes, only to suddenly stop. Instead, it grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up to eye level. Its purple eyes bored into her terrified yet defiant silver eyes. Then, startling everyone, it began to speak. Genetic anomaly detected. Proceed with priority extraction. The drone's voice was monotone yet filled Yang and the others with dread. The word extraction worried Yang the most as they all wondered what the drone had meant. Suddenly, a large shadow overcame them. Yang was unable to see, but she could tell it was the mothership. Yang, she and the others heard Ruby squeak out. Suddenly, a bright column of light beamed down onto Ruby and the drone holding her. As if gravity no longer held sway, Ruby and the drone began floating upwards. Now fully realizing what was about to happen, Ruby flailed, kicked and punched as she tried to free herself, to no avail. YNG, she shouted as she entered the ship. Yang and the others stared helplessly as the ship flew away, straight towards Beacon Academy. As it did, Yang's vision turned red, and her hair glowed as intensely as the sun. Her whole body shook with rage as she forcibly rose to her feet, despite the raining of punches and kicks the drones were giving her. "AAJ!" she screamed and everything exploded into fire. The drones were sent flying off of her and her friends, chunks of metal hurtling skyward. Before anyone could react, Yang became a yellow blur as she started punching, kicking, and slamming into every single drone around her. A few tried to catch her again, only for Yang to grab the metal claw and use the drone like a ball and chain, twirling it around like a tornado. The drone slammed into multitudes of other drones, each blow denting the unfortunate drone until it was practically unrecognizable. The ambushers were quickly thinning, yet they still pressed on. The others were beginning to rise to their feet at this point, but Yang didn't care. She leapt high above the last group and, with a blast of ember silica, sent her slamming fist first into the concrete road. The resulting explosion shattered all nearby windows that weren't already shattered. Many drones were simply disintegrated from the pressure of the blast and heat, while the ones on the far end flew into nearby walls and promptly flattened. As a mushroom cloud of dust rose, the light surrounding Yang finally died down, and everything went silent. "Ruby," Nora quietly muttered as she eyed the mothership. Off in the distance, they heard the roar of a bullhead as it approached, but none of them cared. Their attentions were squarely on the mothership, which now hung ominously over Beacon. The last Elysian airship was firing its guns in futile defiance, but if Brainiac cared, he didn't show it. Behind them, they faintly heard the bullhead land and the pilot shouting at them to get on board. Again, they didn't hear. He took my sister." Yang softly spoke, her eyes still a soft blue. Her jaws then clenched and her teeth felt like they going to break, while her eyes turned blood red. "He took my sister," she shouted with all the air in her lungs, then turned to face the now frightened bullhead pilot. A quick look revealed he was the only person on the ship, and after a split second of thought, Yang stomped over to the bullhead. The others quickly followed after her. "Ma'am, the pilot stammered as a furious Yang stared him down. "I am to, evacuate you 8 to Beacon Academy." Where's Leader Rose?" Brainiac took her. Yang's tone was sharp and to the point, and the pilot gulped. "I'm sorry for your loss." Yang's silent stare was her only response, but the pilot pressed on. "Ma'am, I'm under orders to evacuate you all to Beacon. Plan G is about to commence, and you're not taking us to Beacon." Yang cut him off, causing him to sputter. "What? I am under orders to. You're not taking us to Beacon," Yang repeated with added emphasis, her red eyes boring into his own. "That purple a-hole kidnapped my sister, and took her aboard the mothership. You are going to get me inside." "Us," John quickly interjected. "You're going to get us inside." Yang looked back at her fellow blonde. He nodded at her, as did all the others. Yang nodded back, then looked right back at the pilot. "Ma'am, I am under orders to." Yang's grip on the pilot intensified and he grew silent as she pulled him closer. "Let me make this very clear," she whispered. "Either you get us on that ship, or I tie you up in the back and fly it in myself. You got that?" The pilot grew silent as he stared at the other students, who all glared at him or at the mothership. Finally, he nodded. "Okay. James, listen to me," Ashbin pleaded as technicians hustled around the control center. All around them, scores of the last remaining bullheads flew into Beacon, dropped off their occupants before heading back out for more. "I don't want to hear it," Ashbin, Ironwood waved him off. "We do not have the men or resources to board the mothership and destroy it from the inside. Doing so would be a suicide mission. And yet you're willing to destroy half of Vale in a stupid scorched earth tactic?" Crow accused. "For God's sake, man, face it. Plan G won't work. This might. Who would you suggest we send in, then?" Ironwood turned around to face Crow directly. "In case you haven't noticed, all of our best fighters are either incapacitated, dead, or missing in action. You, Glinda, and Ty are too heavily injured for us to send any of you in, with Port and Oblek in similar states, while Ashbin and I are needed to coordinate the defense. I could send in Winter, but not without a full team to back her up." "There are other options, James," Glinda softly said. "There are always other options." Ironwood sighed regretfully. "I'm sorry, Glinda, but I just don't." "Sir," a technician called out, cutting the general off and directing everyone's attention. "Bullhead RT 2012 is heading off course." "What?" Ironwood wheeled around in surprise. He had specifically ordered that Bullhead to evacuate teams RWBY and JNPR to Beacon, one last favor for old comrades. To hear it was going off course immediately rang alarm bells in his head. "That's Ruby and Yang's flight," Ty muttered, alarm filling his voice. The four immediately navigated their way towards the tech, who was frantically talking over the radio. "Pilot, say again." "Ruby Rose has been what?" the technician asked for clarification, Crow's and Ty's increasing looks of panic going unnoticed by him. "Ruby Rose has been captured by Brainiac and brought aboard the mothership." "I repeat, Ruby Rose has been captured by Brainiac and brought aboard the mothership." The pilot's voice echoed across the room as everyone grew silent. Ironwood, Ojben, and Glinda all turned to look at the two men, who were now staring into the radio with terror-filled eyes. They could practically hear their heartbeats, even from here. "No." They both breathed out, their voices barely above a whisper. Ironwood couldn't blame them, but he had to remain objective. "We are deviating from Beacon to mount a rescue expedition onto the mothership. Requesting immediate air support and cover," the pilot shouted over the radio. At once, Crow turned towards Ironwood, as did everyone else. Ironwood stared back at Crow before turning towards Ojben, then back at the technician. He tapped on his shoulder, who handed the radio to the general. "Pilot, this is General Ironwood. You are to deviate from your present course and fly to Beacon immediately." "What?" the brothers-in-law roared simultaneously. "James, you're letting her die," Glinda accused. "And if I let them proceed, how many more will instead?" he shot back. "I'm sorry, but—" "You damned coward." Crow lunged for the general, forcing Glinda and Ojben to hold him back. This, however, left Ty open to sock the general across the jawline with his cast-covered fist before Glinda finally managed to use her semblance to keep him at bay. Ironwood rubbed his sore jaw as everyone glared at him, a mixture of rage and disappointment on their faces. "That's not happening, General," Yang's voice suddenly spoke out over the radio, her voice harsh and uncompromising. "With or without that air support, we're getting on that ship and getting my sister back." At once, Ironwood turned back towards the radio, deliberately ignoring the looks of pride on Crow's and Ty's faces. "Xiao Long, I am ordering you to dash." "James, a word." Ojben interrupted the general. He glared at this fellow headmaster before he sighed and walked over. Once they had a modicum of privacy, Ojben began to speak. "James, help them. Give them the support they need, or they will die." "Ojben, they are only children," he protested. "Going in there will only get them killed. I will not have that on my conscience." "And yet you were willing to send them into the field here in Vale." Ojben's accusation silenced any retort the general might have had. Ojben pressed on. "James, we both know the real reason why the academies exist. It was not to safeguard the relics, but to train humanity's next generation of defenders. All applicants knew the risks, knew that they were likely to live short, violent lives in defense of their peers, yet they joined anyway. Going into Brainiac's ship is no different than fighting him on Vale streets. At least in there, we have a chance at stopping this. James, please," Ojben put his hand on Ironwood's shoulder. "Have faith in my students." "I do, and it hasn't failed me yet." A PRGN pause ensued between the two of them. All eyes were on the pair, each wondering what the outcome would be. Sir," the technician hesitantly called out. "They are requesting confirmation of that air support." "Request," Ironwood paused and looked around once more, then sighed. "Gods forgive me. Request granted. Ensign, notify the Pride of Atlas and all teams, Plan G is cancelled. All ordnance is to be fired upon the mothership. They'll need a breaching point if they want to get inside. I want all fighters scrambled. RT-2012 will need all the air support they can get. Evacuations are to proceed as instructed, but until further notice, all air support is to be redirected." "Yes, sir," the technicians saluted. Then immediately complied with their orders. Ironwood sighed and rubbed the back of his neck before looking at Ojben. "You got your strike team," he muttered before redirecting his attention back to the holotable. "Let's just hope they can pull off a miracle." High above Beacon, a single Atlesian warship hovered overhead. Fighters, both Atlantean and alien, screamed around it as they fired upon each other. Inside, hundreds of missiles, already primed and readied for launch, were inserted into tubes by tired deckhands, the automated processes having long worn out. Barrels had rounds loaded into them, laser cannons were charged, and fresh fighters overloaded with bombs and missiles. They all knew it was to be the last act they would perform. Slowly, the warship aligned itself with against the massive mothership. Every barrel, laser, and missile aimed at a singular point on the spaceship's hull. As a single bullhead neared the vessel at top speed, the order was given, and the sky exploded. Lasers, bullets, and missiles leapt from the warship and impacted against the mothership hull. The explosion sent shockwaves that knocked many fighters out of the sky, sending them crashing onto the streets below. The bombardment did not ease. Fighters now joining in on the bombardment, unloading every missile and bomb they had onto the point, which by now had been obscured by a massive fireball. Alien fighters swatted many Atlantean fighters out of the sky and then turned their attention onto the Atlantean warship, something they had previously ignored. Despite the renewed bombardment on their weakened hull, the warship continued their assault until all stores were dry, all missiles launched, and all bullets spent. As the smoke cleared, a small hole could be seen on the ship, and the crew couldn't help but cheer as the bullhead, dodging alien fighters as best it could, flew inside, despite a few blasts making contact. The crew continued to cheer as the bullhead disappeared, only to stop once the mothership fired upon the Pride of Atlas, killing all aboard. "We're coming in too hot," the pilot screamed as he navigated the smoking bullhead through the hole. It had already begun to seal itself as they flew inside, with chunks and bulkheads expanding to fill in the gap and forcing the pilot to bob, weave, and dive around them. They had been hit several times already, and by now a trail of fire followed them. "Keep it together, man. We almost got this." Yang shouted over the roar of the engine. Her fingers had turned white from the grip she had on her armrest, and the seatbelt had begun to dig into her skin. Behind her in the cabin, the others were experiencing the same thing. John in particular was holding tightly onto a nearby bar, his eyes closed shut. Pyrrha was clinging onto him tightly, as was Nora with Ren and Blake with Weiss. A loud explosion then rocked the bullhead, almost knocking everyone loose. "What was that?" John shrieked. "Damn it! I've lost steering," the pilot shouted as he attempted to retain control. Up ahead, they saw a blinding light in front of them which they soon passed through. As their eyes adjusted, they found themselves surrounded by vast metal walls and platforms, lines of computer code running up the walls like water. They also realized they were heading towards a large catwalk at a very high speed, and they all subconsciously tensed. "Brace for impact," was the last thing any of them heard before everything went black. "Ugh," Yang groaned as she slowly regained consciousness. Her memory was hazy, and she struggled to remember where she was and why. In an attempt to gather her bearings, she looked at the space around her and saw that she was lying in the co-pilot's seat of a crashed bullhead. They were lying on their side on a large metal catwalk. The walls around them were of a dark purple-gray metal, with green lines of code running up along its walls. At once, the memories came flooding back, and with a jolt Yang sat up straight, ripping the seatbelt off of her as she did. She looked to her left to look at the pilot, ready to rouse him, only to see his neck at an awkward angle, his chest unmoving. "Damn it," she muttered and closed her eyes. She gave the pilot a moment of silence out of respect before turning around to look back into the cabin. Inside, she saw her friend sprawled on the floor, lying in a tangled heap of bodies. Gently, Yang maneuvered herself down into the cabin and closely examined them. To her immense relief, they were all breathing, and it appeared that their auras took the impact. "Thank the gods. Guys, wake up. Ruby needs us," she gently shook John in an attempt to rouse him. Soon enough, he began to groan and stir, to which Yang smiled. "Yang. What hap?" "Oh, God," John muttered as the memories came back. The others began to stir, rouse, and remember in turn. Soon, they exited the crashed bullhead and stood apart from it, carefully looking around and scanning for enemies. "So, we're inside," Blake said. "What now?" "Simple," Young replied. "We find Ruby, then blow this place straight to hell." "All right," Nora nodded enthusiastically. John, on the other hand, looked more and more concerned. One problem with that. This ship is huge." John's voice echoed along the walls, emphasizing his point. "Where do we even start?" Young moved to speak, but then stopped herself. He was right, after all. This ship was massive, and trying to find the right room would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It would be next to impossible. Briefly, the thought of them splitting up to cover more ground crossed her mind before she crumpled it up and trashed it. Splitting up in the heart of Brainiac's ship was probably the worst idea in the world, and she was not about to fall into that horror movie cliché. "Well," she finally spoke up, "guess we're going to have to search the old-fashioned way. Come on, let's start looking." With a collective nod, the group turned and ran away from the crash site. Right now, the only thing on their mind was finding Ruby, and nothing else mattered. Ruby jolted away as the world exploded into light around her. It was blinding and she couldn't move her arms or legs. Above her, white fluorescent lights shone straight into her eyes, and everything felt cold to the touch. Where am I?" she thought aloud as she lifted her head up to try and see more clearly. As she did, she noticed thick metal bands around her wrists and ankles, strapping her to a metal table. Equipment lied around her, a few showing a diagram of a DNA strand, with certain segments appearing to be highlighted. "What is this?" "It is your DNA," a metallic voice answered, causing Ruby to flinch. She turned her head towards the source, and her heart leapt into her throat. There, on the other side of the room and manipulating a monitor, was the person responsible for everything. Brainiac. Ruby glared at the green-skinned alien, who turned his attention away from the monitor to look straight at her. "Yes, I am Brainiac. You are Ruby Rose. You know who I am?" "I do. My drones detected a genetic anomaly within you, one that piqued my curiosity. It is the only reason why you are still alive. Forgive me if I don't feel grateful. I suppose, from your perspective, that my actions may not warrant such a feeling." Brainiac turned back towards the monitor. "No matter. Your emotions are the result of an underdeveloped cerebral construct, incapable of seeing the bigger picture." "Tell me," Ruby growled, "what bigger picture can possibly exist to justify your murder of millions?" Brainiac merely waved her off, dismissing her shouting like he was dealing with an unruly child. "You wouldn't understand, so I won't even bother." He finished manipulating the monitor in front of him and backed away. A series of beeps greeted him, and with a contemplating look, he turned towards Ruby once again. "I do not know what secrets lie in your silver eyes, but I will find them." With those parting words, Brainiac left, leaving Ruby strapped to the metal table. As he did, she heard a whirling noise above her, and with no small amount of fear saw a floating orb materialize above her. Spiked prongs hung out from its body, and a now trembling Ruby noticed how they were pointed at her. With increasing alarm, she noticed how the orb began to descend towards her, and something told her it wasn't for a pleasant experience. She whipped her head around, trying to find a way out of her predicament, when a red rose petal caught her attention. In her haste, she had accidentally used her semblance, which meant at least part of her aura was back. That realization gave Ruby an idea. Quickly, Ruby began to vibrate herself, clouds of rose petals billowing off of her. The orb descended ever closer, the metal prongs spinning in anticipation. Just before it could reach Ruby, her hand was suddenly freed from the metal strap, having turned into rose petals and rematerialized outside of her bonds. Immediately, Ruby grabbed the vibrating drone and slammed it into her other bond, shattering both of them. She quickly sat up straight and grasped one of the dislodged prongs, reinforcing it with her aura before driving it into the other bonds, freeing her feet one after another. Now free, she hopped off the table and began to look around. A sigh of relief escaped her as she saw the collapsed form of Crescent Rose lying on a table, 2 magazines of at most 10 rounds each lying next to it. If she had to guess, he wanted to examine the inner workings of it, or at the very least the dust rounds. All in all, she didn't care what his reasons were. He was a monster, and that was the end of it. Besides, right now, the only thing she cared about was getting back to her team. With that in mind, and Crescent Rose now unfolded into its scythe, she ran out of the room and down the corridor, only to run right into a patrol of drones. They all stared at each other, an uncomfortable atmosphere developing between them. Hee, well. This is awkward, Ruby chuckled, only to duck under a metal claw shooting out towards her. With a yelp, she dodged another one, then responded with bursting into petals, reforming behind the patrol. With one clean sweep, she bisected the drones at the waist, and as they fell lifeless to the floor, she ran in the opposite direction. Gods, this thing is big, John whispered as they ran through the halls. They had been running through the corridors for quite some time now. A few times they heard the marching of a drone patrol, but the students had so far managed to avoid them. How, exactly, they did not know, but they weren't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Yeah, but where are all the rooms? Weiss quietly replied. That was something that all of them had noticed pretty quickly. For the size of the ship, there weren't many rooms. In fact, they hadn't come across one. If the heiress had to guess, that was simply due to the lack of any crew. Brainiac was likely the only living thing on the entire ship, outside of themselves, of course. There simply wasn't any need for a medical or crew quarters. Likely, the only rooms in this ship were for the engines, the bridge, and a laboratory, given what the drone had said about Ruby having a genetic anomaly and needing to be studied. That was what they were looking for. Through deductive reasoning, they had figured that they had breached the ship towards the front end. Near its face, as Yang had described it. Based off of what limited knowledge they had, they figured that the bridge, if there was one, would be at the top of the ship while the engine room would be on the back end or bottom. That left the middle for the laboratory, which is where they were heading to now. When I get my hands on him, Yang growled. Her eyes were still red, having never shifted back to their normal lilac since Ruby was captured. None of them blamed her. After all, they felt the exact same way. We'll make him pay, Yang. Don't worry. John patted her shoulder as they ran. She smiled faintly at the gesture while never ceasing her stride. They rounded another corner and it was intersecting a ramped hallway. After a moment's hesitation, the group turned left and headed downward. The ramp proved to be long and eventually turned into a spiral, but the group didn't mind. In actuality, the downward slope increased their speed, allowing them to reach the bottom more quickly. As they did, they were greeted by a large metal door with 3 purple dots sitting in the middle. Once again, they formed the triangle on Brainiac's head. They could only guess it was a symbol of some kind. If I were a betting woman, Pyrrha began as she gazed up at the door, this is probably the lab. I'll take that bet. Yang walked forward and cracked her knuckles, only for Pyrrha to block her path with an outstretched sword. Allow me, Yang. Pyrrha smiled and sheathed her weapons. She gracefully walked forward to the door, placing her hands along its creased center. After taking a deep breath, Pyrrha began to strain herself and attempted to pry the doors open. At first, nothing happened, but then a faint black glow spread from Pyrrha's hands and up through the crease. A metallic groan was heard and metal squealed as, slowly but surely, Pyrrha forced the large doors to open. Oh my God! John and the others gasped at the power Pyrrha was exhuming. Rivers of sweat rained down Pyrrha's head and halfway through she had collapsed onto her knees. Still, she kept up her efforts, despite beginning to keen in agony from the exertion. Finally, with one final push, she forced the metal doors to fully open and bent them around the edges, preventing it from closing behind them. There, opened. Pyrrha was panting now, completely exhausted. Her vision was blurry and her ears rang, but she still heard faint footsteps walk towards her. Looking up, she saw the gloved hand of John reaching down towards her, and with a smile she took it. That was. Thank you, Pyrrha. He helped her to her feet. Every day, it seemed his partner had more surprises within her. That was awesome, P-Money. Yang patted Pyrrha's shoulder before walking in. Let's hope Ruby heard it. You think she'll come here? Even though she was Dash. Trust me, I know my sister. He couldn't hold her for long. With a nod of silent agreement between the two of them, John and Pyrrha followed after her, their weapons at the ready. Still exhausted, Pyrrha stayed near the back of the group, John staying near her the entire time. This is definitely the lab, Weiss observed as she looked over the room. Inside there were more monitors and machines than she could count. Tubes, both big and small, lined the walls or in special pods, many with things Weiss didn't have an inkling of an idea on what they were. A few dust crystals were being worked on by spherical drones with metal prods, but otherwise paid no attention to them. Briefly, she thought about how Brainiac was able to keep the dust from going inert outside of Remnant's atmosphere, but quickly chalked it up to the ship still being in Remnant's atmosphere. Hopefully, they wouldn't break through it before they found Ruby and destroyed this thing. She paused at another collection of tubes, and their contents caused her to pale. Found the Grim. Weiss noted. Like with the dust, spherical drones were examining the Grim closely, with monitors displaying data in some alien language she couldn't hope to understand. The captive beasts were suspended in unrecognizable energy fields, unable to do so much as twitch, let alone bash their way to freedom or death as they would against normal restraints. Next to them were large vats filled with a viscous black liquid. In total, Weiss and the others saw at least 1,000 specimens of different types, probably more. At the very least, it explained why the Grim were gone from Vale, he had captured them for study. When Brainiac first attacked, the resulting panic brought about the largest Grim horde in recorded history. They had swarmed Vale in a sea of black, and she could only assume the other kingdoms as well. Mountain Glen had even exploded to reveal a massive Grim dragon, one that was so large, Grim were spawning from its body. For a moment, everyone thought Brainiac had purposefully attracted the Grim, that he was in league with them or perhaps even their master. That only lasted until small craft began abducting as many Grim as possible, with many more being destroyed. This turned the Battle of Vale into a three-way brawl as the defenders fought off the Grim and Brainiac's forces, who in turn fought both each other and the defenders. Eventually, though, the largest of Brainiac's ships managed to destroy the Grim Dragon, albeit with considerable damage to its structural integrity. Damage that Ironwood readily exploited, destroying the large vessel and buying Vale some much-needed reprieve. At the same time, the Grim retreated from Vale, and hadn't been seen since. But where's Ruby? Ren asked as he inspected another machine. This one intrigued him, as it was two large metal prongs embedded into the ground. In between the prongs, a clear, glass-like diamond was suspended in mid-air. What most intrigued him was the fact that, through the diamond, he couldn't see the metal hull of the ship they were on. Instead, he saw a never-ending black void. It wasn't space, for there were no stars, no nebulas or planets. Just a vast void of nothing. Huh, what's that? Nora pointed out into the diamond, drawing everyone's attention. Ren narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better look. Soon enough, he saw what Nora was referring to. Off in the distance, he saw a single entity. It was a massive, bipedal creature with large bone-white spikes sprouting off of its gray muscular body. White hair ringed the side of its bald head, but what was most striking were its eyes. They bored straight into everyone, and despite the distance between them, they could feel its hatred for everyone. A feeling that, should it get out, it would readily kill them all without a second thought was easily conveyed. Despite the superficial similarities, they instinctively knew that this being was far beyond any Grim they'd have the misfortune of meeting. Let's not mess with that thing. Blake backed away from the imposing creature, as did the others. Even after they left the diamond behind, they could still feel its gaze follow them, and they shivered. As they walked on, they came across a pedestal with a strange metal cube lying atop it. "Huh, wonder what this is?" Weiss asked as she picked it up. Immediately, she could feel the power within, more than anything she had ever held, and she was awed. "It's like 1,000,000 dust crystals all packed into one." "No, that's far too little." "Think it's a bomb?" Blake asked as she eyed it, but Weiss shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Whatever this is, it isn't a bomb." "Still, it's obviously important," Yang said. "Take it with us. Better than letting Smartbutt hold on to it." "Alright," Weiss agreed and tucked the box under her arm. The group continued to walk further into the lab before they came across another large door. Yang pursed her lips and whistled before tapping her chin, deep in thought. "Kira, think you can open this one?" Yang asked as she looked up at the imposing threshold. Kira shook her head. "I don't think I can. That last door took a lot out of me." Kira sounded remorseful, but Yang didn't hold it against her. "It's okay, don't strain yourself. Nora, Vomit Boy, help me with this." "When are you going to stop calling me Vomit Boy?" John asked as he holstered his weapon. "When you stop responding to it." Yang shot a smile at the boy who rolled his eyes. Nora chuckled at their antics before joining them. Together, with John and Nora on one side and Yang at the other, they looked towards Weiss with a nod, who nodded in turn. The Aristham summoned a glyph and wedged it between the two halves of the door, and together they began to pull. "Gods, this is heavy." John grunted as he continued to pry the door open. Slowly, a narrow gap appeared and was held in place. "Go!" Yang ordered through the strain. Quickly, the other students all piled through the gap, followed by John, Nora, and finally Yang. As they let go, the doors groaned and tried to close on them, but a quick push to the side by the three kept them open. With heavy pants they hung down, propping their hands on their knees as they caught their breath. "Phew!" John sighed and wiped away a sheen of sweat on his brow. "That was something. I'll say, Mr. Muscles," Nora laughed as she stood up straight then turned to face the others, who were staring at them. "So, where to?" "Yang," a soft voice sounded behind them. Immediately, they all turned around and saw its source, and Yang's eyes widened. There, on the other side of the door, they saw Ruby, alive and well. Without saying a word, Yang rushed forward as did her sister, who immediately embraced each other and cried. They collapsed onto their knees as they continued to cry tears of relief. How did you get out?" Yang asked as she slowly regained her composure. "Brainiac, he left me alone," Ruby began to explain through her sniffles. "I was strapped to a table but I was able to use my semblance to escape. I ran, trying to find a way out, but then I heard this loud noise coming from below. I got here as fast as I could." Ruby buried her face into Yang's shoulder as she cried again. "I was so scared." "It's okay, I'm here now." Yang rubbed the top of Ruby's head. "He's not going to hurt you or anyone else." The two continued to hug and Ruby allowed herself to smile. "Guys, you need to see this," John's voice rang out, his tone horrified. Everyone turned to look at him, seeing that he was standing in front of a glowing wall. From their position, they couldn't see what lied within the wall, but from his appalled expression, it couldn't have been good. What is? Oh my God!" Weiss covered her mouth in shock and horror as she walked up to John, seeing exactly what he had been seeing. "John! Weiss!" Ruby shot up and out of Yang's arms while the others ran towards them. As they caught up and saw the glowing wall, they all gasped at the sight before them. "It's the cities." John couldn't even finish his sentence. There, inside of a deep cavern, floated large glass spheres, each glowing with a multitude of different lights. Inside those glass spheres, each larger than his chest, lied a miniaturized city. He would have dismissed them for models had he not seen the tiny creatures staring out of the spheres and at him. Atlas, Shade, Mistral, Quakuana. Blake breathed out heavily as she recognized the greatest of Remnant cities. Along with them, she saw thousands of other cities, each with different, alien designs and architectures from what she could only assume were an equal number of alien planets. Inside each sphere, she could also see thousands of creatures, some familiar yet most completely alien, staring straight at her. Whether it was out of hope, desperation, or curiosity, she did not know. He wasn't destroying them. Ren realized in abject horror. He was shrinking them. Putting them into bottles. That, BSTRD. Yang seethed with rage before gasping. He's going to do that to Vale. Oh, shit. We forgot to warn them. With wide eyes, John began to fumble for the radio and pulled it out, only to grit his teeth as he noted the busted device. Must have broken in the crash. Damn it, he threw the broken device to the ground and cursed their tunnel vision. We've got to get to the bridge. Ruby declared and ran to the open door. We still have time to stop this. What about the other cities? Blake asked as she and the others ran after the Red Huntress. One problem at a time. Ruby answered as they all sprinted out of the lab and up the spiraling ramp. Their legs strained as they continued to run upwards, never ceasing even as the spiral straightened. A few drones rounded a corner as they ran by and prepared to attack them, only for Ruby to decapitate them with a quick burst of petals before she continued to run upwards. As they did, they didn't notice how the metal box began to lightly glow and pulsate, their eyes only on their goal. Soon, the ramp began to spiral again, yet they still ran up it. Their legs began to burn as the ramp finally flattened out, ending in front of another large door. While the others paused to catch their breath, Yang continued forward and began to pound on the large door, her fists creating large dents. That will not be necessary, a monotone voice interrupted Yang's pounding as the doors hissed open. Inside, standing in front of a large glass screen overlooking a burning remnant, was Brainiac. Metal cables were attached to his body from various different ports and outlets, and the circles on his forehead glowed intensely. It appears that I underestimated your aura's recovery PRD. That mistake will not happen again. Brainiac. Yang hissed as her eyes turned red once more while Weiss quickly hid the metal box behind her back, suspended on a small glyph. Do you even realize what you've done? You've seen my preservation, he plainly replied, as if he didn't care they were in his presence. Preservation. John walked forward, shock and disbelief on his face. You call shrunken cities, with people inside, a preservation? Yes, Brainiac replied, his back still turned to the students. I do not expect you to understand my work, but what I do prevents cultures from dying and their accumulated knowledge from being lost. Enlighten us. Ren hissed as he drew Stormflower. How does bottling cities preserve my people? Brainiac paused. A hiss of air escaped the ports on his body as, one by one, the cables detached themselves from his body. Do you know what the most unique aspect of a civilization is? It is their culture, the sum of all the collected knowledge available to them. What I do is ensure that knowledge can last. What does bottling cities have to do with knowledge? Ruby snarled as she chambered her weapon, aiming it squarely on Brainiac's forehead. Once again, he didn't care. By preserving those cities, the greatest examples of a planet's culture, I am able to prevent that knowledge from dying. Your culture was on the cusp of collapse before I arrived, both from internal and external pressures. If not the Grimm by themselves, then your societal rifts would have ripped it apart on its own and consumed itself, with the Grimm finishing you off. Now, those pressures cannot threaten it, and your culture is preserved for eternity within my archives. How noble. Weiss chambered her last remaining stores of dust and readied herself. Beside her, Blake chambered Gamble's shroud and crouched down, holding both swords in her hands while Yang ped Ember Celica, arms raised in a fighting posture. This is your last warning, Ruby began to say as Nora hefted her hammer. Put our cities back and leave. Now. Or you'll kill me? Brainiac asked, his face expressionless. That's the idea, Nora darkly answered. Others far greater than you have tried. They all failed. Brainiac's declaration was met with silence. Then, everyone sprang forward as they charged the green alien. Ruby, using her semblance, was the first to arrive as she burst into petals then reformed above the alien menace. As she began to fall down, she began to fire her weapon at him, the heavy caliber bullets ricocheting off of his armor. She frowned, noting how they had no effect. It appeared that Brainiac's armor was much more durable than his drones. Deciding that a change in tactics was in order, she expanded Crescent Rose back into its scythe mode and closed the gap between them, the bullets of her friend's weapons pinging off of his armor, also doing nothing. They did, however, keep him distracted long enough for her to make contact. While she wasn't heavy enough to drive him to the ground, she was able to kick his head and use it as a springboard. With a flipping twirl, she swung her blade upwards and knocked into his chin, snapping his head upwards. As her feet touched the ground, she leapt forward to deliver a stab to where she assumed his heart was, only for the metallic alien to shift his body to the side and wrap his arm around Ruby's side. Helpless, she flailed as he lifted her up and brought her back down, stomach first, onto his raised knee. The air escaped from Ruby's lungs from the powerful blow, and she couldn't resist as he threw her to the side like discarded trash, ignoring the bullets still pinging off of his armor as he turned towards the others. As he did, Yang shot a shell behind her, using the recoil to close the gap just as he turned to face her. Wah! Yang shouted as she delivered a flying punch to Brainiac, knocking him across the jawline. Not letting up, she rained down blows upon his chest, each blow rocking him back and forth as he was knocked into a nearby wall. He attempted to counter, only for a sheet of ice to freeze his arm solid. Leaping over her partner, Blake kicked Brainiac's face as hard as she could. His head snapped back but quickly recovered. With minimal exertion, he freed his arm from the block of ice and prepared to throw a punch of his own, only for John to shield charge the alien, knocking him off balance. Lying on top of the alien, John began to slam down with his shield, using it as a bludgeon before attempting to stab, only for his arm to be caught by Brainiac's. Rising to his feet, Brainiac hurled John into Weiss, who with a cry was knocked to the ground, while he turned to deflect another blow from Yang. The metal box flew out its perch behind her back and skidded across the floor, and the pulsating glow grew slightly brighter. Enough of this, Brainiac muttered as he stomped towards the fallen students, only to be intercepted by gunfire. Ren charged him, forcing Brainiac to shield his face as the bullets impacted his arm. As Ren neared, Brainiac threw a punch, one that Ren nimbly dodged and kicked off of. He slashed Brainiac across the face and tried to deliver a spin kick, only for Brainiac to catch his leg. With a yelp, Ren was spun and slammed into the ground, and before he could recover, Brainiac stomped on him hard enough to dent the floor. Run! Nora screamed as she ran towards the alien. With his ever-present deadpan look, he kicked the fallen boy towards Nora, knocking the breath out of her as they flew backwards. Quickly, she got to her feet and charged forward, hammer raised high as she attempted to strike him down, only for Brainiac to catch the hammer with his bare hands. A futile endeavor. He didn't give Nora a chance to reply as he punched her 3 times in the gut in rapid succession, shattering the remains of her aura and causing her to cough up bile. She crumpled to the ground and whimpered, clutching her stomach in an attempt to stop the pain before she too was kicked away, this time into John, who managed to catch her. He sat her down to a nursing Weiss, a nasty bruise forming on her face while he himself had a split lip. Warm blood trickled out of it, a faint taste of copper on his tongue, but he didn't care as he glared at Brainiac. Blake was continuing her assault, his blows being absorbed by Blake's shadows, but he was catching on remarkably fast. As Blake attempted to avoid another blow, she was blindsided by a sideways kick to her back. She screamed as she flew out and impacted a nearby console, shattering it as she herself rolled across the ground before finally stopping. As she attempted to lift herself upward, her aura finally flickered out and she collapsed in a heap. Blake! Yang yelled as she and Pyrrha charged towards the alien. Pyrrha hurled her spear at the back of Brainiac's head, who sharply turned around and caught the spear inches from his face. Not missing a beat, Pyrrha leapt out and kicked him in the chin and wrenched the spear from his hands. As she spun, she hurled her shield which impacted his forehead and begun to swing her sword with expert skill and precision. Any blows he threw were subtly deflected by her semblance as she was joined by Yang, who delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin and knocked him back. As he staggered, Yang continued her assault, only for the alien to dodge underneath, elbow her in the throat, and throw her to the side as she gasped for breath, then turned back to face Pyrrha. He did not move towards her, and Pyrrha frowned slightly as he rubbed his chin, keeping her shield towards him. "Interesting," he responded, confusing the champion. "You're using your semblance to deflect my arms away from you, keeping you from harm." Pyrrha's eyes were wide now as he stood up straighter. "No matter. I have ways to compensate." The way he said it frightened her, but before she could react a loud noise shrieked above her. Pyrrha shot her head upwards only to see a massive claw shooting down towards her. Without thinking and operating on instinct, Pyrrha leapt backwards out of the way, forcing herself to incurve her body as another claw lunged for her. Seeing how she was about to land head first onto the metal floor, she moved out her hands and quickly performed a perfect handspring, using her momentum to kick Brainiac in the chest. He briefly staggered back, allowing Pyrrha to press her advantage as she swung her sword and punched with her shield. As another claw lunged for her, she ducked under it and grabbed hold of it with her semblance. With great strain, she twisted the claw until it hurtled towards Brainiac, who immediately intercepted with another claw from above, the force crushing them both. He briefly frowned, the largest showing of emotion they had seen since he'd arrived, but his face quickly returned to his characteristic deadpan look. To Pyrrha's worry, he did not appear winded while she was panting, a sheen of sweat covering her body from the exertion. Still, with more sluggish movements, she charged towards Brainiac to continue her fight, and as he threw another punch she attempted to deflect, only for her semblance to fail. In an instant, she realized exactly what he had done. He had thrown all of those claws at her to exhaust her, knowing that she would use her semblance to avoid the attack and to try and turn it around on him, that the strain would tire her out considerably. She attempted to block with her arm, only for the blow to shatter the remains of her aura. A loud crack was heard as her arm fractured, followed by a scream of pain that was silenced by another blow to her head, knocking her unconscious. As she fell to the ground, Brainiac lifted her body and threw her to the side. "Pyrrha!" John screamed as he charged towards the alien, sword at the ready. He swung downwards, only for Brainiac to catch the blade in this hand. With the other, he delivered a heavy barrage of powerful blows to John's head, eventually shattering his aura and driving him into the ground, thoroughly unconscious. As he prepared to stomp on John's head, Ruby, having finally recovered, intercepted the fallen boy in a cloud of petals while Weiss blocked his foot with her glyph, entrapping it. While Ruby tended to her fallen friends, Weiss formed an array of glyphs around Brainiac. Forming a final one behind her, she launched towards the metallic alien, delivering swift slices as she bounced from glyph to glyph, expending the last of her dust with each strike before finally stopping. Shrugging off the elemental strikes, he turned towards her, his attention now squarely on the heiress and away from the others, as she had planned. "Your family's semblance is most fascinating. So different in use and function from all the others," Brainiac mused as he tore his foot away from the glyph. "Its study will be most enlightening. I would rather die. Your survival is not needed for this process." Immediately, Brainiac unleashed metal tentacles from his back which swarmed the heiress, wrapping themselves around her. Before she could respond, he pulled her in close to deliver a powerful blow to her head, which she narrowly blocked with a glyph. Without missing a beat, Brainiac kneed her in the gut, then slammed her into the ground, followed by 3 swift punches. The third shattered her aura and he threw her to the side. As he walked away towards Yang, he idly noted that the last remaining huntresses were shooting at him, as they had been the entire time, but he paid it no heed. "Surrender now," he coldly ordered. You must see that it is lost. Burn in hell, Yang countered, then shot forward at Brainiac with a shotgun blast, fist outstretched. As she neared, Brainiac turned to the side and outstretched his arm, clotheslining the huntress and flipping her onto the ground. To her credit, she quickly rose to her feet and charged again, delivering powerful punches to the alien, who swiftly deflected each blow before countering with swift jabs to her face and knocking her into a nearby console with enough force to shatter it into a shower of sparks. As Yang staggered, Brainiac grabbed her head and brought it down onto his rising knee, knocking her back and allowing him to punch her across the jawline and spinning her around in a daze. She barely noticed when Brainiac lifted her up off the ground, then slammed her back down. Not finished, he grabbed the back of her jacket, lifted her up and spun before releasing her, sending her flying into a wall with a loud clang. At this, her aura finally shattered, yet she still tried to rise off the ground defiantly before collapsing. Ruby, having turned her attention towards her fallen partner, saw this with wide eyes as Brainiac lifted Yang off the ground, his fist clenched around her throat as he began to squeeze. The action roused Yang from unconsciousness, and with wide, terrified eyes began to choke and gasp for air, trying in vain to pry the hand from her throat. Yang! Ruby screamed as she raced towards Brainiac, knocking herself into his arm and dislodging her sister while hitting him in the face with the blunt end of her scythe. With a quick burst of petals, she carried her gasping sister to safety, depositing her next to the others while she went back to face him head-on. She raced towards the alien, turning into petals as she danced around him. She would reform to deliver a slice before bursting away as he tried to counter-attack, reforming again to attack once more and repeating the process ad nauseum for several moments. Deep scratches finally began to appear on Brainiac's armor, having been worn down from the fighting, but it wasn't enough. With each use of her semblance, Brainiac's attacks were getting closer and closer, and she herself was getting slower. Finally, as Ruby attempted another swing, Brainiac caught her weapon and held it in place, extending his tentacles around her arm. She tried to rip her arm free, but found that she couldn't. Immobilized, she couldn't stop Brainiac from delivering a powerful sideways kick to her side. She gasped as the blow ripped her from the tentacle's hold and threw her to the side, causing her to roll on the ground before stopping at the feet of her friends, all lying on the ground. Shakily, Ruby propped herself up with crescent rows and stared defiantly at the slowly advancing alien, one of her eyes swollen shut while her lip was split. I. She stammered before collapsing onto her knees. Brainiac continued to walk towards her, and with one final act of defiance she shifted Crescent Rose into a rifle and fired, hitting him in the head. The shot did nothing. When Brainiac calmly approached the kneeling girl, he violently brought his fist down on her head, shattering the remains of her aura and knocking her to the ground. Her vision blurred and she almost passed out, but with tremendous effort was able to keep her from doing so. No. Ruby grasped the pain as she attempted once more to push off the ground, tears threatening to pour out of her. As I said, Brainiac repeated before casually placing his foot on her head, pushing her to the ground and making her whimper, a futile effort. At that, he walked away back to his console. With a great amount of strain, Ruby forced herself to look at him as the cables reattached themselves to his body. The glass screen in front of him sprung to life and showed the city of Vale, and at once Ruby's eye widened. No. She whimpered as Brainiac's ship fired upon Vale, engulfing it in a wave of light, which blinded her and roused the others from their unconscious states. As they took in the sight of the light, it died down to only reveal a crater where Vale once rested. Planet R 2003T's preservation is now complete, Brainiac announced as he took it in. A ghost of a smile flashed across his face, only to disappear as soon as it arrived. You, heartless monster. Ruby grunted out as she forced herself onto her knees. Brainiac ignored her as a holographic display appeared above him. A sinking feeling formed in Ruby's gut, but before she could call out, he pressed a button. At once, a thin green beam shot down towards the planet, striking in the heart of what was once Vale. The beam burrowed its way deep into Remnant's crust and passed into the mantle. Not ceasing, it continued forward into the outer core before finally striking the inner core. Once there, the beam coalesced into an orb before exploding. The force destabilized the core, shattering it and causing a spontaneous collapse, which quickly spread across the entire planet. Fire erupted from large cracks along the crust, vaporizing the oceans in an instant as the atmosphere disintegrated. Large columns of fire and magma shot out like geysers, and what was once a world teeming with life was now a molten ball of fire. Even that did not last long, as one final crack appeared, one too many for the planet to handle. In an instant, the planet exploded, the shockwave buffeting Brainiac's ship and knocking the metal box closer to Ruby, who did not notice as it impacted her thigh. Neither did the others as they stared in silent horror at what was once their world, now floating chunks of smoldering rock. "Why, you?" The words barely came out of Ruby's dry mouth. Her heartbeat thundered within her, and she didn't know what to do. Why? I had no need of it to gather the knowledge needed, Brainiac explained as if it was obvious. Remnant cities will be preserved until such a time as I have gathered all the information I can from them. Then, I will dispose of them to allow for their capsules to be used for other cities. You monster, you. John gasped out in accusation, unable to finish his sentence. How is that preservation? They do not need to be alive for them to be preserved, Brainiac calmly stated, his back still turned to them. Only their collected knowledge. That is far more important than any lives lost. No. Blake whimpered. Your feelings on this matter are inconsequential, Brainiac declared as he removed the tubing from his body. He turned back towards the students, prepared to recapture them for study, when he finally noticed the box beside them. The mother box. His eyes actually widened as the metal box began to violently shake and glow. Everyone's attention was directed towards it as it recoiled away and began to pulsate wildly. The centers of each square moved and pulsed, segments flying out then back in like water, revealing a white glow beneath it. He sprinted towards them, tentacles reaching and his arm outstretched towards the shaking box, only for it to explode into light. At once, a column of light erupted around the fallen students. They screamed in fright as the boom tube pulsated around them and dragged them upwards towards it. As they passed, the ship began to shake violently from the force exerted, holes and tears appearing everywhere, above and below the bridge. From the shaking force, Brainiac's engines cut off, causing the ship to cease moving. Finally, as Ruby, now clutching the mother box like a lifeline, entered the boom tube, it collapsed in on itself, sending a shockwave that rocked the ship and its contents, knocking Brainiac to the ground and sending sparks flying everywhere. Explosions rocked the ship for a few moments and then ceased. Only then did Brainiac rise to his feet. With precise steps, he walked over to the location of the boom tube's creation, a large Omega sign now burned onto the ground. How did I not see this? He muttered to himself as he ran over the battle in his head. Quickly an answer revealed itself, and Brainiac shook his head in frustration. He had been so focused on the battle, he had let the small device escape his view, despite the fact that the white-haired female walked in with it. He momentarily cursed himself for the lapse in judgment before moving on. Right now, the priority was fixing his ship. With the debris field around him, it would not be hard to gather the needed materials. Then, he would find out just where the boom tube had taken them. Once he did, he would find them again. It did not matter where they went or who opposed him. In a solar system far from Remnant's own, on the third planet in a system of 8, on one of the 7 continents of the lush and fertile world, a man and a woman sat in a diner. They had known each other for years, been co-workers at the same newspaper. At first, they were just close friends, but that, over time, blossomed into something more. You were right, the brunette woman said as she drank her milkshake, these are really good. What did I tell you? The man smiled, his eyes mirthful as he looked through his glasses. So thick you need a spoon. How'd you come across this place, anyway? I saw it one day while I was with Bruce, the man revealed. I saw it out Of the corner of my eye and figured, why not? Been in love with the place ever since. I see, the woman nodded with a knowing smile. Tell me, did Bruce join you? You know how he is. He shrugged. Diana liked it, though. Ha, I bet she did. She loves everything about Metropolis. Something tells me that if she had her way, Bruce would have been dragged along. Probably. The man laughed along with the woman. Slowly, the laughter died down and they continued to eat their milkshakes and burgers in silence. Clark, the woman softly spoke, I've been meaning to ask you something. What is it, Lois? Clark asked in concern. Lois looked at him, a question she had been wanting to ask for years on her lips, but she sighed and shook her head. It's nothing, never mind. Lois was interrupted by a loud explosion that rang across the metropolis air, attracting everyone's attention. Cars stopped on the street as people looked up into the sky, trying to find the source of the boom. Soon, it was followed by screams as people began to run. With a start, Clark and Lois left money on the table as they left the diner, Lois pulling out a pen and notepad as she did. Quickly, they saw a telltale phenomenon beginning to open over Metropolis, and Lois pursed her lips. A boom tube, she muttered as she quickly began jotting down on her notepad and pulled out her phone. Jimmy, get over here. Boom tube on corner of 5th and West. On my way, Lois. Jimmy Olsen quickly replied before hanging up. Alright, Smallville. Come on, let's. Lois Lane turned around to look for her junior, only to sigh as she noticed he was already absent. Of course he's gone. As the people around him continued to run, Clark Kent ran into a nearby alley. He tossed his glasses aside and continued to run, the people behind him not noticing as he ripped off his buttoned shirt, revealing a blue garment with a gold diamond in the center of his chest, a red S emblazoned on it. No one witnessed with Clark Kent shedding the rest of his clothes, revealing his blue and red outfit underneath, a red cape behind him. Everyone cheered when Superman flew in and stopped in front of the boom tube, ready to face whatever came out. Chapter 2, The Justice League. She was falling. The world around her was pure white light. No noise, no pain, no feeling. Ruby was just falling through the white void, struggling to stay awake, but everything just felt so peaceful. Serene might be the better word for it. Her vision began to blur as simply staying awake became a monumental struggle. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could see dark human-shaped blurs falling above her. She couldn't identify who was who, but she knew that they were her friends. That comforted her, somewhat, as that meant that they were still together. Brainiac had taken everything else. Her consciousness was fading now, but as she did, the white light that surrounded her grew even brighter, almost blinding. It soon disappeared, and the silence she was just beginning to grow accustomed to was replaced by sirens, horns, and other sounds straight out of a bustling city. Ruby could see blurry outlines of tall buildings shooting past her as she fell, and from the height of those buildings, Ruby could guess that she was very high up. Even if she had aura, a fall from how high she thought she was would almost certainly be fatal. Yet, she somehow couldn't bring herself to care. The last thing she felt before losing consciousness was soft yet strong arms gently catching her. She looked to see a man looking down on her in concern. Then, everything went black. 5 minutes earlier. Lois, this is nuts. Jimmy Olsen half whispered, half yelled to Lois as they continued to watch the boom tube pulse. By now, half of the Metropolis Police Department was getting into position around the portal, along with the U.S. Army. After Darkseid, the White Martians, and the Thanarganians, they weren't taking any chances. Snipers were poking their rifles out of the nearby office buildings on nearly every floor, ready to pick off anything that might come out. A few tanks were lining up on the street, backed by missile trucks and a small army of uniformed police officers, SWAT, and soldiers. Sandbags were already being emplaced and fortified with rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. Apache gunships were hovering overhead, their weapons locked and ready to fire. Occasionally, a flight of A-10s could be seen flying overhead. Yet, all of that paled to the man wearing red and blue spandex floating in front of all of them. Camera on the action, Jimmy, Lois immediately replied, her eyes never leaving the developing story in front of them. Already she was noting down every detail for the Daily Planet article she was going to write about this. The number of soldiers, police officers, tanks and everything in between. Still, she would be lying to herself if she said she wasn't at all nervous. Truth was, she was terrified. Boom tubes were never a good sign, not by themselves but from what usually came out of them. But, every time her gaze turned over to Superman, that fear lifted and was replaced with hope. He had that effect on people, her in particular. Whether he was wearing tights or a pair of glasses. If only he would simply tell her what she had already figured out. Lois, you're frowning again, Jimmy cut into her brooding. Shaking her head, Lois cleared her thoughts and focused on the action, pointedly ignoring the smirk Jimmy was giving her as he continued to take photos of everything in sight. John, talk to me. What does the watchtower say about the boom tube? Anything about what's coming through it? Superman called out into his radio earpiece. Unknown, the ever-calm voice of John Johns, the Martian Manhunter, replied over the radio. All we can determine is that the boom tube's end point is not from Apocalypse or any presently known location, and that the number of lifeforms inside is too small to get an accurate read for an estimate. A small group at most. Which means someone must have found a mother box and activated it, bringing them here. But why? Superman mused, his eyes never leaving the growing pulsations high above the metropolis skyline. Even after nearly half an hour of no signs of anything coming out, he was on guard and ready for whatever emerged. Flash, Batman, and Wonder Woman are already on their way and will be there soon, as are Hawkgirl and Green Lantern. I'll be down there momentarily as well. Negative, John. We need you up there in mission control, the gravelly voice of Batman cut into the radio. Almost as soon as he did, a sleek black jet flew in from above and a black form ejected from it. Superman immediately recognized Batman's experienced dive and made no move to intercept. That decision turned to be accurate as Batman unfolded his cape and slowed his freefall into a graceful glide, landing next to Superman. And I'm already here, he finished speaking. If he didn't know any better, Superman would almost think Batman was amused in saying that, but this was Batman they were talking about. Ah, bats beat me. Barry Allen, the Flash, whined through the radio. No fair. I got caught up stopping Boomerang and Captain Cold trying to rob the Central City Bank and Mirror Master trying to kill me. Again. How soon can you get here? Batman ignored the whining, earning an amused chuckle from the Kryptonian. Be there in about 5 minutes. I'd be there sooner, but there was a wreck on. I gotta drop them off at a hospital first. Keep us posted. Superman out. Clicking the radio off, Superman momentarily took his eyes off the boom tube to look at Batman, whose expression remained grim as he studied the phenomenon intensely. So, any thoughts? It's not Apocalypse, Batman immediately replied, otherwise we'd already have an army of parademons coming through. Given how long the boom tube's been open, it's likely that either the boom tube wasn't open properly, or the distance is extremely far from Earth, possibly both. Agreed. Would explain why it's still forming. Superman turned his attention back to the boom tube. Its pulsing was growing faster by the second. That could only mean that whatever was inside would be through momentarily. Who would have a mother box, though? That's a question we'll have to ask whoever used it, Batman replied. Suddenly, the pulsation stopped as the boom tube fully materialized, a white circle hovering over the city. At once the sounds of safeties being flipped off and rockets moving into position sounded off around them. Batman tensed, his hand reaching for a batarang, but Superman stayed calm. He focused on the boom tube, trying to see whatever was coming through. He could faintly see some dark shapes coming through it. Row, Superman muttered as the first shape fell through the portal. It wasn't a parade mon, a robot, or some other alien menace. It was a child. A broken, unconscious child falling through the air like a lead brick. Without a second thought, Superman flew through the air as fast as he could towards the falling child. He could see it was a young girl, at most 16 years of age, wearing a tattered skirt with leggings. Her hair was the darkest red he had ever laid his eyes on, appearing almost black before showing its true color at the tips. Clutched to her side was a dark metallic mother box, answering the question as to how she got here. His attention, however, was no longer on the mother box. Dark bruises marred her otherwise pale skin, some of which became painfully obvious as he gently caught her. For a moment, she looked at him as if she were surprised that she didn't die, revealing her silver eyes to him before finally falling unconscious. "Get her down here, now," Batman ordered, already directing medics to receive the girl. Just as Superman turned to gently fly down, 7 more bodies fell out of the boom tube. 2 boys and 5 girls. This time, they were accompanied by a rain of black globs and a large tube of a tar-like substance, along with several battered weapons, but Superman paid them no heed. He was already on the nearest child, a blond boy wearing shattered white armor over a rabbit-marked hoodie, then turned into a blur to catch the rest of the falling children. Like the silver-eyed girl, they too were unconscious and heavily injured. One girl's arm was completely shattered. "Who did this to you?" he asked, mostly to himself as he gently carried the 8 children to the street. A stretcher was already waiting for him, with 7 more being rolled out by army medics. As his feet touched the ground, he turned into a blur once more to gently lay the children on the stretchers and watched as they were carried off to a nearby medical tent. They were only children, Superman breathed out, continuing to watch them being carried away. What happened to them? Whoever did this? Batman clenched his fist in anger. "Wait, hold up. What's this about children?" Flash called out over the radio, his voice sounding concerned. 8 teenagers, mostly women, fell out of the boom tube. Batman immediately responded. All were beaten and unconscious. Wounds and bruising indicate blunt force trauma. Someone beat up children. Flash was angry now. What the hell? I'm almost there. Hurry, Batman replied as he turned back towards where the boom tube was just a moment ago. It was gone now, telling him that nothing else was coming through. For a moment, he allowed himself to think it might be over, only for him to remember the tar that fell through earlier. To his alarm, the substance was leaking out of the large tube, and the droplets from before were beginning to accumulate into a large pool. The army had begun to take notice and aimed their weapons at the black mass, a few nervously swaying as the pool began to bubble and churn. I'm beginning to think that wasn't tar, Superman announced as he floated next to Batman. His vision cycled through every wavelength, trying to see what it was. All he saw was a dark void. What in the world? Before Batman could ask what he saw, the pool began to move. A large body slowly rose out of the pool, black tar dripping off of its form to reveal a black mass of fur underneath. More tar fell away to reveal bone-white protrusions lining its body, including a skull-like mask over its snout. It looked vaguely like a wolf, if that wolf walked on 2 legs and looked like it used them to escape hell. Hundreds of red dots marked the wolf-like creature, only for more to come out of the pool beside it, splitting everyone's attention. Other shapes then appeared, only these looked like large bears or a strange dinosaur-like creature that was mostly jaws. The first wolf shifted its gaze around lazily as everyone tried to determine what to do. Several were beginning to grow fearful, which only increased once the creatures turned their attention towards them. Then, at once, they all roared and began to charge. Open fire. At once, a rain of fire descended onto the black horde. A series of large explosions, both from missiles and tank shells, annihilated many, bullets carving through their thin hides like hot knives through butter. Yet, as a single creature went down, 5 more rose out of the pit to take its place. The army continued to cut them down, but as more rose up they began to notice how more armored creatures started appearing. These were more durable, bullets and missiles not affecting them as much, but they still fell against the onslaught. Still, they began to charge towards the army, ignoring their fallen brethren as they snarled. Bullets and missiles tore into the creatures, several of them slain, but the rest continued their advance. As one neared a terrified Metropolis police officer, a red and blue blur slammed into the black wolf into a nearby building. The force cracked the concrete, forming a small crater as Superman held the creature in place, its jaws and forelimbs struggling to free itself yet doing nothing to the Kryptonian. Taking in a deep breath, Superman blew freezing air out of his pursed lips at the creature, forming crystals of ice that froze the beast solid. He couldn't rest, however, as screams rang out behind him. Turning around, Superman saw more creatures descending onto the army, their weapons proving mostly useless as the soldiers fired desperately into the swarming mass. At once, red beams of intense heat shot out of Superman's eyes, burning holes into the creatures and carving many into smoking husks. "Captain, move your men back, now. Focus on keeping them contained," Superman ordered as he blurred between several different creatures at once, delivering powerful punches to each one in his path. The supersonic blows created loud booms that shattered glass along with creating small divots in the road beneath him. Idly, he noted a few stray shots bouncing off of his skin, but he paid them no heed. They weren't hurting him, after all. He could hear the sounds of the soldiers falling back, several of them continuing to fire and covering their retreat. A few creatures made to go after them, but Superman quickly moved towards the attackers and destroyed them. "What are these things?" Superman yelled as he killed another creature. Thick black smoke was beginning to fill the air, and with wide eyes he realized they were being emitted from the creatures' corpses. "They're disintegrating." "I know." Batman shouted as he dived away from one of the large bear-like creatures, its powerful claws breaking a concrete pillar in half. As he did, he threw a trio of batarangs towards it, only to note that the devices merely sank into the fur to no effect. "Oomph," he growled as he rolled to his feet. Again, the creature leapt towards him, forcing Batman to pull out his grappling gun and zip to a nearby balcony. Given how the massive creature created a large crater where he once stood, he was glad he did. To his side, one of the wolves reared up and leapt 10 feet into the air, landing on the balcony with him. Taking a defensive posture, Batman ducked and weaved around the wolf's wild swings, occasionally throwing a few punches and kicks for good measure. Like the batarangs from before, they did nothing, and as the wolf swung its arms in downward swings, Batman backflipped away and spring-boarded off his hands. As he flew through the air, he threw another trio of batarangs at the creature, only this time when they sank into fur, a red dot began rapidly blinking on each of them before violently exploding in a ball of concussive fire. That had an effect on the creature, disorienting it enough for the crime fighter to rain rapid punches on its skull. The earlier resistance came back and forced Batman to kick away from the wolf, leaving behind a spray of foam on its chest. Idly, the creature noted it and poked the substance with one of its claws, almost as if in curiosity. This was all the distraction Batman needed as he detonated the explosive foam, the force destroying the chest cavity and throwing the wolf off the balcony. Black smoke emitted from the street below, telling Batman it was dead. Without pause, Batman grappled over to another balcony on the other side of the street, one that offered a higher vantage point on the chaos below. Superman was still handling most of the creatures on the ground, none of them standing a chance against the infinitely strong alien, but several kept attempting to attack the retreating army, forcing him to break off and kill the stragglers. This meant that the pool wasn't being taken care of, despite the fact that the gunships were firing everything they had into it. More creatures were rising out of the pool, a few in particular looking like large birds. Many were immediately filled with holes and began disintegrating, but a few managed to surviving the onslaught. Then, as the birds spread their wings and cawed, they took off into the air and shot large feathers at the helicopters firing at them. The Apaches attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The large feathers pierced the armor and glass cockpits, showering the insides with red sprays as the gunship spun out of control and crashed onto the ground. Most of them exploded on contact, but one didn't and merely skidded across the ground. Through the shattered glass, Batman saw the co-pilot struggling to free herself as several of the creatures swarmed her, only for explosive batarangs to be thrown at the horde, detonating on impact. Now disoriented, Batman exploited the opening and grappled over to the downed helicopter, shattered the glass with a well-aimed punch, and pulled the pilot out of her seat. Just as the creatures began to reorient themselves, Batman clasped the pilot close to his side and grappled the two of them to safety, dropping her off next to one of the snipers in a nearby building. "Thank you, Batman," she cried out as one of the spotters began tending to her. With a silent nod, Batman went back out to another vantage point, and with a grimace he watched as creatures continued to appear from the pool. "We need to destroy that pool," Batman yelled over the radio as surface-to-air missiles shot down the avian creatures, only for more birds to appear and fire feathers at the launchers, destroying them. He pressed a few buttons on his gauntlet before diving away from a number of feathers being fired towards him. As he fell, he grappled to another ledge away from the leaping jaws, dropping down freeze grenades as he did. Filled with the same compound used in Victor Fry's freeze gun, the creatures became sealed in blocks of ice, but a few quickly began cracking as the creatures struggled to free themselves. "Working on it," Superman shouted as he flew up to one of the birds at supersonic speeds. The force of the impact crumpled the large avian, the ensuing shockwave shattering many glass panels. He then blew hurricane-force winds at another bird, sending it crashing into the ground and crushing many creatures under its massive body. While it struggled to get up, 2 beams of heat burned into its skull, boiling the brain and killing it instantly. Like the others, its body began to turn into smoke. The 2 remaining birds cried out and turned away. "They're getting away," Superman yelled out as he prepared to fly after them. "No, stay here. I'll take care of them," Batman countered as the Batwing flew back in, firing machine guns and missiles into the horde below. It paused to hover overhead, allowing Batman to grapple into the underside. He pushed another button on his gauntlet, and the underside of the plane opened and descended, allowing him to climb inside and strap himself to the pilot's seat. With another roar of the engines, the Batwing flew off after the large birds. "Be careful," Superman called out over the radio as the Batwing disappeared behind a building while he flew back down to the street below. His landing created a powerful shockwave, lifting the ground beneath him and launching several of the creatures into the air with broken, mangled bodies. By now almost all of their attention was on him, completely ignoring the fire from the army, now a respectable distance away. A few times tank shells and missiles exploded across the horde, but they paid them no heed as they focused entirely on Superman. He could only guess that they recognized him as the bigger threat. They were right, but that didn't mean they could do anything about it as Superman grabbed one of the dinosaur-like creatures and ripped it in half. He threw one smoking chunk at a large bear and another at one of the wolves, only for a spikier bear to crash into him. It raised its arms and swung downward, only for the claws to shatter against his body. Smirking, Superman delivered a supersonic headbutt onto the creature, shattering its skull and causing it to fall backwards. Black smoke wisped off of it as Superman prepared to attack another one, only for a red blur to zoom through several at once. "Sorry I'm late," Flash smiled as he vibrated in place. A nearby wolf moved to attack him, only for Flash to turn into a blur as he punched it into a heaping black mass. As it keeled over, it began to turn into smoke and the other creatures paused and looked at the two warily. "What are these things?" "No idea, but they aren't alive," Superman revealed as the creatures stirred among themselves. "They keep coming out of that nearby pool, but I can't get to it and risk the creatures going after anyone." "Well then, we need to buy you that opening," Flash stated as he faced the creatures. At once, the horde charged them yet again, only this time a few of them ran off in separate directions. "I got M," Flash yelled as he ran after the creatures. The world slowed as the fastest man alive ran through the horde, delivering punches to each creature he passed. The force shattered whatever part of the body he struck, whether it be arm, chest, or head until he finally arrived at his targets. He grabbed one and threw it into another, the bony spikes impaling the thrown creature while he shattered the skull of the other. By now, the other creatures were slowly beginning to realize what was happening, but their attempts to counter were like moving through molasses to the Flash. In an instant, he delivered a hurricane of punches and jabs to one of the creature's chest, shattering its ribs and what he could only assume to be its internal organs. Black blood dripped from its jaws as it slowly began to keel over, and Flash moved on to another target to deliver a supersonic spin kick. The kick decapitated the wolf, rocketing its head into the chest of one of the bears, caving it in and causing half of it to explode. The last one had begun to swing its claws at where Flash was just a few seconds ago, and with a smirk he vibrated his arms and stabbed it through its back, then pulled out a dark red and still beating heart. "Ew, ew," he whined as he threw the heart away. The world suddenly turned to normal as the group he had dealt with began to turn into smoke. Another creature attempted to swipe at him, only for its head to explode from the concentrated fire of several snipers. "Thanks, guys." Flash gave a thumbs up before running back into the horde. He could see Superman was continuing to draw the creature's attention, and as he raced to help his comrade, he stopped as a large glob began to emerge from the pool. It dwarfed all the others and drew Superman's attention as the tar began to fall away, revealing white tusks and a large hairless body. "It's an elephant," Flash numbly noted before being struck by one of the bears. He hurtled through the air and struck a metal trash can, caving it in while breaking his impromptu flight. As the bear advanced, a green rocket struck the bear and disintegrated it. More green lights appeared, taking the shape of several different weapons, including swords and axes, which began to carve the horde apart. "Thanks, GL," Flash noted as he rose to his feet, "but I had it handled." "Damn it, Flash, take this seriously." John Stewart, a Green Lantern, chastised Flash as he created a green minigun and began firing it into the horde. At the same time, Hawkgirl flew in from above and, using her nth metal mace, descended onto the creatures and began swinging. "Wag," she yelled as she crushed the skull of a bear under her swing. "They just keep coming." Another wolf attempted to attack her from behind, only for her to extend out one of her wings and strike it back. Green Lantern prepared to fire upon it, only for an armored woman to fall out of the sky and crush it underfoot. Diana, Green Lantern greeted the Wonder Woman, who smiled warmly even as more of the black creatures descended upon her. She unsheathed her sword and began to cleave her way through them, using her shield to block a downward swipe from a bear. The force buckled the ground beneath her, but rather than seem worried, she seemed amused. She swiped upward, cleaving the bear in half from hip to shoulder, and as the smoking body fell away, she leapt back from more of the creatures. "What are these things?" she asked as another attacked her. She kicked it away, her Amazonian strength caving in the chest while hitting yet another creature's neck with her shield, breaking it with a loud crack. "Was kind of hoping you knew." Green Lantern shouted as he grabbed hold of several of the creatures in a green stasis field. They struggled to break free, only for the former Marine to crush them inside the sphere. He then threw the shattered remains at the largest elephant he had ever seen, which was currently wrestling with Superman. "We need to keep them contained. Flash, maintain the perimeter." Diana ordered as she unfurled her lasso and hurled the loop towards one of the wolves. She then twisted it around her leg while blocking another claw with her shield and stabbing a wolf through the underside of the jaw, then pulled her leg back. The lassoed creature swung through the air, knocking over anything in its path, whether it be cars, concrete pillars, or one of its own. As it skidded to the ground, she pulled the lasso towards her and then met the wolf with the tip of her sword, stabbing it through the open maw. It stirred slightly before going still. "It's like they have no minds of their own," Diana observed as she chopped off a dinosaur-like creature's head. "They should have retreated by now. I noticed." Superman grunted as he continued to wrestle with the elephant. Suddenly, a massive scorpion-like creature emerged from the pool and crashed into Superman, knocking him through a wall. The two giants then turned towards the still-firing army and began to charge. Wonder Woman lassoed one of the elephant's tusks and attempted to hold it in place, but it merely turned its head and swung her into a nearby building, then continued its charge. By now the entirety of the army's firepower was focused on the charging creatures. Bullets burrowed into them while rockets exploded across the thick hide and bony armor, but they still continued their stampede. Green Lantern attempted to erect green brick walls to stop the charge, but the elephant and scorpion merely broke through them. Then the tanks began firing both the gunner's machine gun and the main cannons at them, the blast staggering them. Yet, they continued to advance, forcing the tanks to back up while firing. The scorpion finally went down and began to smoke, while the elephant made it to the nearest tank and crushed it underfoot. Soldiers began to scream and fire wildly at the creature, but their weapons didn't faze it as it stabbed another tank with its tusks then hurled it towards a group of soldiers. With a final scream, they ducked down and covered their heads in a futile attempt at shielding themselves, only for the crushing weight to never come. Looking up, they saw Superman holding the wrecked tank in place while firing his heat vision at the elephant, halting its advance and throwing it to the ground. "Don't worry, I got this handled," he said as he gently laid the tank on the ground. Flying to the top of the turret, he pried open the tank and gently helped the shaken survivors out. He then grabbed hold of the barrel and, like a baseball bat, swung the tank into the side of the creature's head, caving part of it in and breaking one of the tusks in half. Dazed, the creature attempted to fight on, only for Superman to grab hold of it and wrestle it to the ground. It continued to struggle, even as Superman threw powerful punches at the creature, each blow creating a shockwave and crushing part of its skull. Finally, he grabbed the remaining tusk, ripped it off, and stabbed the elephant through the eye, killing it instantly. The soldiers watched amazed as Superman flew back into the fray, with a few of them beginning to cheer, even as they continued to fire at any creature that attempted to flee. They heard a roar of jets overhead as the Batwing returned, flanked by two A-10s, chasing the final bird before firing upon it with their machine guns. The high-caliber rounds tore into the avian, sending it plummeting into the horde below, which was joined by the A-10 strafing run, eliminating most of the remaining creatures. It was then that an underside compartment opened underneath the Batwing, revealing a single bomb that dropped towards the pool. It exploded on contact, releasing a cloud of freezing gas that froze everything it touched completely solid, including the pool. "What was that?" Flash asked, returning from taking out a few stragglers while Batman ejected from the Batwing. "Fermionic gas, supercooled to a few degrees above absolute zero," Batman revealed as he glided to a stop. "Had to freeze the Gotham River once, long story." "I would very much like to hear that story." "No. Ah, man. What if I want to hear the story?" Diana gently asked as she walked over to them, an amused smile on her face. Batman said nothing as he walked over to the frozen tar pool. Taking out a small hammer from his utility belt, he broke up a frozen chunk and held it to his face, closely examining it. No traces of any organic material, he noted as his cowl scanned the substance in front of him. He then turned to the Flash and tossed him the frozen piece, who clumsily bounced it between his hands before finally catching it. "We need more samples of this. Find out exactly what these things are," Batman revealed as he continued to take samples. "We can use the equipment on the watchtower to better analyze the substance." "I'm on it," Flash nodded before turning into a blur. He began taking more and more samples off of the frozen pool as well as a few off of the creatures themselves. Those he ended up discarding immediately as they simply turned to dust in his hand. "That's weird," Flash noted as he continued to collect samples. Finally, when he had gathered an armful of samples, he returned to Batman as he motioned to Superman, who was hovering overhead. "You all set?" the Kryptonian asked, to which Batman silently nodded. He nodded back then stared at the pool. His eyes burned red before twin beams of heat shot out from them, striking the center of the frozen pool. The ice turned red and boiled hot, and the black tar underneath began to burn away as did the frozen corpses. After a few minutes of concentration, he stopped, and nothing was left. At once, cheers echoed around them as police, soldiers, and citizens of both Metropolis and the world celebrated their hero's victory. All except for one, who watched with contempt down from his tower. "So they won again," the bald man muttered, his arms crossed behind his back. As soon as the boom tube opened, he had retreated to his tower. No doubt existed in his mind that, with the alien already present, whatever came through would be repulsed. That wasn't to say that he didn't hope that the alien would fall, but he had to acknowledge the inevitable. Very few beings could hope to stand against the man of steel and hope to emerge victorious. He was one of them. Mr. Luther, an Asian woman announced as she walked into the penthouse, wearing a dark brown suit and holding a clipboard in her hand. We were able to contain one of the creatures and a few samples of the tar-like substance. The tar is being transported back to one of LexCorp's offshore labs, but the creature committed suicide and disintegrated upon being contained. Is that so? Lex Luthor asked as he continued to watch the so-called heroes below. The woman nodded, and Lex shook his head. Unfortunate, but at least it wasn't a total loss. How many of the mercenaries survived? Out of 20, 5 were killed and 10 were crippled. Tragic. Lex's voice was insincere, ensure they can't be traced back to LexCorp. I already sent in the order, she responded with a smirk. As far as the world is concerned, 20 police officers heroically lost their lives trying to bring the creatures down. Schedule a press conference to commemorate their loss and their families, along with the other lives lost today, Lex said as he turned to face the woman. Oh, and Mercy. Find out everything you can about the aliens that came through before the creatures. Of course, sir. They're all so young, Diana muttered as she watched over the unconscious teenagers. IVs connected them to saline bags while monitors displayed their heartbeats and blood pressures. Medics tended to them, already applying a cast to a red-haired girl wearing armor that looked like it came straight out of ancient Greece. If Diana didn't know any better, she'd think the girl was an Amazon like her. Do you think the creatures did this? Superman asked as he looked into their bodies with his X-ray vision. They have some bruising and broken bones, but luckily no internal bleeding or ruptures. No, none of their wounds indicate an animal attack, Batman observed. We'd see bite marks, gashes, or similar wounds. All we have are bruises and broken bones. And burns. A lot of burns, Green Lantern noted. From what I can see, plasma bolts. Low intensity, but that's usually combined with a lot of M. You mean someone was shooting at them, too? Flash asked with wide eyes. Darkseid? If it was Darkseid, they'd be dead already, Superman grimly pointed out. No, this was someone else. Someone who had a mother box, Hawkgirl pointed out and shook her head. This entire thing is just turning into one big mess. What are we going to do? We take them to the watchtower, Batman noted, drawing everyone's attention. You can't be serious, Diana protested. I am. The others moved to protest further, but Batman silenced them by holding up his hand. Just in case you haven't fully realized, they had a mother box with them. One of the most powerful supercomputers in the universe, capable of things we can barely comprehend, and they had one. That can only mean trouble, and the Justice League is the most equipped to handle it. Are you saying they're a threat? Green Lantern accused, to which Batman merely stared him down. No. They aren't a threat. Whatever did this, he pointed to them in emphasis, is. We don't know where they came from or who had the mother box before they got it. I can only assume that its previous owner is responsible for their injuries. And it's highly likely that they'll come here, next, Superman finished Batman's thought. Yes. Batman nodded. There's another reason why we need to take them to the watchtower. Waller and Luthor, Diana realized with a grimace. Exactly. 8 unconscious aliens just fell out of the sky and were followed by hostile creatures, the likes of which we had never seen before. They and others like them are going to want to know exactly what they are. No matter what happens to them, Superman nodded. I'm with Batman. We take them up to the watchtower. When you put it like that, so am I, Flash agreed. Diana and the others nodded as well. I'll go talk to General Swanwick, get him to release them into our custody. John, prepare the teleporter, Superman spoke into the radio. Already prepped and ready. Green Arrow and Black Canary are on standby to take them to the medical bay, John's voice rang out. Thanks. Oh, and Lois, Superman suddenly turned around to face the entrance to the tent. At first, no one was there, only for a young brunette to step out, followed by a young man with freckles and red hair. If you could make sure no pictures of them make it into the Daily Planet tomorrow. Don't worry, Superman, Lois smiled and shook her head. But, I will expect an interview later. Always itching for that story, aren't you? Superman smiled. I'll be sure to let you know. Of course. Lois nodded. With a nod of his own to both the reporter and his fellow superheroes, Superman walked out of the tent and straight to General Swanwick. A tall, dark man, it wasn't hard to spot him next to Colonel Hardy and Major Ferris. Superman, the general nodded to him. I imagine this isn't a simple hello. What is it you need? Orbiting above the Earth, inside the largest space station in human history, a man and a woman watched several TV monitors at the same time. All of them were tuned to different news stations from different countries around the world, from the United States to China. All were reporting the same thing. Attack in Metropolis, precursor to invasion. Justice League defends Metropolis from alien creatures. Battle in Metropolis between Justice League and alien creatures creates devastation and chaos. It was easy to see which news outlets were favorable to their actions and which ones were not. It never ends, does it? The woman asked. She was wearing a black and yellow leather suit and pants, with the pants cut along the side to reveal the fishnets and white skin underneath. Her shoulder-length blonde hair draped behind her, and the man beside her couldn't help but stare. He was wearing a Green Ranger outfit, slightly armored while wearing a green cap. His combed blonde hair was completed by an equally blonde beard, carefully shaved while his eyes were covered by a green domino mask. Ollie, you're staring again, Dinah Lance, the Black Canary, said with a confident smirk. Oh, sorry, Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow, said while turning back to the monitor. This is turning out to be quite the mess. That. It is, Black Canary nodded. At the very least, no major news organizations have picked up on the children yet. But they know 8 people fell through before the creatures did, Green Arrow pointed out. If we aren't careful, those kids will have their faces plastered all over the 8 o'clock news. We can't let that happen. Amen to that. The two superheroes lapsed back to contemplative silence, continuing to watch the TV monitors in front of them. By now, several news outlets were shifting focus to a press conference held by Lex Luthor, who was offering praise and condolences to the brave men and women who gave their lives defending Metropolis from the creatures. He was even setting up a fund to support their grieving families, starting with a substantial donation from LexCorp. All of the stations were owned by him, of course, and while some of the money would go towards the families, most would undoubtedly be funneled back into LexCorp as a tax write-off, allowing him to use the money for illegal weapons development and research. It sickened them both, but so far nothing they've done to him has managed to stick. He was just too rich and powerful for anyone to nail. Green Arrow, Black Canary, John's voice suddenly rang out over the intercom. I just received word from Superman. The General has released the children into our custody, and they will be in the teleporting bay momentarily. On our way, Green Arrow immediately answered as he and Black Canary moved off the railing. Moving at a brisk pace, they walked through the corridors of the watchtower towards the central teleporter. Soon they found themselves at the automatic doors to the circular room. A large terminal stood in front of a central pad, with a single man working at the instruments diligently. Mr. Terrific, Green Arrow greeted as the world's third smartest man waved at them from behind his back. Covering his face was a painted black tee, easily visible against his dark skin. Clad in red and white, 3 metal orbs with red T's on them hovered around his shoulders, helping to monitor the complex apocalypse-derived technology before them. Queen, Lance, he said from over his shoulder. Teleporters looking good. Fluctuations normal, and everything is green. Bringing them over now. Do you really have to do this every time? Dinah asked with an amused smile. Yes, Otherwise your atoms would get shot apart from one another. You'd get arms where legs were supposed to be, bodies molded into steel, entire organs missing, or even two organisms merging with one another. And those are the good options. Point taken, Dinah conceded with her hands raised up. With an amused shake of his head, Mr. Terrific pressed the final activation key and watched as the teleporter shone with a column of shimmering light. Slowly at first, the bodies of Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and the other on-site League members appeared, along with the 8 unconscious bodies of the alien children. "Goddamn," Oliver whispered as he took in their condition. Laying in gurneys, their injuries were plain to see. They looked like they just got out of a war zone. "What the hell happened?" "We don't know," Superman replied as the patients were wheeled to the medical bay. "They were like this before the creatures spawned, and Batman doesn't think those things caused this." "Any leads?" Superman shook his head. "Right now, your guess is as good as mine. I'll be in the lab, working on the samples," Batman stated as he took some samples from Flash's hands. "With any luck, they might shed some light on what those things are." "I can tell you one thing," Flash said as he walked towards the entry door. "Those things were not natural. I'll meet you at the lab, Bats." With a parting nod, Barry ran off towards the lab, leaving a small gust of wind in his wake. "I'll go with John, see what I can do to help them heal," Superman declared. Batman silently nodded at the alien, who walked away with Diana, Oliver, and Dinah in tow. He then gave an acknowledging look at Mr. Terrific, who nodded back before Batman silently left the teleporter bay. Everything was warm now. It was strange. She expected the ground to be hard and foreboding, not soft and welcoming. It was a good strange, though. Familiar, even. It was nice. Vision slowly came to her, albeit heavily blurred. White sheets covered her body, which was itself wearing a white hospital gown. Was she in a hospital? How long was she out? Were her friends with her? She hoped they were. She could see a tube extending out of her arm now. It was thin and transparent, with a clear liquid running through it and into her arm. The name escaped her, but she knew the substance was helping her heal, so she left it in. Besides, she was just too tired to try and move. Now she could see a figure on the far end of the room. It looked to be a man working at a terminal that kept beeping. Frankly, it was annoying, but then the man turned towards her. Somehow, he had noticed that she was stirring and was now coming to check on her. She felt relief. That relief disappeared as soon as she saw his green skin. At once, uncontrollable fear rippled through her body, and the incessant beeping became alarmingly fast. Her vision, once steadily improving, was now getting darker and blurrier by the second. The man seemed alarmed and was rushing over to her, and her fear increased. "Brainiac!" she whispered in panic before finally losing consciousness once more. "Jesus, what is this stuff?" Barry muttered as he stared at the frozen sample through a microscope. His mask was down, revealing his short brown hair. His face was scrunched in confusion as he tried to wrap his brain around the material before him. They had spent the last several hours poking and prodding at their dwindling supply of samples, and so far it defied explanation. "I'm not seeing any organic structures in here. Just black goo. Spectrograph doesn't match any known element on the periodic table," Batman added, his voice slightly betraying his confusion. "No trace of organic compounds in its composition. It's all one uniform substance. One that doesn't react to any external stimuli. Intense heat burns it away and ice can contain it, sure, but it doesn't conduct electricity, doesn't have a boiling point, and it doesn't actually freeze. It's just in a permanent liquid state. The creepiest part, though, is that things go in and just don't come out. I prodded it with a rod and it ate it." Flash held up the metal rod, bite marks clearly seen. "Except for the black creatures." Batman was now looking at recordings of the battle, taken from security cameras, body cameras, and risk-taking reporters. They seem to react acutely to emotions. Specifically fear, which seems to increase agitation. Possible extreme predatory instinct that overrides survival instinct. You seem unsure. Nature of decomposition indicates that the creatures are not biological. Batman typed away on a monitor, documenting their findings. No trace of any body, and despite the number of creatures that emerged from the tar, the level never decreased. I can only assume the vaporization is connected. You were right, Flash. These things are not natural. Magic? Probably. I'll get in touch with John Constantine. He might be able to figure out what this stuff is. Either him or Zatanna. Dr. Fate might be able to help as well, Flash added. Maybe we. Flash, Batman, you are needed in the medical bay immediately. John suddenly declared over the intercom. John, what's wrong? Batman asked as he rose to his feet and walked to the door. One of the children woke up. By the time the two arrived in the medical bay, all of the League founders were standing in the room, watching the children for any signs of activity. So far, all were silent. So, run it by me again? Flash asked, his eyes darting between the Martian Manhunter and the 8 patients. It is as I said. I was monitoring their vitals and running blood tests when the silver-eyed girl woke up. When I went to check on her, she suffered a panic attack upon seeing me and promptly passed out. Whether it was due to fear or fatigue, I do not know. Before she did, she mentioned the name Brainiac. Brainiac, Superman muttered. That name sounds familiar. I might have seen it before in my father's memories. I should check the fortress to be sure. Tell us what you find, Batman responded before turning towards John. Have the blood tests finished? They did just before the girl awoke, he revealed. The results are interesting. In what regards? Shayera asked, her helmet placed on a nearby metal table. For starters, they are almost identical to humans. Same internal organ structure, cellular composition, DNA structure, number of chromosomes and neural pathways. The blonde girl is the half-sister of the silver-eyed girl from a paternal lineage, the others share no relations among them. No evidence of genetic tampering or modifications, as well. There are, however, a few key distinctions. John turned towards a nearby screen and activated it. Pictures of their DNA appeared, with several sections highlighted and emphasized while X-rays appeared next to their strands. Their muscular and skeletal structures are denser than a baseline human being's. One of the girls in particular has a unique genetic makeup that contains trace amounts of feline DNA, along with a higher number of photosensitive rod cells and a functional dual auditory system. You mean those cat ears aren't only real and natural, but they work, too? Flash asked, slightly skeptical. GL, you ever come across something like that? Once or twice. It's rare, but not unprecedented, John shook his head. The others don't have the extra DNA? No. There is one more key detail. All of them have an active meta gene. All of them? Diana asked, slightly surprised. On Earth and most other planets, the meta gene was quite rare. To have all 8 have them, active at that, was highly peculiar. Yes. I discovered it when I was trying to take their blood. Their bodies seem to emit some kind of barrier field along their skin and clothes. The field further increases their muscle density, electrical impulse speed, and from what I can tell, increases their body's natural healing. He zoomed in on one of the X-rays, focusing on a heavily fractured arm. The red-haired girl's broken arm is healing quite rapidly, and should be fully recovered in a few days. Fascinating. Superman looked at the arm in question with his X-ray vision and saw that John's statement was correct. The last time he saw the arm, it was clearly broken in several different places along the radius and ulna, almost in 2. Those breaks were significantly tighter now, and he could see the bones continuing to mend. How long do you think they'll be out? Hard to say. Could be hours, even days. At the very least their brains show no signs of any long-term damage. It appears that the field naturally healed at first before moving on. Good to hear, Superman nodded. In the meantime, I'll head down to the fortress. See what I can find on Brainiac. I'll relay to you all whatever I can find. Please do, Batman said. I'll be back in the lab. There's a few more tests I want to run on the remaining samples before disposal, along with their equipment. Sounds good to me. I'll be in the cafeteria. Didn't have time to eat lunch before I ran over, and I'm starving. Flash's statement was met with a loud growl from his stomach, causing Diana to lightly smile and John to groan. What, I can't help it. My powers make my metabolism insane, Flash defended himself with a pout, causing Shiera to laugh. Don't worry, Barry. He's just in a grumpy mood today. Come on, I'll join you. I will as well, John added. Based off the events from earlier, it may not be best for me to be with them. The more the merrier. I'll have Green Arrow and Black Canary watch over them for any signs of activity, Batman declared as he walked out the door. Call me once they wake up. With that, the informal meeting was adjourned and they all went their separate ways. For a moment, Diana considered going towards the cafeteria before deciding instead to walk with Batman towards the lab. Princess. Bruce. The exchange was curt and to the point, but Diana recognized the thankful tone in his voice. It was subtle, but it was there all the same. Flying was always liberating to Clark. The feeling of weightlessness, soaring through the air like a bird, feeling the wind brush past his face and the warmth of the sun's rays beaming down on him. He could honestly say it was his favorite ability. It was liberating. Flying high in the atmosphere also came with another benefit. Everything was quiet. On the ground, he had to constantly focus to block out what he didn't want to hear. If he wanted, he could hear a person's conversation in China from his cubicle in the Daily Planet. But in the highest reaches of the atmosphere, sounds were muted by the thin air. He could still hear things, but he didn't have to focus as hard to drown them out. The silence also allowed him to think. Usually it was about a myriad of things, from Luthor's latest schemes, how to use Kryptonian technology to better mankind, or even where he was going to take Lois on their next date. Right now, he was focused entirely on the children now under their care. Their physical conditions, how they managed to get a mother box, the creatures that came with them, everything. Most importantly, who or what caused their injuries. At least now he had a name. Clark slowed as he neared the deepest region of the Antarctic. Far from the observing eyes of any human being stood a towering crystalline fortress, vaguely shaped like a pyramid. The light's rays refracted off of its surface, making it shine brilliantly across the desolate ice and snow. A single entrance laid within a small crevice at its base, a golden metal door emblazoned with the insignia of the House of El at the top. The sight made him smile. It was here, inside his fortress of solitude, where he was truly able to retreat from the world. The doors opened automatically as he neared them. As they did, warm air briefly escaped from the interior before the doors closed behind him. At once, the noise from the outside world ceased, and he could only hear the faint and subtle movements of air within the crystalline walls and floors. Never once touching the ground, he passed by his trophy room and zoological preserve without pause. His eyes were set on a massive statue sitting atop a sunstone base, one he made himself that depicted his parents, Jor-El and Lar-El, holding the doomed world of Krypton atop their hands. He had spent weeks designing it, and several days carving it from a single block of steel with his heat vision. Greetings, Kal-El, a robotic voice greeted him as a conical drone floated to him. Do you require assistance? I'll be fine. Thank you. He nodded to the robot, which left without saying a word. He turned back to the statue then walked in between the feet of his parents. As he did, a section of the floor beneath him descended into a large cavern filled with crystals. A singular crystal towered over all the others, it shining faintly despite having no access to the sun. Once the platform stopped moving, He walked to a distinct section of the mineral array that looked similar to a control board. His hands quickly moved between the gems, gently touching the tips of select crystals that slid down at his touch. As the last prism slid down, the crystal tower shone brilliantly and emitted a ray of light into another formation. The beam refracted and split, each beam hitting another clear gem and repeating the process until finally the beams converged in the center of the cavern. From the convergence, a form began to appear of a bearded middle-aged Kryptonian wearing a robes, and Clark smiled. Father. Kal-El, the holographic memory of his father, smiled. It might only be an artificial projection made from Jor-El's downloaded memories, but he treated it as his father nonetheless. Something has happened, hasn't it? Yes, Clark replied with a sigh. Does the name Brainiac mean anything to you? Jor-El's alarmed expression answered his question immediately, and his worry grew. These weapons are fascinating, Diana muttered as she held the boxy sniper rifle in her hand. With a quick exertion, the weapon unfolded and shifted into a massive scythe, and she gave a few swings as a test. Perfectly balanced as well. Whoever made this was quite skilled. Honestly, the thought of combining a sniper rifle with a scythe would have never occurred to me. Likewise, Batman curtly replied as he disassembled the rapier. A few dull crystalline particles were inside glass cylinders attached to the hilt like a revolver. For some reason, they appeared, inert, to his eyes. Lifeless. If the crystals did anything, he suspected they were useless now. You sound disapproving. Diana's statement earned a scoff from the Dark Knight, making her smile. Still, she continued as she folded the weapon and placed it down onto the workbench, the fact that they were all armed contributes to the idea they were in a fight. All of them sport heavy damage to their structural integrity. A few more hits and they'd be falling apart. I'm more curious as to what they used as ammunition, he said as he ran some of the crystal dust between his fingertips. Most of them seemed to fire some kind of bullet. Judging by the remaining casings in the chambers, they appeared to be a mixture of shotgun shells, pistol and rifle ammunition, but no traces of gunpowder or similar propellants. Do you think those weapons used the dust? Diana asked as she leaned over Bruce's shoulder to get a closer look. Perhaps. It is possible that, whatever this substance is, it used to hold special properties that made it useful as a propellant. Now, however, it doesn't do anything. It's perplexing. He sounded annoyed, and Diana patted his shoulder. If anyone can figure it out, it would be you. Diana then took some of the dust and rubbed it with her fingers. It's some kind of crystal, but nothing like I've ever seen. Did the spectrograph say anything about it? He shook his head. The readings proved inconclusive. These crystals aren't made up of anything on the periodic table. Which is odd, because the rest of the weapons are identifiable. Let me guess, steel. Mostly. They're made of high-grade steel or bronze alloys with titanium frames. There's a few traces of carbon and tin for reinforcement. Interestingly enough, there are trace amounts of that crystalline substance mixed within most of the alloys, as if it was involved in the smelting or forging process somehow. He turned to face the Amazon princess, holding the rapier aloft. That's not the most important element I've gathered from these weapons. With the exception of the sword and shield, these weapons are too customized to be standard-issue weaponry. All of those moving parts would require far too much maintenance to be practical for armies or police, which tells me that they were a specialized fighting unit. Perhaps akin to special forces or, given their ages, trainees. It's possible that they were training to combat the creatures we fought in Metropolis. Might explain why they would even consider the shifting mechanic. Melee combat might have become inevitable against them. Not to mention their outfits. Far too colorful. Diana paused as a thought came to mind. Perhaps they're similar to us. Maybe. The thought has come to mind. Bruce sighed, placed the rapier down, and stood up. This is as far as we can go with what we have. I've already sent a sample down to Constantine, Dr. Fate, and Zatanna. They'll be able to help determine what the tar exactly is. In the meantime, all we can do now is wait for Clark to come back and... A loud, dull thud sounded off across the watchtower, stopping Bruce in his tracks. He and Diana turned to the door, wondering just what it was, when another thud was heard. Then another, and another yet again. All League members to the medical bay. All League members to the medical bay. Green Arrow's voice frantically yelled over the intercom, the sounds of arrows flinging from bowstrings and piercing screams behind him. The kids woke up, and they're said. Batman was already out the door before the red alarm lights blared throughout the watchtower, Wonder Woman hot on his heels. Calm down. Green Arrow yelled as he dodged yet another haymaker from the blonde girl in front of him, her eyes glowing red in rage even as he spun her around and threw her to the floor. He was able to make that distinction as they were definitely not red when she first woke up. In fact, they were lilac originally. It had happened so fast. 1 minute, he and Dinah were checking on the monitors when the cat girl suddenly woke up and started freaking out. An obvious panic attack from PTSD if he ever saw one, and the two of them tried to calm her down. That's when she ripped a metal pole off the bed and began swinging it clumsily like a sword, still disoriented from her ordeal yet making sizable dents whenever she struck metal. He then tried to grab her, although each time he did she somehow made a copy of herself that disappeared upon contact. Admittedly, it was annoying, but Dinah was eventually able to hold her down. Then the blonde girl woke up, saw Dinah holding onto the struggling cat girl, then her eyes turned red and her hair caught fire. That's when he took the cue to duck as the girl got off the bed and hurled the whole thing at him through the window. Dinah had to let go of the cat girl as the blonde then tried to punch her, the blow shattering a nearby station. For a solid minute, the two League members tried to calm the two panicking and angry girls down, but they weren't having it. When the blonde crumpled a steel door with another fist, continuing to try and to attack them out of an out-of-control fight or flight instinct, the Green Arrow and Black Canary realized talking wasn't going to cut it. Reluctantly, Oliver shot a net arrow at the girls to restrain them, lest they hurt themselves or the superheroes, only for a few more problems to show themselves. 1. They didn't speak the same language, which made communication rather difficult between the two parties. 2. The others woke up shortly after he trapped them in the net, and upon seeing their states, they got mad and rushed him and Dinah. "Get away from her," the silver-eyed girl yelled out incomprehensibly as she ran towards the archer, rose petals trailing behind her as she clumsily attempted to attack him. It was clear that, even beside her disorientation, she wasn't the most skilled at hand-to-hand, having left far too many openings for Oliver to exploit, and exploit them he did. He twisted his body around her outstretched arm and wrapped his bow around her chest, bringing her struggling body to his. "We are not your enemy. Please, stop," he pleaded once more, but the others either didn't understand him or didn't care. Probably a little of both, if he was being honest. Still, he had to deliberately hold himself back or else he would run the risk of hurting them, something he definitely did not want to do, even as the blonde boy rushed him. Green Arrow immediately reacted by throwing the girl into him, sending them sprawling against the floor while he pulled a boxing glove arrow from his quiver, drew it, and shot the Asian-looking boy in the face. He fell to his knees in surprise and clutched his face in pain while orange-haired girl cried out what he could only guess was his name. She then looked at the archer in absolute fury before noticing a light above them. Realization seemed to flash across her face as she suddenly punched a hole into the wall and pulled out a cord. She then ripped it in half, causing the light to go out and forcing the electricity to flow into her. "What are you?" Oliver shouted in alarm as electricity coursed through her. Rather than collapsing in pain, the girl's face erupted into a wicked grin. At once he understood exactly what had occurred, and he could only groan. "Great, you get stronger from electricity. Perfect." The girl responded by springing towards him to try and deliver a punch. Green Arrow kicked off the wall adjacent to him and dodged while her fist impacted the metal. It dented and warped from the impact. The girl pulled back to try and throw another punch, only for Black Canary to shriek loudly at her, the concentrated sound waves slamming her back against another wall. Kids, calm down. You're safe here, she pleaded with her hands raised up. This gesture didn't work as the white-haired girl formed some kind of glowing symbol that looked vaguely like a snowflake under the glass shards and launched them towards the black canary. She responded by shrieking at the glass shards, the vibrations shattering the glass into harmless particles and throwing the children back down the hall. As they picked themselves up, Oliver idly wondered just where the hell the others were. His thoughts were answered as a red blur raced towards them, and the archer recognized the flash immediately. The children now stared at the scarlet speedster in both apprehension and confusion, taking defensive stances as the flash held his hands. Easy, easy, he spoke soothingly. You're among friends here. Just calm down, and we can figure everything out. What are they saying? The girl with the broken arm asked, the blonde boy placing himself in front of her protectively, likely due to her injury. Judging by her face, she didn't know how to feel about that. I don't know, he responded, his voice tense. Guys, I think we should stop. I don't think they're trying to hurt us. No chance in hell, the blonde girl shouted back, her eyes still red, not until we figure out just what is going on. How are we supposed to know they aren't with Brainiac? Please, listen to him, John's voice suddenly rang out telepathically, startling the children. That turned into fear as the Martian manhunter emerged from the ground in front of them. Which was showcased by their tentative steps back. They might have tried to run, only for Batman, Diana, Green Lantern and Shiera to cut them off. Seeing how they were staying put, John continued. We mean you no harm. You were injured, and we took you in for treatment. We are not your enemy. How are we supposed to believe that? The Catgirl asked, still holding the metal pole like a sword. John responded by waving his hands at everyone and taking a few steps back. Taking the cue, the others stepped back and lowered their arms and weapons as well. Please, trust us. We only want to help. I don't. The silver-eyed girl stammered, looking between all of them as she and the others struggled to decide on what to do. Realization that they weren't in danger was beginning to flow across their faces, as well hints of regret and shame for lashing out in fear. It was then that they heard the sound of another door opening, and they turned to see a solemn Superman walking towards them, his face ashen white. John, I need you to link us, he said, his voice struggling to contain itself. The other League members all looked at each other in worry. John merely nodded and did as requested. As he did, he saw what Clark had learned, and he recoiled. No. He gasped as an all-too-familiar painful memory suddenly resurfaced. The others grew more alarmed, with Batman's eyes widening in horrified realization, yet were silent as Superman calmly walked towards them, stopping to kneel before the silver-eyed girl. She looked at him in a mixture of confusion, fear, and wonder as did the others. When he placed his hand on her shoulder, the blonde girl moved to stop him, only to be silenced as Superman pulled the young girl into a gentle hug. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For a moment, the girl was still and unmoving before she slowly slid her hands against his back to return the hug. She then buried her head in his shoulder, and began to weep. Chapter 3, Last Sons and Daughters. It was an odd thing, staring at a planet from orbit. One could see practically everything from there, from the vast mountain ranges to the wide open seas. From the Great Plains to dry deserts, and Arctic tundra to bustling city lights, Ruby and the others saw it all. It was truly a sight to behold, one that they took in for all its worth. Especially as, the last time they looked upon a planet from orbit, it was their home being destroyed. That memory was forever burned into all of their minds, and none of them thought it would ever truly go away. It's breathtaking, isn't it? Really puts things into perspective, they heard someone say, making all of them turn their heads to see a man clad in red and blue staring out at the planet below them. His red cape draped behind him, and Ruby allowed herself to faintly smile. Superman, Ruby greeted, happy to see the Man of Steel once more. They had been on the watchtower for a few days now, the vast majority of which had them stuck in the medical bay as the Justice League, the group they found themselves the guests of, monitored their condition and tried to decipher their language. At first, the League tried using the lantern ring Jon Stewart had, as apparently it served as a universal translator, only to find that Vitalian wasn't in its databanks. After that, they discussed bringing in some woman named Coriandar, only to decide for whatever reason that it was not a good idea. It was only after RWBY and JNPR finally relented and let John Johns probe their minds and learn their language that they were finally able to communicate. They then spent the rest of the week learning English, helped out by John's mental prodding. That experience had been weird, to say the least, and it wasn't one any of them were eager to repeat. "I'm not disturbing anything, am I?" he asked, trying to remain courteous. Ruby appreciated the attempt. "No, not at all," Pyrrha waved him off. "Just, soaking it in. Being in space and all." Many would share that feeling. Superman smiled, then turned towards them. The next question hung over the air, one they all knew was coming. Finally, after a long moment of silence, Superman gently spoke. "How are you all holding up?" "We're." Weiss paused and looked back down on the planet below. The people here called it Earth, an unimaginative name for a planet if she'd ever heard one, but then again they called their home planet Remnant. "We're doing better. Still, processing." "I understand. Take your time," Superman nodded, then patted her shoulder. "Know that we're here to talk whenever you want." At that, Superman turned around and walked out of the observatory, the doors opening and closing automatically behind him, leaving them alone once more. The 8 former students turned back to the window, and each let out a long sigh. "I can't believe this is happening," John finally spoke up, breaking the silence. "I know what you mean." Young nodded solemnly. "It feels so unreal. Remnant is gone, and now we're on another planet. A space station orbiting a planet," Blake corrected, "run by people that look like they popped straight out of one of those comic books Ruby reads all the time." "Yeah." Ruby sighed as she leaned forward on the railing in front of her. "Superheroes. Actual superheroes, and not just huntsmen stylizing themselves after them. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. I won't lie and say it's not cool." Ruby chuckled. Truth be told, had she been in a lighter state of mind, she'd probably be jumping off the walls in excitement and curiosity, but right now she just didn't have it in her. "Batman scares me," John admitted. "Same. Total agreement there. It's like he's a male good witch, only dressed like a bat." The others quickly responded, and then they all laughed. Sensing an opportunity, John backed up from the railing and dramatically threw his arm over his face, as if he was holding a cape. "Evil beware, for I am the night," he declared dramatically, causing everyone to laugh at his antics. "Look at my bat suit and see how serious I am." The others continued to laugh, and John pressed on. "With a single glare, I can silence anyone from saying how ridiculous I look, because I am just that dark and scary. I can." "Are you finished?" "Ag," the others jumped as Batman suddenly made his presence known. He was standing in a far corner of the observatory, staring at them from underneath his bat-like cowl, his eyes hidden under a white sheen and still clad in his armored batsuit. Ruby felt it was simultaneously the most intimidating and coolest looking costume she had ever laid eyes on, but she wasn't about to admit that. How long were you there?" John asked, deeply embarrassed. "Long enough," he replied, continuing to stare at the others. "Oh." John grew silent. He could feel Batman staring at him, and even if he wasn't trying to intimidate him, it still happened. "So, do you need us or?" "Food is ready in the mess hall," Batman answered and walked to the door. "Just wanted to let you all know that." He paused at the now open door. "Also, whenever you're ready to talk, just come and find me." He walked through the threshold, which closed behind him with a soft hiss, leaving the students alone once more. They were all silent as they stared at the door. It's like there needs to be a bell on that guy, Young finally said, and the others all nodded in agreement. Did you really need to do that, Bruce? Diana asked as she and Batman walked to the mess hall, the red, blue, and gold-colored metal plates of her Amazonian armor clattering against each other. It wasn't my intention to frighten them, he responded, to which Diana rolled her eyes. Let's be honest, Bruce. You tend to scare people, sometimes. Batman looked at her, and she laughed. Okay, a lot. You scare people a lot. I'm beginning to think you enjoy it. Batman remained silent as he continued to walk forward, causing Diana to huff in amusement. Of course you do. You can afford to be less tense here, you know. No. Diana expected his response, and merely sighed. Before she could respond, she heard soft steps coming from behind, and the two turned around to see the children tentatively walking behind them. Diana smiled warmly and waited for them while Batman continued on. Hello, Diana, Ruby smiled warmly at her, as did the others. They always liked speaking to the Wonder Woman, as she frequently came by to check in on them. Hello, Ruby, Diana greeted, then walked as they caught up to her. I'm happy to see you all joining us. They continued to walk in silence through the watchtower, occasionally spotting other superheroes heading towards the mess hall or back from it. Most of them they didn't recognize, although each were memorable. As they finally entered the mess hall, they were greeted by the sight of nearly 100 men and women intermingling with each other, each wearing unique costumes as they ate and talked. Some were simply wearing colorful body suits while others were wearing full sets of armor. One man didn't even have a face, but it was his insane conspiracies about sinister aglets that made Ruby and the others stay clear. They saw Green Arrow and Black Canary eating together and enjoying each other's company, and Nora glared at the archer. She still hadn't forgiven him for hitting Ren in the face with a boxing glove arrow, although Yang frankly found it to be hysterical. Walking through the mess hall, they felt a few heroes looking at them, but none moved to interact. After all, they were still getting used to their new environment. None of the heroes quite knew exactly what to do. Except for one, who ran up to them in a red blur. Sup, guys. Flash greeted with a smile, still dressed in his familiar red and gold-trimmed suit and wearing his mask. Unlike Batman's cowl, Flash's mask did not hide his blue eyes from view, and they were filled with nothing but life. I saved you guys a seat. Wanna join me? Flash offered, and while the children thought it over, Diana saw immediately what he was trying to do. Barry, more so than most of them, was able to easily connect with people. They had bonded with him the quickest over their week-long stay in the watchtower, as he would frequently visit them whenever he had the chance, if only to try and talk to them. I think that is a wonderful idea, Flash, she said with a smile before turning to the others. How about you? Sure. Nora exclaimed with a grin. Don't think I'm going to forget about our rematch, Flash. Wouldn't dream of it, Nora. Flash grinned while the others quickly recoiled. May the best eater win. You're on. With that, Nora and Flash raced to the food line, leaving the others in their wake. I better go with them. Make sure Nora doesn't go overboard, Ren said as he followed after his frenetic partner. The others merely sighed before grabbing a tray of chicken, mixed vegetables and rice and walked to a nearby table. They sat silently as they ate, content to merely eat and try not to watch Nora and Flash race to earn the title of world's greatest human vacuum. Honestly, never thought I'd see the day where Nora would lose in an eating contest, Young finally said, unable to keep her gaze away. A few League members were now cheering the two on as a mountain of food shrunk between them, while others turned away in disgust. Flash's powers make his metabolism extremely high. He has to eat as much as he can, Diana explained as she watched the two continue. I don't think even Superman could out-eat him. Really? John hummed to himself before shaking his head. Really, this entire thing is just bizarre. That's one word for it, sure. John sighed as he poked at his meal, looking at the others before turning back to see a victorious Flash holding his arms aloft over a defeated Nora, and rubbing his hand across her prone shoulders. He then turned to look at the rest of his friends, a silent conversation ensuing between them while Diana patiently waited. "Listen, we've been talking, Anne." John stopped and sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "We know that you've all been patient with us, trying to help us cope with what happened and everything. But don't worry, I understand." Diana smiled as she placed her hand on his shoulder. "We'll only talk about your home when you all are comfortable. Just know that you have people here that are more than happy to help." "Thank you," Ruby said as she looked down. Diana continued to eat her food silently. They were hurting, and it was likely that they would continue to hurt for quite some time. Trying to press the issue and, for lack of a better word, interrogate them would only make them withdraw further. Bruce had been quite adamant about that. Still, things weren't going as fast as they needed, on both sides. They needed to take a different approach. A thought suddenly came to mind, one that made Diana smile to herself. It was so simple, she was surprised it hadn't been done yet. "Have you all talked to Superman yet?" Her question prompted confused glances from the children. "A few times," Ruby admitted. "Why?" "They found Superman floating in front of a large window in the control room, staring down on Earth and letting the sun's rays hit him. Despite not knowing him very well, they had to admit seeing him was awe-inspiring. They could see the power contained within his muscles, the strength of will his eyes offered glimpses into. It felt like a bottomless well, that trying to see how deep they go would only make one lost and feel insignificant. And yet, a man of that strength and power hugged a distraught girl, simply to let her know everything would be all right. Things weren't all right, but it was the thought that counted. "Superman," Diana greeted, causing Superman to smile and float down towards them. Diana, Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Young, John, Nora, Ren, Pira, he greeted all of them with a warm smile. "Hi," Ruby greeted, complete with a small wave. The others followed, although Nora's was much more enthusiastic. "How's Metropolis?" Superman, he nodded as he stepped up to them. "The situation in Metropolis has been contained, for the most part. But, things have been hectic, to say the least." "It certainly looked like it." "You guys were lucky you contained it so quickly," Ruby said. They had seen on the TVs in their room that their arrival in Metropolis was followed by a short grim invasion, one that rivaled the breach at the very least. Had it not been contained, things could have gotten very bad very quickly. It was that same report that showed them exactly who they were in the company of, how strong they were as well as their capabilities. It was impressive, to say the least. "Yes, those Grim, you called them." Ruby and the others nodded, and Superman continued. "Those Grim were something else entirely." "You sure you don't know anything else about them?" "Nothing. Back home, we tried to examine Grim more closely for eons, but never had any success," Weiss answered. When they had learned that Earth had no such thing as Grim and that Metropolis was the first time they had ever encountered them, at first RWBY and JNPR were confused. The concept of a world without Grim was almost as alien as the world they were orbiting. It was then that Weiss realized that Earth truly was alien, and as such no Grim on Earth made total sense. Grim might have been commonplace back on Remnant, but Earth wasn't Remnant. It was reasonable that the Grim were previously confined to their doomed home. That admittedly brought some satisfaction to her, but not much. Unfortunate," Superman cupped his chin and shook his head. "But enough about that. There's something I wanted to show you." "Oh, what is it?" John asked, mildly curious. Superman smiled. "It's a surprise, but I can't show you all in here. How would you guys like to accompany me down to Earth? Get a closer look?" Ruby and the others all looked at each other, then back at Superman, a mixture of emotions racing through them. On the one hand, they had been cooped up in the watchtower for days, only able to see the Earth from high orbit. Simple curiosity demanded they go down there and explore it for themselves. They all longed for the feel of the breeze on their faces, the scent of ocean salt and the general weight of natural gravity not produced by artificial gravity generators. But that led into their biggest problem with going down there. Earth wasn't their home, and nothing would ever replace that. Sure, Yang suddenly spoke for all of them. Weiss and the others all looked at her, but Yang merely rolled her shoulders. I don't know about you, but simply staying up here and moping is not going to solve our problems. And I'm tired of moping. They thought over her words before nodding in turn. Quick question, Blake spoke up, how are we going to get down there? The air was calm around the Kent family farm. A light breeze whistled through fields of corn and wheat, powering a windmill as it creaked and spun. The sound of birds chirping and singing filled the air while the summer sun shone down from above. Everything was perfect and peaceful. That peace was shattered as a blue shimmer of light shone down from high above. From the light emerged Superman, along with the 8 teenagers. For a moment, they all stood proudly and took a deep breath of the countryside air, and then the teens curled over and began to hurl. Yeah, it takes a little getting used to, Clark said as he patted John's back while the boy continued to empty his stomach of its contents. Wah! John said as he slowly managed to rein himself in, what was that? Teleportation sickness, Superman spoke softly as he helped Pyrrha stand, who was wobbling on her feet. Don't worry, it happened to all of us the first time. Some had more extreme reactions than others. That was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me, Yang spoke through wide eyes. Kinda want to do it again. Really? Blake asked with raised eyebrows while clutching her stomach. Yes. Honestly. Just tell me once the world stops spinning. Ruby wobbled in place. Only after a few more minutes did Ruby and her friends finally regain their full composure, and it was then that they realized just where they were. You wanted to show us a farm? Weiss asked as she took everything in. What's so important about a farm? Well, Superman chuckled, I grew up here. I like to think that makes it pretty important. Oh. Weiss felt sheepish and swiveled her head, taking in the sight of the fields. It looks nice. Weiss, Ruby chastised with a small pout. Weiss merely sighed and threw her hands slightly upwards. Superman merely laughed. It's fine, I understand the country life isn't for everyone. Superman stopped and looked up into the clear blue sky. A few small clouds, white and puffy, hung overhead. He smiled then spoke again. But, I didn't bring you all here just to show you my old farmhouse. The others all raised their eyebrows first, and Superman merely smiled. I want to show you all something very important to me, something that I think will help. I couldn't do that at the watchtower, but I can here. May I? He held out his hand and smiled warmly. The teenagers, unsure of exactly what he wanted to show them, remained hesitant until Ruby tentatively walked forward. Okay, she said as she walked over to the Kryptonian. She grasped his hand and looked into his eyes and she couldn't help but smile. What is it that you wanted to show us? Something that always cheers me up, he replied through a toothy smile. Now, make sure you hold on tightly. What are you dash? Ruby asked before Superman gently grabbed hold of her and held her close. He then crouched down, bringing the huntress down with him and making small rocks hover and swirl around his feet. Then, he shot upwards off the ground. Aff! Ruby screamed as she and Superman quickly left the ground beneath them, her surprised friends turning into pinpricks. Air whooshed around them as they ascended higher and higher, all the while Ruby continued to cling tightly to the man holding her with her eyes clamped shut. Ruby, it's okay. I got you, he comforted her. Look. Slowly, Ruby opened her eyes and gasped. They were high above the ground now, to the point where she couldn't see her friends anymore. Only farmhouses, scattered like islands in seas of grain. The air was thin and cool, but she couldn't find it in herself to care. Clouds swirled around them, and the only sound they heard was that of the wind. The sun shone down upon them, warming them with its unobstructed rays and casting large shadows that stretched across the ground for miles. It was breathtaking to the young girl as she took in the awesome sight, words unable to describe how she was feeling. A cloud drifted by, and Ruby reached out and put her hand into the saturated mass. She then pulled it out to see that it was damp, and then she finally began to laugh joyously. Superman smiled, then angled himself forward and flew off once again. The cloud zipped by them as the two flew at a comfortable speed, passing by a flock of geese that honked at them. Ruby continued to smile as she experienced flight, and then Superman gently grabbed her arm and moved it in front of her. She copied his action with her other arm, making both outstretched before her like the nose of an airplane. Happy tears were beginning to fly off of her face, and Superman smiled more. He flew faster now, but not to the point where it could potentially discomfort his passenger. The air whistled and whined as they passed by, but Ruby didn't care. She was flying like a bird, and as she did, her worries were beginning to melt away. Superman then angled them downward, descending down to the fields below. They skimmed the top of a field of wheat, and Ruby let her fingers brush against their tops while continuing to laugh. A pond emerged in front of them which they passed over quickly, leaving a wake behind them. "This is amazing," she shouted over the air as they banked upwards once more. They climbed higher and higher, through both empty air and a billowy cloud until they were once again soaring above it. They hovered in place as they heard a plane pass by overhead. Ruby watched it soar by with awe, then angled her head to look at Superman once more. He was smiling, and Ruby couldn't help but smile right back. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you. It's okay, Ruby. Everything is going to be okay." He ruffled her hair as they slowly descended back to the Kent family farm. She could begin to see her awestruck friends watching them, and she continued to smile brightly as they touched ground. For a split moment after Superman let go, Ruby wobbled, only for him to gently grab her and keep her standing. "So," he began as the others all stared at him and Ruby, "who wants to go next?" After nearly 5 hours of flight, both around Smallville and farther out, the teleporter bay in the watchtower shone with light as Superman and the children arrived. Mr. Terrific smiled as he saw the look on all of their faces. When they left, they were all scared, subdued, and kept to themselves. Now, they were like entirely different people, so full of happiness and life. The pain was still there, but it was lessened. It was all they could hope for now. "I take it you all enjoyed yourselves?" Green Arrow, leaning in the entryway, asked as the group walked towards him and Dinah. "It was amazing," Nora exclaimed as she threw her arms in the air. "First we were all, ag. Then we're like, whoosh and zoom." The others laughed at how animated Nora was getting. "I admit, it was exhilarating. It was like nothing I've ever experienced." Weiss sighed in contentment, then turned to face Superman. "And you do this every day?" "I do." Superman nodded. "Now, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. What say we all go and get something to eat?" Superman was answered by 8 growling stomachs. "That sounds lovely," Pyrrha said with an embarrassed blush. Dinner at the Watchtower had been a muted affair for RWBY and JNPR the past few days. The stress and trauma of losing their planet, home, and their loved ones made them all withdraw into themselves. Try as the other heroes might, the students were merely content to grab their food and retreat to the medical bay. They tried their best to alleviate their fears, that they were safe amongst them, but their progress the past few days had been slow. So when RWBY and JNPR re-entered the mess hall with smiles on their faces and wanting to mingle, many of the heroes let out a mass sigh of relief. So, there we were. Mortal enemies facing each other in a battle to the death, Nora theatrically began. "We were in the Beacon cafeteria having a food fight," Ren clarified, earning a few chuckles. "Our battleground was cracked and shadowed by a grand and majestic castle, towering over everyone and with a powerful queen at the top of the highest tower." Nora stacked all the tables on top of each other, then proclaimed herself queen of the castle. A fierce battle began anew, with each side fighting tooth and nail to prove themselves to be the superior combatants and rule over the land. The general fell quickly, leaving only his queen and her subjects to carry out his will against the four interlopers. Spears were thrown, blades were crossed, and one was sent to the heavens above. But then, a red wind swept through the battlefield and defeated the queen and her subjects. John got knocked out by a turkey almost immediately. Nora knocked Yang through the ceiling with a melon hammer and Pyrrha through every single soda can at RWBY. Then Ruby used her semblance to create a whirlwind that wiped us out with all the debris. And so ended the battle for the ages, and the great witch emerged from the wreckage with the wizard to clean up the scars. Ruby won and Professor Goodwitch cleaned up the mess while Professor Ojpin just stood there. The mess hall grew quiet at the end of Nora's tale, with all the heroes staring at the students before Flash suddenly threw his hands in the air. Seriously? That's what qualifies as a food fight on Remnant, he exclaimed. That's 'cause we're awesome like that. Man, Yang replied with a smirk. Flash merely chuckled and shook his head. From the other side of the room, Superman watched with a faint smile, Diana and Batman standing alongside him. We did the right thing, Diana declared as RWBY and JNPR continued to mingle. Their spirits are much brighter now. I can see the hope returning to them. I'm still not comfortable with questioning them yet. If we force it, all we'll do is just push them away, Batman stated. For the untrained ear, one might assume Batman's voice was emotionless. But Superman and Diana could tell he was pleased with their progress. Agreed. They need to come to us. Superman cupped his chin and hummed. Right now, their biggest issue is feeling that they're alone with their problems. That no one can truly understand just what they went through. I can think of a few people that also share that. Batman looked at Superman, who nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. We'll let them mingle tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll take them to the fortress. Today was interesting, to say the least, Blake stated as she lay in bed. Her hands were crossed behind her head and she stared at the white ceiling. Yang was lying down on her stomach, kicking her feet in the air while the others merely sat on their beds. You can say that again, John said through a smile. His smile soon disappeared and turned into a frown. Still, being on that farm. It made me think of home. John, I'm sure your family made it, Pyrrha declared, patting her partner on the shoulder. Honestly, I don't really know what's worse. John fell onto his back and sighed. Either they didn't make it into Vale and died, his breath hitched and tears began to well, but he continued. Or they did, only to be shrunken down and put into a goddamn bottle. A bottle that'll be emptied once Brainiac's done with them. Everyone grew silent at John's words. Truth was, they were all thinking the same thing. While Ren and Nora's parents were long dead, the others couldn't say the same. For all they knew, they were the last of their families, whether captured or not. Sure, a captured family might still be alive, but they might prefer it to being Brainiac's test subjects. It's not fair, Weiss spoke softly. What did we do to deserve this? Why did Brainiac decide that he had the right to do what he did? Sometimes people are cruel, someone spoke as they entered the room. The huntsman looked and saw John standing at the doorway. Children. May I? Of course. Please. Ruby nodded and let the Martian manhunter enter their room. As he did, the others eyed him warily, despite their attempts not to. They knew that they were surrounded by aliens, both from Earth and otherwise, but his green skin and bald head reminded them too much of Brainiac. I am not offended. Your fear is understandable, John suddenly declared, causing the others to nervously shift. Oh, right. Mind reading. Ruby nervously chuckled. Speaking of which, thank you for helping us learn English. Weiss earnestly nodded. It's nice being able to talk to everyone. You are welcome, Ms. Schnee. John sat down on a chair in front of them, and the air grew heavy. None of them knew what to say. Has anyone told you the story of how the Justice League came to be formed? John suddenly asked, catching everyone's attention. No, not really, Ren answered. Do you mind if I tell it? The Martian asked. The others looked at each other before looking back and nodding. John nodded back and began to speak. It began roughly 1,000 years ago, on the planet the people of Earth call Mars. My people called it Ma'alikaandra, and although it was dry and arid, it was beautiful. Great cities dotted the land, drilling water from deep below to quench our thirst and grow our crops. We were philosophers and scientists, with war a concept long since forgotten. I lived with my wife Myria H. and our 2 beautiful children. It was a paradise. What happened? Nora asked, sensing the dark turn that was about to unfold. John grew grimmer but continued. We were attacked by a race of parasitic conquerors called the Imperium. The humans called them White Martians, as their amorphous bodies were white and they had assumed them to be from Mars. They were not. The Imperium arrived in the solar system roughly a millennia ago, and they rejected any attempts at peace with my people. John frowned and his fist tightened before relaxing. They invaded the planet, wiped out our meager defenses effortlessly and killed anyone they could. Including my family. John became downcast and the others gasped. I'm so sorry, Yang said, her eyes turning blue. It's all right. John stood up and walked to the nearby window, staring down on the earth below. The Imperium controlled Ma'alikaandra for the next 500 years. Any life that existed was slowly stripped away, so thoroughly that to Earth scientists it looked as though life never existed. They filled the atmosphere with smoke, blocking the sun's rays from reaching the ground. Plants died, as did the animals that depended on them. After 500 years, the planet was well and truly dead. But, the Imperium didn't get everyone. Including myself, a small army of survivors waged a seemingly endless struggle against our invaders, trying to stop them from destroying the planet. In the end, we managed to create a nerve agent that would place the Imperium into hibernation, and we fought our last stand to deploy it. You succeeded, I take it. Weiss leaned towards the Martian. Yes, but I was the only survivor. John grew silent once more, still staring at the earth. I was and am the last of my kind. There are no more Martians on Earth nor any other planet. But, the Imperium was still there, and I vowed that no other planet would suffer what happened to my own. I sealed them away and placed myself into hibernation, and for the next 500 years we were undisturbed. What happened after that? John asked, enraptured by the tale. 5 years ago, 2 NASA astronauts, led by Captain John Allen Carter, landed on Mars. They were the first living beings to step on the planet in centuries, and they began to explore. All they found was the dust of a long-dead planet, and the tomb I sealed the Imperium in. One that they accidentally opened. No. Ruby gasped. The astronauts. Did they? The Imperium killed them both instantly, only to then use the shape-shifting abilities they stole from my people to mask one of them as Captain Carter. They then turned their sights on Earth. They spent the next 2 years infiltrating the planet, inserting spies into key areas while working to sabotage Earth's defenses. These efforts culminated with the disassembly of Earth's nuclear arsenal. I myself awoke during this time and attempted to warn the humans of the danger lurking among them, but the Imperium captured me and placed me under containment. Why didn't they just kill you? Blake pointed out. If I had to guess, simple cruelty. Perhaps revenge for their imprisonment. For months, they tortured me. Tried to get me to break. But I didn't, and as my strength slowly returned, I began reaching out across the planet for allies. I telepathically contacted Superman, Wonder Woman, the Green Lantern John Stewart, Hawkgirl, and the Flash. What about Batman? He followed Superman. Ah. Somehow, despite not knowing him for more than a week, that seemed to fit what they knew about the Dark Knight. Together, we fought against the Imperium, destroying their war machines and halting their conquest of the planet. They attempted to flee, but a traitor from their own ranks, one that had grown disgusted with her people's barbaric cruelty, sabotaged their escape, which allowed us to destroy them once and for all. At that very moment, my people were avenged and the earth was saved. Wow. Ruby spoke quietly. And, you all made the Justice League afterwards? Yes. Before the invasion, Superman thought that he could defend the world on his own. The invasion proved him wrong, and afterwards he invited the 6 of us to form the Justice League, and although Batman chose not to be an official member. Of course. He has been with us ever since. Since that day, we stood watch over the planet, both from threats born from Earth and from beyond. After Hawkgirl's people, the Thanagarians, invaded 2 years ago, we've expanded the Justice League to its current size, and we've been growing ever since. That's amazing, John said as he looked at Earth and John. Why did you tell us this? Because you are all hurting. John turned back to the huntsmen, who were all staring at him. It is not hard to see that you are all in pain. There is no shame in that. I just wanted to let you know that you are not alone. Others have gone through what you have. The loss of families, homes, and loved ones. He turned to leave, stopping at the doorway. It's getting late, and you've all had a long day. I recommend getting some rest. He began to walk away again. Wait, Ruby spoke up, and at once John stopped in his tracks. Thank you. I'm sorry about what happened to your people and your family. I would have loved to have met them. Thank you. John nodded. At that, he closed the door and walked away, leaving RWBY and JNPR to ruminate among themselves. The next morning, after eating a breakfast of pancakes, sausages, and eggs, RWBY and JNPR found themselves at the teleporter bay once more. They wouldn't lie and say that, after their experience the previous day, they weren't nervous, but the presence of Superman along with Batman and Wonder Woman calmed them. John's words from the previous night still echoed in their minds, and they wondered how to process it. All systems green, Mr. Terrific declared from the control board. Destination, Fortress of Solitude, Antarctic Tundra. Wait, we're going to Antarctica. Blake suddenly shouted. So that's why you made us wear these heavy clothes, Yang realized. I thought you just wanted me to look like a penguin. The League members chuckled while Batman remained silent. Quick question, how come only Batman is wearing appropriate clothes? John pointed out. Indeed, Superman was still wearing his red and blue suit and Wonder Woman her Amazonian armor, while Batman was wearing what he called his XE suit. It certainly looked like it could survive extremely cold temperatures. Superman's a Kryptonian and Diana's a demigod. The sub-zero temperatures in Antarctica won't affect them, Batman clarified, causing the teenagers to look at Diana in surprise. You're a god? Young asked with a raised eyebrow, not quite believing it. Diana chuckled. I am the daughter of Zeus, Olympian god of the sky and Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons. She smiled warmly while the others looked at her with disbelief. So, what you're saying is, you're divine royalty. Yang's smirk was audible, and Superman let out a quick laugh before stopping himself. Yes, I suppose I am, Diana agreed with a laugh. I'm firing up the teleporter. See you all in a few hours, Mr. Terrific declared as the teleporter booted up. The teenagers braced themselves as the light shone around them. They felt the pull as the teleporter transported them. One moment, they were in a temperature-controlled metal room. The next, they were standing in front of a large crystal pyramid with a golden door, surrounded by ice and snow. Gods, it's cold. Blake yelled as she hugged herself tightly, her teeth beginning to chatter. The other huntsmen were shivering and holding themselves tightly as well, wisps of icy breath coming out of their mouths as their cheeks turned red. Heh, you guys would have never survived Atlas, Weiss declared as she looked haughtily at the others. She, too, was cold and her skin was beginning to redden, but unlike the others, she was more used to the cold environment and had her stubborn pride to keep herself warm. We're where are we? John asked through chattering teeth. This, Superman declared as he walked to the door, is the Fortress of Solitude. The doors opened and let the warm air of the fortress escape out of its walls. Almost as soon as the warm air hit their bodies did the teenagers all sprint inside. Superman and Diana chuckled at their reaction while Batman merely walked after them. The two followed him in and the doors closed behind them with a loud clang. Didn't take them long to get in, Superman noted. It's negative 57 degrees Celsius, Clark. Of course they ran inside, Batman dryly remarked, making Diana chuckle. The trinity of heroes continued deeper into the fortress, finally coming across a pile of discarded winter clothes. The teenagers were nowhere to be seen, but none of them were worried. In the distance, they could hear the sounds of running feet and followed them. Somehow, I figured they'd come here, Diana declared as they found themselves in the preservation hall. RWBY and JNPR were all pressed up against the glass enclosures, each looking at the myriad array of fantastical creatures. Six-legged lizards, the size of small dogs, scuttled across tall tree branches. Children-sized golden birds hefted giant worms as they soared through the air, only to land next to large nests and feed the worms to their waiting children. A large rhino-like creature with a spiked crest grazed in a large grassland, while a pack of wolf-like creatures prowled a nearby forest. They're all so pretty, Nora gasped at the creatures. How'd you come across them? Every one of these creatures were found injured from alien words, Superman began to explain as he stood in front of a glass enclosure. They wouldn't have survived on their own, so I bring them here, rehabilitate them and, when they're ready, bring them back home. Some, however, are unable to readapt to the wild, so they end up staying here. Yang hummed to herself as she watched a mother bird feed her young. I take it these are the ones that couldn't survive in the wild, even after you healed them. Yes, Superman answered. His face was calm, but his eyes held a sadness to them that Yang couldn't quite describe. It breaks my heart, but I try to keep them happy. At least you don't force them into glass walls, she muttered, and Superman sighed. He figured this would come up. There was no malice in her words, but he could tell she was still hurting. He moved to speak up, only for a high-pitched squeal to catch everyone's attention. Doggy. Ruby squealed as a pure white dog wearing a red collar and cape ran into the hallway. Ruby ran towards the dog, who happily leapt into her arms and began to fervently lick her face. Ooh, stop it. Stop it. Ha ha ha. Ooh, who's a good doggy? Who's a good doggy? Weiss coddled the canine as he turned his attention to the heiress. He got off of Ruby and rolled over on his back, allowing Ruby, Weiss, and Nora to start giving him belly rubs. Oh, we're going to be the best of friends. Yes we are. Yes we are. You have a dog? John asked as he and the others watched their friends play with the dog. I do, Superman replied with a toothy smile. His name's Crypto. Crypto. Oh, that's a great name. Ruby continued to rub Crypto's belly. Just keep him away from me, Blake muttered from high above. Everyone looked up to see she was currently perched on an archway, warily watching Crypto with suspicion. Impressive, Batman idly noted. You made too much noise, though, and you didn't choose the best spot to hide. Too much light. Do you really think that, Dash? Blake was interrupted by Crypto's bark. She looked down to see the dog staring up at her, sitting down and wagging his tail. No, I don't want to play with you. Crypto barked again, and Blake shook her head. I said no. I'm not going down there. Crypto whined and stopped wagging his tail, causing Ruby to gasp and cutely glare at the faunus. Blake, how could you, she demanded, causing the girl to sigh. Ruby, no offense to Crypto, but I am much more comfortable staying up here. Crypto whined and Blake remained unmoved. Should we tell her? Diana asked, to which Superman merely shook his head. No, Superman said with a smile. Crypto whined once more and barked loudly, causing Blake to scoff. "No, Crypto. I'm not going down there." Crypto whined, then scrunched his face. He suddenly got to his feet and crouched down, causing Blake to stare blankly at the canine. "Seriously? You can't jump up," Blake was interrupted by Crypto leaping into the air. That leap quickly turned into flight, and Crypto flew straight towards an astonished Blake. "He can fly!" Ruby shrieked as Crypto soared towards a frozen Blake. Yang's hysterical laughter drowned out the others, and a victorious Crypto looked straight into Blake's eyes. He barked, the force of which rippled the air slightly, then liked Blake's face. When Blake vanished on contact, Crypto looked confused for a moment, only to see the faunus nimbly scaling down the walls. He scrunched his face, then zoomed in front of her, becoming a white blur that reappeared right in front of her. Startled, Blake fell onto the ground, and was helpless to stop Crypto from triumphantly liking her in the face. "I think he likes you." John laughed as Crypto laid across Blake's lap, making her his bed. What is?" Blake stammered as she began petting the creature, if only to placate him. He appeared to enjoy the attention, as he began wagging his tail. Superman smiled at the scene before deciding that he'd had his fun. "Crypto, that's enough. Get off of Blake," Superman scolded his dog. He barked and hopped off the catgirl's lap, then flew to his master. "Sorry about that. Crypto's very affectionate, and a good judge of character. He took to you all very well. Flying, dog, too fast." Blake muttered with wide eyes, causing Yang to laugh harder. She then looked at the smiling face of Diana, Superman, and the faintest evidence of a smirk on Batman's face, then her eyes narrowed. "You knew. That was great." Yang laughed, to which Crypto barked in appreciation. "What is he, anyway? Was that his semblance?" "Semblance?" Superman raised an eyebrow, confusing the others. "Yeah, his semblance," Yang clarified, to which the heroes remained silent. "You know, the thing that comes from aura. Special powers beyond what aura gives everyone. Yours is the most varied I've ever seen, by the way. We saw the videos from Metropolis." "Oh, I see." Superman nodded his head. "You mean your people's metagene powers? You call them semblances? Meta what now?" Yang asked, clearly confused. The others were just as confused as she was, causing all of them to look at the superheroes, their eyes asking questions and demanding answers. Superman and his companions looked at each other for a moment, then back to the teenagers. "Before we continue, I think it would be best if we discuss what each of us are talking about," Diana suggested. "Let's start with you, Yang. Can you explain to us what aura and semblances are to you?" Okay, Yang said, shuffling on her feet. "Everything I learned was from my dad and uncle, but aura is the physical manifestation of our soul." "Your soul?" Batman asked. When Yang nodded, Batman tapped a few buttons on his gauntlets, creating a holographic image that he shone on a nearby wall. "Then that must have been the energy field we detected around your bodies. Tell me, does it increase your strength, durability, reaction time and healing?" Yeah, John spoke up. "It's kind of like a force field. As long as it's up, we'll feel the pain but we won't actually get hurt. I have to concentrate, though, otherwise things go through. With practice, a person can actually keep it up all the time," Weiss clarified. Batman hummed to himself and typed into a holographic display. "And semblances?" Batman asked. Once again, RWBY and JNPR looked among themselves. They were beginning to think that something was up, something more than just different terminology, but pressed on. Semblances are special powers that are fueled by aura. Each one is unique to the individual and is shaped by who they are. With practice, a semblance can be improved and expanded in ways that might not have seemed possible when they were first discovered. Pyrrha began to point at herself. "My semblance is polarity. I can manipulate magnetic fields around metals. At first, the metals actually needed to be magnetic in order to manipulate them, but with practice I was able to expand my reach to all metals. Yang spoke up. I can absorb the damage I take and use it to boost my strength in temporary bursts. Also makes my hair catch fire, but that's just an awesome side effect. Ruby can turn herself into a cloud of rose petals to move around quickly, Weiss can create glyphs with which she can do a lot of things, and Nora can absorb electricity to make her stronger, kind of like me. Green Arrow described seeing that, Batman pointed out. Said you ripped a power conduit out of the wall. Hee, yeah I did, Nora nervously laughed. Anyway, Ren can suppress people's emotions, practically making them invisible to the Grim, and while John hasn't found his yet, I know it'll be awesome. Thanks, Nora, John said while rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. So, what about you guys? What are your semblances? The trio of superheroes all looked at each other then back at the huntsman in training. Their silence confused the teenagers, but when Batman began to speak, they all focused their attention on him. None of us here have that, Batman revealed, shocking RWBY and JNPR into silence. Come again. Yang whispered. Superman and Wonder Woman's abilities do not come from this aura or semblances. They are a physical result of their Kryptonian and divine physiologies, and not a naturally occurring soul magic. But, that's impossible. Everyone has an aura, Ruby stammered out. What do you mean, everyone? Superman narrowed his eyes, and Ruby threw her arms around. Everyone. People, animals. Heck, even plants. The only things that don't have souls are the Grim. Fascinating, Batman muttered. You're telling me that every single Remnantian has an active metagene? That's the second time you mentioned that, Yang pointed out. What the hell is a metagene? Allow me to explain, Superman stated and walked forward. On Earth, most people do not have any powers whatsoever. They are just normal human beings. They can walk, run, punch, and do things that normal people do. Certain individuals, however, are born with a particular gene that we call the metagene. Batman brought up a holographic display of a double helix. Strands of DNA and RNA were highlighted, with one strand being singled out and brought into focus. This is the metagene, Batman declared. All individuals who have a metagene initially have them in a dormant state. Most people never activate them. But, sometimes, a high-stress situation will occur that would result in an individual's death. Explosions, lightning strikes, radiation, extreme exposure to the elements, and many more. In these situations where death is imminent, a dormant metagene may activate, causing the individual to undergo spontaneous adaptive mutation and give them the powers he or she needs in order to survive. Sometimes it's as simple as being able to survive extreme temperatures, others as complex as the ability to turn into any animal on Earth. The people who have these powers from an active metagene are called metas. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Yang was still trying to wrap her head around the concept of a civilization that didn't know what aura was, but at the very least she could understand the gist of what they were saying. But, how does that apply to us? You said that we all had an active metagene. What does that mean? It means that, under our present understanding, you are all metas, Superman declared. We'd have to do more tests, with your permission of course, but it's possible that your people's uniform metagene gave you natural access to the power of your soul. It physically manifests itself on the outside, making you even stronger. What about semblances, then? Weiss asked, focusing intensely on the people in front of her. All of this fascinated her, and she was already jotting down notes on a pad. Again, we'd have to do more tests, but if I had to guess, souls are inherently complex. It's possible that by allowing your soul to physically manifest itself on the outside, it further developed into your semblances. If you'd like, we can bring in someone with more experience in this area to help. Please, Weiss quickly agreed with a smile and nod. This is fascinating. I'd love to learn more. Hold on, now, John stated. I'm still confused. You said that Superman and Wonder Woman's powers are from them being a Kryptonian and her divine heritage. Are you saying that? When I said I was the daughter of Zeus, I meant it, Diana said with a smile. The others all stared at her, not sure of what to do. So, do you want us to bow in worship, or? Young nervously muttered, causing Diana to laugh. No, not all. She laughed more. My powers may come from the gods, but I am not a god myself. I am a demigod, born between the love of a mortal and a god. Ah. Well, that's kind of a relief. Diana looked at Young, slightly puzzled at her reaction. Seeing this, Blake spoke up, still trying to wrap her head around what she was learning. Back home, there are no gods. I mean, some worship the two brothers still, but most simply believe that they either never existed or have long since abandoned us. To meet a person who is actually the daughter of a god is a little hard to comprehend. She nervously chuckled. What about you, Batman? You didn't mention your powers, Weiss brought up and was met by a blank stare from the detective. I don't have powers. What? You have none. Batman shook his head. So, no shadow powers? I'm trained to hide in them. Super strength? No. You can turn into a bat. No. Flight? In a plane. You have to at least have echolocation or something from your faunus traits, right? I'm assuming that's what Blake is. And no. You're not just a guy in a bat costume, are you? Batman smirked at Weiss' question, and she threw her hands in the air in exasperation. You mentioned Kryptonian, Ruby spoke up. What did you mean by that? Are you not from Earth? Superman nodded calmly. No, I am not. That is why I brought you here, actually. I wanted to show you something else. Superman began to walk down the hallway, Krypto by his side the whole time. Batman and Wonder Woman looked at RWBY and JNPR expectantly, and after a moment, they all followed the Man of Steel. Silently, they walked through the fortress, eventually coming across a grand room. Towering above them all was a giant steel statue of a man and woman holding a planet above their heads. Wow, that's beautiful, Weiss gasped. You can see the care and detail, even from here. They look like they're actually alive. Whoever made this was incredibly skilled. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. If my other job falls through, I can always fall back on being a sculptor. Superman chuckled. Who are they? John asked as he gazed up at the statue. Those are my parents. Jor-El and Lara-El, Superman revealed, his face and voice going solemn. They're the ones who sent me to Earth when I was only a few days old. What? Young looked at Superman. Why would they do that? It was the only way to save me, Superman declared and pointed to the planet above them. That planet that they're holding? That's Krypton, the place where I was born. They named me Kal-El, Star Child. He turned back to face them, sadness in his eyes. From the records my father gave me, Krypton was a powerful civilization, thousands of years more advanced than Earth. They had achieved wonders. Interdimensional travel, cloning, immortality, anything you can imagine, they had. But, they were also highly restrictive. Everyone was born into a role they were designed for by birth. Soldiers were born to be soldiers, scientists born to be scientists, and so on. Slowly, Krypton began to rot from within, its society becoming a shadow of its former glory. So, your parents wanted you to escape that? Ruby guessed, but Superman shook his head. Not exactly. I was the first natural birth on Krypton in over 600 years, and had I stayed, it is undoubtable that Krypton would have hunted me down and killed my parents for heresy. But, they never got the chance. What do you mean? Ruby asked, a pit forming in her stomach. Superman looked back up to the sculpted planet and sighed. Centuries before I was born, Krypton was beginning to run out of resources. Energy, metals, everything that their advanced civilization needed to survive. The colonies of Kandor and Argo simply couldn't keep up with demand, and Krypton was on the verge of societal collapse. In an effort to avert civil war, the Science Council authorized the exploitation of the planet's core. Weiss looked increasingly alarmed. They messed with their core. Why would they think that was a good idea? At the time, no one thought anything of it. No negative side effects were recorded, so people thought they could continue to get away with it. My father, however, due to his status as chief scientist of Krypton, discovered that the core's exploitation was weakening it severely. After centuries of exploitation, it was on the verge of unavoidable collapse, and when it did, all of Krypton would be destroyed. RWBY and JNPR gasped. But, surely they would have stopped at that point. I mean, the evidence was clear, right? Young pleaded, but her heart sank when Superman shook his head mournfully. The council didn't believe him. He pleaded with them to stop and to order a mass evacuation of the planet, but they refused. They said the evidence wasn't conclusive, that it would be too expensive and impractical to evacuate or stop. They rejected his pleas and ideas on how to save them from extinction, and sealed my planet's fate. Superman grew silent and looked at them again. One person did believe my father. The head of Krypton's military, General Zod, had maintained a friendship and correspondence with my father for years. They worked together to stop a coup from the previous head of the military, General Ur, and his lieutenant, Mala, an effort that sparked a deep friendship and respect between them. So when my father declared that Krypton was about to undergo a core collapse, Zod believed him and they worked together to try and find a way to save our people. He sounds like a good man, Weiss declared, only to be cut off by a glare. He was not. Zod turned out to be a power-hungry and genocidal madman. When the council refused to do anything, he launched a coup of his own. Had he won, he would have started by wiping out entire bloodlines that he blamed for Krypton's destruction. My father opposed this, and they fought against each other. In the end, Zod killed my father, but before he could get to me, my parents launched me into space. He looked at the far end of the room. Hanging in mid-air was a small spacecraft, a pointed rocket with a blue body and red wings. Gold tipped the wings, and a small glass pod laid in the center. Is that? John pointed at the spacecraft, and Superman nodded. Yes, that is the craft that brought me to Earth. It landed in Kansas about 30 years ago. My parents found me and raised me as their own. Superman laughed at the warm memories, then turned serious once more. As for Krypton, all I know was that Zod failed in his coup and was imprisoned in the Phantom Zone, along with his surviving supporters. A few days later, my father was proven correct, and Krypton's core collapsed. Superman looked down at his feet. Sadness filled his eyes, but he remained strong. Seeing his master's discomfort, Krypto whined and moved his head under Superman's hand, and with a smile Superman began to pet his head. I found Krypto about 2 years ago. His rocket was flying aimlessly through space, and I happened to come across him while flying near Jupiter, he began to explain. He used to be my family's pet, and when my parents were designing the rocket to ferry me to safety, they tested the first prototype on him. They thought they lost him, but as it turned out the Phantom drive merely acted slower than anticipated. Superman grew silent once more as he continued to pet Krypto's head. Krypto and I, we're the last sons of Krypton. I've tried to find others, hoping that someone else made it. But I haven't found any. Everyone was silent as Superman finished speaking, the heaviness of his words hanging over everyone. Like an axe. No one quite knew what to do. Then, without warning, Ruby burst into petals and hugged Superman tightly, surprising him slightly. He then smiled, then returned it. After a few moments, Ruby released her hold and backed away, an embarrassed blush on her face. Sorry. You looked like you needed a hug, she said with a small laugh. Superman chuckled as did the others, and he rubbed her head. Thank you, Ruby. His voice was sincere, bringing a smile to Ruby's face. Then, she turned serious and looked back at her friends. A silent conversation ensued between them, and ended with Yang nodding her head in approval. The others followed, and Ruby replied with a nod back. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, she nervously got out and tapped her fingers together. Would you like to talk about Remnant? The heroes looked at each other for a split moment before smiling. We would love to. Chapter 4, Adjustment Phase. 1 week prior, Vale, Remnant. And victory goes to Penny and Seal of Atlas, the voice of Dr. Oblek announced over the vital stadium speakers. Immediately, roars of excitement and approval filled the air as Penny placed her fist into her palm and bowed. Thank you for a wonderful time, she earnestly declared with a smile before turning around, not noticing the hand of a prone Russell thrush feebly reaching out to her before being knocked out by a falling rock. The cheering was briefly replaced by quaint laughter, but it soon began to die down as the stadium began to shift into the next configuration. John, you aren't still mad about the team moves, are you? Pyrrha asked to a clearly irritated John. No, he mumbled while taking a sip from his grape soda. Oh, he's totally mad, Nora countered, her mouth full of half-chewed pretzel. No, I am not, John stewed as he grabbed a handful of popcorn while his team sighed and Pyrrha patted his shoulder apologetically. After a moment, he sighed and hung his head. It's just. I went over those moves with you guys like 10 times, and none of you remembered. I'm sorry. It's okay, Pyrrha. Well, at the very least now we know that simply copying RWBY won't really work out for us. I wouldn't say that. What's Arcos? John cut with a lidded stare. Pyrrha's face went blank as she racked her brain, trying to remember their move. John merely sighed and turned his attention back to the arena. He allowed himself to settle into the festivities the vital tournament offered. Even in its second week, the energy was still just as lively as the opening ceremonies. The full team round only ended the day before, which was when his team and Team RWBY were finally able to participate in the competition. RWBY won their match spectacularly, with all 4 girls showing off their impressive skill sets, weapons, and semblances. His team won theirs as well, although John did make a fool out of himself in the process. Then again, that wasn't anything new. Even though he had improved tremendously under Pyrrha's tutelage, to the point where he actually stood a chance against Carden, he still wasn't at everyone else's level. You know, Nora began, while it stinks that it took us so long to actually compete, at least we get to fight again so quickly. I mean, we're up right after RWBY. Going up against Sun and Neptune, if I remember correctly, Ren pointed out. I have every confidence that you and Pyrrha will succeed. Well, duh. Obviously, Nora said as though their victory was a foregone conclusion. John wished he had Nora's confidence sometimes. You guys at least remember the strategy for them, right? He asked the female half of his team, to which Pyrrha resolutely nodded. We should split them up right away, with me keeping Sun off of Nora so he can't overwhelm her up close with those gunchucks Ruby told us about, leaving Nora free to deal with Neptune. Yeah, the guy with the lightning gun, the Valkyrie in question snickered evilly while picking at her teeth. Poor pool noodle. Everyone's seen your semblance by now, Nora, her partner warned. He's probably not going to use any electricity against you. Then I'll just have to hit him a couple of times instead of once, the ginger dismissively replied before getting more serious, and like John said, that'll still lock out half of his options. Unless they pull a serious surprise out of their butts, we'll be fine. You guys will be spectacular out there. You always are, John stated with a smile. Pyrrha blushed slightly while Nora beamed. Something about the sly grin she gave Ren was odd to the blonde boy, but he paid it no heed. A thought then came to his mind and he pursed his lips and hummed. You know, Ruby's birthday is coming up in little over a month, he stated while tapping his chin. The others looked at him then nodded. We should probably figure out something for her. I don't think she would do what we did for Pyrrha's birthday. Yeah, that was very low-key. Nora nodded while Pyrrha sighed contently. Nora's eyes then widened as the stadium lights began to shift, and she excitedly bounced in her seat. Ooh, it's starting. John turned his attention back towards the arena. Sure enough, Weiss and Young were already on the arena floor. Over the crowd, he heard some footsteps and saw Ruby walking up to her seat next to Blake. He smiled at her, and she smiled back. Well, now it's our turn. John barely heard Young say. He was happy that he had front-row tickets, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hear her at all. Just remember to keep proper form, Weiss chided, causing Young to chuckle. All right. Yang's tone then shifted from jovial to serious as she began to stretch. You're from Atlas. What could we expect? Well, seeing as their kingdom, academy, and armed forces are all merged as one, I think we can expect strict, militant fighters with advanced technology and carefully rehearsed strategies. Almost as if Weiss' declaration was a direct challenge to the brothers themselves, a man and woman soon emerged from the opposite tunnel. One was dressed like a jazz singer, complete with sunglasses and a fedora, while the cat faunus girl next to him was multicolored in nearly every aspect of her body, from her pigtails to her temporary tattoos. She was also riding around on roller skates, and for the life of him, John had no idea how she was supposed to be able to fight in those, though the way she zoomed around the white and yellow duo while trailing a literal rainbow made him wonder. Ooh, this is going to be good. Nora shook in her seat while the others merely stared in confusion. Have to admit, did not think that, John pointed to the colorful Atlesian students who were now taunting Weiss and Young, would come out of Atlas. Same here, Pyrrha agreed with him. Was expecting more of Weiss. Yeah. Kick their butts, Young. Ruby shouted while she and Blake waved tiny flags with their team names embroidered on them. John then turned his attention back onto the arena as the images on the Jumbotron began to rotate and select their battlefield. You should try rollerblading sometime, he heard the faunus girl say to Yang tauntingly, and judging by the look on Yang's face, she was succeeding. It's super fun. It'd probably take you a while, though, since you're so, top-heavy. Excuse me. Yang shouted with red eyes while Ruby rolled her eyes. Oh, here we go. Whatever Ruby was about to say was interrupted by every single light in the stadium suddenly shutting off. What the hell? John looked around the stadium in confusion, as did everyone else. Gasps and shouts began circulating around the stadium as everyone shuffled among themselves. He got to his feet to get a better look, his eyes narrowed as he tried to piece together exactly what had happened. Power failure? I guess. Blake sounded unsure as she looked at Young and Weiss in worry. He could see how the combatants were just as confused as they were, and at the same time slightly disappointed. Young looked like she really wanted to pay the faunus girl back for her top-heavy crack. CCT's out, Ren revealed, holding his scroll for all to see. Sure enough, the bars that indicated CCT connectivity were completely empty, revealing only a red X in their place. Instinctively they all looked at the CCT tower in the middle of Beacon and they saw nothing wrong with it. Their alarms slowly began to rise. Something's wrong, Ruby said, her eyes narrowed at the intact tower. She pulled out her scroll and checked to see if the connection to the rocket locker was still operational. To her and the others' relief, they were, as those were radio-based. Ruby turned to the others, only for a shadow to slowly envelop the arena, blocking out the sun. Blake turned to face the source of the shadow, only for her amber eyes to go wide. Oh my God! What? John asked as he, too, turned to the source. Any other question he had died on his lips as the source of the shadow emerged from the clouds. At once, he could feel the stadium go dead quiet as everyone stared at the large, skull-shaped vessel. It was metallic purple, with metal tentacles sprouting from the bottom, and a gold covering over the eyes. That's... Pyrrha gulped, her eyes wide. That's not Atlesian. Then what is it? Ruby asked. Quickly, John shifted his eyes towards the arena and saw Weiss, Yang, and the two Atlesian fighters staring numbly at the vessel above them, all conflict between them forgotten. It was then that the Jumbotron sprang back to life, revealing the full body of a green-skinned man. At once John realized he was not human nor faunus. He was clad in metallic purple, similar to the ship he was undoubtedly inside. 3 purple lights marked his bald forehead, and his eyes glowed in a similar purple hue. They looked mechanical, lifeless. It was then that John realized that this man was staring down at them with cold-hearted indifference, as though they were ants, and his heartbeat quickened. A quick look at his scroll revealed the video to be transmitting through it as well. Did he take control of the CCT? John thought to himself as his grip on the device tightened, his knuckles turning white. People of Remnant, he suddenly began to speak through every speaker around them, his voice and tone emotionless and nearing robotic, yet also filled with power. I am Brainiac. Do not be alarmed, for I offer salvation. Your people, your cultures, your knowledge will be preserved for eternity, spared from the ravages of time. Do not resist. As soon as the man now identified as Brainiac finished speaking, the video transmission cut. The arena's inhabitants simply stared at the vessel in awe and fear, their questions obvious on their faces and bodies. What? What did he mean by that? Ruby quietly asked as Yang and Weiss ran over to them. He and the others then jumped down into the arena to join them as they all stared with wide eyes. He could hear the roar of jets and Atlesian battleships race towards the vessel, beginning to encircle it, but something told John that their efforts may very well be in vain. At the very least, the vessel did cease its descent. Nothing good, Ren said, already pressing the button for his rocket locker. The others followed him, and 8 lockers then crashed onto the ground in front of them. Around him, he could hear other teams do the same, and the sounds of safeties being clicked off and rounds being chambered echoed around him. As John unsheathed his crochet Moors and expanded his shield, the Jumbotron suddenly shifted to an image of Shade Academy, taken from a news camera from the outskirts of the city. This is Jasmine Gold, reporting to you live from the outskirts of Shade Academy, a purple-haired wolf faunus woman spoke into a microphone. The ship has just stopped over the CCT tower. The headmaster is urging calm to all citizens as communication attempts with this Brainiac are currently underway. My sources tell me that, as of now, no communication efforts have been. A bright light soon shone from the base of the Skull ship over Shade Academy, catching the reporter's attention. A bright light has just erupted from the ship, she diligently continued to report, all the while John was internally begging her to flee. He didn't know what that light was, but it wasn't anything good. Nick, are you getting this? Yes. Jazz, maybe we should get out of here, a male voice timidly asked, his fear palpable. John didn't blame him. No way. Jasmine countered, her excited tone contrasting heavily with her cameraman's. This is the story of the century, and I'm not just. It was at that moment that the light exploded. From the base of the ship, a white column shot into the ground and enveloped Shade Academy. It expanded like a balloon, consuming everything it touched. Oh my God! They heard Jasmine say before the light washed over her as well, and the CCT broadcast gave out. There was a moment of silent horror that felt like it lasted a lifetime. In his mind's eye, John could see where Shade Academy once stood that was now undoubtedly a smoking crater. Millions of people, gone in an instant. His heart felt like a jackhammer, his hairs stood on end, his eyes became thin and narrow, his mouth became dry, and his breath quickened. He couldn't tear his gaze from the static screen, but he could feel his friends and everyone around him were feeling the exact same thing as he was. The silence then broke with the simultaneous sounds of millions of terrified screams and the ensuing barrage of fire upon the vessel. Present day, Watchtower, Earth geosynchronous orbit. After nearly a day of fighting, us against the Grim and Ironwood's fleet against the Dragon and Brainiac's ship, we were finally able to bring it down. That only bought us a few hours of rest. Afterwards, he started using drones to corral us deeper into the city, not that we realized that's what he was doing at the time, John explained as he sat in the Watchtower's boardroom alongside his friends. Behind him, a map of Remnant was displayed on a monitor, the four kingdoms and their territories highlighted in their respective colors. They had managed to replace the now inert and useless dust batteries in their scrolls with something called a lithium-ion battery. Apparently, they had to be specially manufactured by some company called Wayne Enterprises, hence why it took so long for them to be made and brought up here. From what he could tell, this Bruce Wayne guy was a big deal, judging by how many times he came across Wayne Tech or Wayne Enterprises logos on the equipment in the Watchtower. Funnily enough, when Weiss first learned of them, she was ecstatic. Apparently, that technology was only theoretical back on Remnant, and to learn that lithium-ion batteries were commonplace here excited her tremendously. To him, however, he was just happy to finally have a working scroll. Having a working set of scrolls allowed for the Justice League to finally download information about their destroyed homeworld. Between all of them, they had information about almost anything. Weiss had information about dust and the kingdoms, Blake's had detailed studies on the faunus, both biological and sociological, Ruby's had complex forging processes and weapon schematics, something that Batman took great interest in. Not to mention all the notes on the Grimm and their texts from school. The rest was just miscellaneous information, ranging from books to videos and newspaper articles. The League took every ounce of it with the utmost care and seriousness, combing over everything as they allowed RWBY and JNPR to detail the history of their world. By the end of the day, several of the people we were fighting with were either dead, missing, or even captured. Captured? Flash asked, his voice both concerned and horrified. Ruby grimly nodded. He was studying us. He captured humans, faunus, people from all ages and genders. Probably just to figure them out. Ruby took a sip of water to clear her throat. A few of them were captured because they had some anomaly to them, like Cinderfall. Her screams were awful, and when I was running through Brainiac's ship I came across her with tubes all over her body. She was still alive, but in a lot of pain. Ruby shuddered and Yang patted her shoulder. I tried to get her out, but nothing I did worked before a patrol forced me to flee. I never had the chance to go back. They were all there when it happened. Cinder had only just begun to stop wailing about her failed plans when she, Emerald, and Mercury became surrounded. RWBY and JNPR had tried to get to them, only to be cut off by a veritable wall of drones. Then, Cinder's eyes narrowed and she began creating glass weapons out of thin air. The way she fought was spectacular, graceful and elegant yet also brutal and unforgiving, but at the same time reminded Ruby immensely of the break-in at the CCT tower just a few weeks prior. The more she fought, the more Ruby connected the dots, and by the end realized she was the very same person. Then, Cinder's eyes burned and she cast fire everywhere. The heat was unbearable and it melted the drones into pools of boiling liquid. Ruby and the others knew that whatever that was, it was not a semblance or dust. It was something else. That was when Cinder finally noticed them, and to their surprise moved to attack them, Mercury and Emerald alongside her. They even looked eager to do it. Before they could so much as lift a finger, however, more drones dropped down around them and bound Cinder with electrified cables. They then spoke, declaring her to have a magical anomaly. Ruby hadn't thought that was even a thing. She tried to get free, to make a run for it, but in the end she was helpless to stop Brainiac's ship from beaming her inside, leaving behind a wailing Emerald and horrified Mercury. The two then ran off before RWBY and JNPR could apprehend them, and they weren't seen again. He also tried to get Penny, but we were able to stop that. That's when we learned she was an aura-producing robot, Yang pointed out while Ruby looked sheepish. Which Ruby already knew and didn't tell us about. I promised not to tell anyone, Ruby protested. It's fine. After that, the general transferred Penny off the front lines and into the reserves to discourage any more abduction attempts. By the end of that first night, all the automated knights and paladins were destroyed, forcing Ironwood and the surviving leadership to conscript the students into the defense. Before, only volunteers were fighting. Lot of good it did us in the end. Yang sighed dejectedly. By the end of the second day, we had lost nearly the entire city. Ammo was running dry, everyone was exhausted, and morale was resting on bedrock. Ironwood almost blew up half the city just to buy more time, only for Ruby to get captured and beamed aboard his personal ship, Weiss stated. Yang convinced a pilot sent to evacuate us into going after her, and in the end we managed to convince Ironwood to instead use the remaining explosives to breach the ship's hull. Which is where you found the bottled cities and what his actual goals were, Superman finished, and the huntsman nodded. Superman nodded back slowly. You all did a very brave thing back there, going into his ship to try and stop him yourselves. But we failed. Nora pointed out, only to have Superman shake his head. You were able to save your friend from becoming a victim of Brainiac's twisted curiosity. That's a victory in my book, Superman pointed out. The way he said it lifted their spirits somewhat and they couldn't help but smile. He then turned to Flash and nodded, and the Scarlet Speedster nodded back and got out of his seat. If you don't mind, guys, we'll need to discuss this in private, he told the huntsmen and huntresses. They nodded in understanding and got out of their seats and left the boardroom, the door closing behind them automatically. For a moment, the boardroom was silent, the League founders sitting in silent contemplation. Finally, after a few moments, Flash spoke up. So, what do you guys make of this? He asked. Besides how screwed up the entire thing is. First things first, we need to update the UN about Brainiac, Superman said, his face serious. Now that we have more concrete information about him, how he operates and the basics of his technology, they can actually start creating countermeasures. I'll start making tools to counter him, Batman declared. Cyborg might be able to code a virus and design a protection software for Brother, so I'll bring him in as well. Please. We were looking to evaluate him for invitation anyway, so this might be a good chance for that, Superman replied. Diana, I need you to notify the UN. You're the ambassador for Themyscira, so you can call together the General Assembly and notify everyone at once. Of course. Diana nodded. I'll also send word to my mother and Aquaman. Should Brainiac arrive, Themyscira and Atlantis will be ready for him. When he arrives, Batman corrected. Lantern, have you received word back from the Guardians about Brainiac? I did. Green Lantern scowled. He's been doing this for centuries. We've only been able to drive him off a few times, often at great cost. But, should he arrive, we'll have their support. That's a relief, Hawkgirl stated. She paused then stared at the map of Remnant, studying it intently. What about the Grimm? We don't exactly have much on them. Neither did they, for that matter. We know their weaknesses and how they operate, Diana responded. I'll talk about them to the UN as well. That's all fine and well, Flash cut in, but that's not the most important thing here. What are we going to do about RWBY and JNPR? I mean, we can't just keep them up here forever, he asked. Internally, he thought that their team names sounded really cool, but figured now was not the time to speak up about that. The other founders frowned at the question, one that had been nagging at them for some time now. We helped them acclimate, learn how to operate in Earth society. Batman's suggestion was met with nods, but Superman looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Something tells me that you aren't talking about finding them a place to live, he accused. Batman nodded. Not exactly. He paused and glanced at one of the pictures on the screens. It was a large emerald structure. RWBY and JNPR had described it as Beacon Academy, the greatest huntsman academy on Remnant. It wasn't hard to come up with what he said next. We should train them. Immediately the others looked at him intensely, demanding he explain further. They're warriors, all of them, hailing from a minor death world that managed to survive until Brainiac's arrival. A person who even the Green Lantern Corporation has had trouble driving off. Even then, against all odds, they managed to hold him off for 2 days. They'd be a powerful asset. Is that really best for them, though," Superman pointed out. He could see where Batman was going with this, and admittedly he had thought the same thing. "Yes." Batman nodded. "From what they've described, huntsmen are expected to live dangerous lives in the service of others, using their powers and strength to protect those who can't protect themselves. Sound familiar?" "That's what we do," Hawkgirl observed, her mind racing through the possibilities. "Exactly. Look at Brainiac's invasion. When their peers attempted to flee, they stood and fought the entire time, before their leaders forced everyone to fight. When Brainiac captured Ruby, they didn't hesitate to launch a rescue operation to get her back, despite knowing they might not return. When they learned what Brainiac was planning to do to Vale, they tried to stop him on their own, fighting against an enemy they knew was outside their capabilities. Even if we didn't train them, there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that they would do so anyway." His voice, calm as ever, contained a hint of pride in it while the others contemplated his words. Green Lantern hummed to himself. "That does sound like them. John, what do you think? You were able to look into their minds." "Batman's assessment is accurate," John answered. "I did not pry deeply, but I was able to see their surface thoughts. They are like us in a way. Despite what has befallen them, the pain that they are only now beginning to heal from, a desire to help people is always at the forefront of their minds. I suspected it was there before Brainiac's invasion, and their testimony confirmed it. There's one more reason why I think we should train them," Batman revealed. "They come from a world where everyone they fight is expected to have powers. Should they fight someone here, they may accidentally kill or cripple them. We need to train on how to hold themselves back, just for safety reasons." "That is true." Flash nodded, bringing his hand to his chin. "I think you're right, Bats." "I'm with Batman as well," Diana spoke up, "but only if they want to. I do not want to take the decision away from them on this." "Agreed," Superman said as he stood up and turned to face out the window. "I say we leave it up to them. If they want to fight alongside us, we'll help them every step of the way. If they don't, we'll help them settle in on Earth." "Sounds good to me," Green Lantern said, nodding his head and crossing his arms. The others quickly agreed as well, and with a final nod, Superman turned back to them. The room was silent as they all stared at each other. Then, one by one, they all turned to look at the closed door. "You can come out now. We know you're there," Superman suddenly called out, a smile on his face. With his X-ray vision, he could see the surprised faces of the Remnantians as they moved their ears away from the door. As they did, the door opened, revealing their sheepish faces to the others. How did you know we were still here?" John asked, to which Superman smirked. Super hearing, and also X-ray vision, he casually revealed to the blank stares of the teenagers. "How many powers do you have?" Yang threw her arms up while Ruby looked at the Man of Steel in awe. "Plenty. Remind me to go over all of it with you guys later." His smile was then replaced by a more serious expression. "How much did you guys hear?" The teenagers looked between themselves before Blake straightened herself. "Something about you wanting to train us." They went quiet as everyone stared at each other, both sides waiting for the other to make the first move. After a few moments of silence, Yang coughed into her fist and drew everyone's eyes to her. "So, is there a weight room in here? A track?" Yang asked and waved her hand in a circle. Her fellow huntsmen in training nodded and grinned, to which the League founders nodded back. RWBY and JNPR followed Batman through the watchtower with no small amount of anticipation. They wouldn't lie and say that the thought of them continuing their jobs as huntsmen and huntresses down on Earth hadn't crossed their minds. Sure, there weren't any Grimm, at least not anymore, but that didn't mean that threats didn't exist. Just as there were superheroes, there were supervillains in turn. Assassins, terrorists, psychopaths, arms dealers, and would-be world conquerors threatened people's lives every day, and they couldn't let that stand. "We're here," Batman announced, cutting the teens from their thoughts as they entered into a large empty dome. The walls and floor were covered in gray squares that felt metallic. Each step the group took echoed across the empty space, signaling just how large the room truly was. "What is this place?" Ruby asked as Batman pressed a few buttons on his gauntlet. "This," he said as the panels began to light up, "is the holographic simulator room." At once, the light on the panels exploded and moved outward. Rather than appear as formless white light, however, solid images began to appear all around them. To RWBY and JNPR's amazement, a city began to erect right in front of their eyes, complete with roads, skyscrapers, and parked cars. A faint breeze could be felt on their skin, and warmth from above told them that it was midday. Yang whistled. "Nice," she remarked as she touched a holographic building. "What do you know, it actually feels real." "How'd you guys do this?" Weiss asked as she felt the exterior of a parked car. "Is this all light?" "Yes. Everything you see here is hard light," Batman began to explain. "Reversed engineered from alien technology, we can simulate any number of scenarios. Time of day, weather, environments both on Earth and extraterrestrial, anything is possible in this room." "That is certainly useful," Pyrrha noted. Already she was thinking of what the Huntsman Academies would have given to have access to this technology. What her former trainers and sponsors would have given to have access. Their own holographic and hard light technology had been steadily developing for the past decade, but she hadn't even heard of anything this seamless. The amount of training one could have undertaken in such a room would have been leagues above what standard drills and spars with her fellow classmates would have offered, and she could see how the League would want to use this room to evaluate them. "I take it you're going to be testing us in here." Blake's assumption was met with a nod from the Batman, who began to walk away. "Before any of you fight down there, we need to know exactly what you are capable of," he explained. "You all will be put into various scenarios in the next few days to test your capabilities. This one will be relatively simple. You come across a large gang terrorizing the populace, and you move to intercept." As he said this, holographic people began to appear. They were the stereotypical image of thugs. Ski masks that only showed the mouth and eyes, baggy clothes that were dull in color and material, dark jeans, some of which had holes and tears. Many of them were holding weapons, mostly makeshift such as crowbars, wooden bats and pipes, while a few had some pistols, shotguns, and rifles. "Oh, this will be fun." Nora grinned while their newly repaired weapons were wheeled out to them. Smiles on their faces, RWBY and JNPR made their way over to the cart and inspected them. The cracks and dents that once marred them, the result of days of non-stop fighting, were now non-existent. "Ooh, my baby!" Ruby cried as she held Crescent Rose to her chest. "I'm so happy you're okay." While Ruby continued to gush over her weapon, the others merely smiled and equipped their own. "So," Ren asked as he checked the chambers of Stormflower, seeing that they were empty, "what are the rules?" "Only one," Batman replied. "You cannot kill or cripple them. Anything else is fair game." "How will you tell?" Blake tested Gamble's shroud with a few swings, smiling to herself as the steel blade whistled through the air. "We have sensors in place to monitor the impacts each hologram would receive," Batman clarified as he began walking to the exit. "Any and all injuries, non-fatal or otherwise, will be accurately measured for evaluation." He paused at the door and turned back to them, his arms by his side. "Training starts in 30 seconds. Good luck." At his declaration, the doors slammed shut and closed them all in. Yang couldn't help but smile as she turned to face the holographic city. The thugs had disappeared now, leaving the city barren, but the teenagers didn't mind. Small pops could be heard as Yang cracked her knuckles and popped her neck, loosening herself up for the upcoming fight. Just because it was fake didn't mean she wasn't going to give it her all. "Guys, a thought," John suddenly said, catching everyone's attention. "Remember how Batman said that people don't have aura here?" "Yeah." Young asked as she continued to stretch. "So, that means that these guys probably won't either." John sheathed his sword and held out his shield. The others all looked at him for a moment in confusion, which quickly abated. "Oh, right." Yang spoke softly as she looked at her gauntlets. With a sigh, she collapsed them and mentally prepared herself. The others all did the same as they either sheathed their weapons or shifted their stances to the blunt end. "He also said that we're stronger than people here, even without aura," Ren pointed out. "Which means we'll need to hold ourselves back even more." Nora groaned. "You know, I kind of liked it when everyone had powers. That meant I didn't have to hold back or worry about hurting someone." "Same." Ruby nodded. Before anyone could reply, a red light shone across the training room, signifying the training was about to begin. The huntsmen and huntresses tensed as they prepared for the fight, and the red light began to blink. Once, twice, and on the third time a buzzer rang out. At once, hordes of cars sped towards them from all sides, gangsters and thugs firing their weapons at the huntsmen and huntresses from passenger windows and forcing RWBY and JNPR into cover. Bullets pinged off of parked cars and concrete pillars, sending small chunks of debris flying from the shattering impacts. Yang grit her teeth and cursed the fact that she couldn't use Ember Celica. With them, she could easily take one or two of them down and break the line of fire, but that would also kill them. Even if the training hadn't forbade it, she wasn't about to kill a person if she could help it. The others were doing the same, although John and Pyrrha were beginning to use their shields to block the oncoming fire. At the same time, Weiss was forming a shield wall of glyphs, and as the cars continued to circle them, Ruby began trying to take out the tires. But Yang was not about to let them do all the work. Her eyes red, she ripped the car door she was hiding behind and flung it towards a speeding car, striking the front and caving it in. The car screeched to a halt and airbags were deployed. The holographic criminals began to pile out of the broken car and the other cars began redirecting their fire to cover them, but Yang was already on the move. She jumped high into the air and slammed down on another hood, sending the back of the car upwards and cracking the asphalt and glass windows alike. The other cars all screeched to a halt and the criminals moved out of them, allowing RWBY and JNPR to make their move. John and Pyrrha ran towards a group of gangsters wielding submachine guns, but the bullets merely pinged off of their shields and they continued their advance. John slammed his shield into one, sending him flying back into a closed car door and denting it, and he followed with a kick to the chest of another gangster. Pyrrha, meanwhile, expertly swung her sword at another gangster, knocking the gun out of his hand and sticking him with the flat of her blade. The force tumbled him and Pyrrha swung her leg in an arc, sweeping him off his feet and onto his back. With a quick blow to the head, the criminal was knocked unconscious, and the hologram briefly glowed red then disappeared. A quick look showed that the one John had kicked into the car was also gone. "Well, that answers my question," Pyrrha said with a smile as she turned her sword into a spear and threw it at a criminal, catching him by the shirt and pinning him to a nearby wall. She ran at him and delivered a flying knee, knocking the air out of his body and followed with a few quick jabs to the head and causing the hologram to disappear. John, meanwhile, was busy using his shield to block a shotgun blast, one that knocked him to the ground. Rather than let the gunman exploit his position, John raised his shield to block another shot and kicked his legs out, striking the shins and knocking the criminal down. The blonde huntsman immediately exploited this by jumping to his feet and delivering a running kick to the head, knocking the thug out and causing it to disappear. Hearing a click, John swung his shield and knocked the gun out of the hands of another just as it fired, the sound ringing in his eardrums as he punched the man in the face. He followed with a shield bash, knocking the man to the ground and allowing John to finish him off with a stomp to the arm, breaking it and causing the hologram to disappear. On the other side of the street, Ruby was swinging the blunt end of crescent rows in wide arcs, striking the torsos and legs of several different criminals at once. Many immediately disappeared with a red pulse, allowing Ruby to concentrate on the next. Avoiding the use of her blade at all times, Ruby zoomed around the city street with her semblance, moving from criminal to criminal in a cloud of rose petals. By now, all the criminals with guns were gone, leaving behind only the ones with no weapons at all or crude melee weapons, which Ruby happily exploited. One thug ran at her with a raised bat, but Ruby swung crescent rose upwards and chopped it in half. The holographic assailant immediately flung the broken bat at Ruby, who was not expecting the criminal to react so quickly. The broken bat hit her face and loosened her grip on her weapon, allowing the felon to rip it from her hands and throw it to the side. Eep! Ruby squeaked as she ducked under the criminal's punch. More were running at her, seeing an opening, and Ruby quickly moved back and left petals in her wake. Once she stopped, another criminal ran at her from the side with a knife and swung, forcing Ruby to back and weave away from the blade several times before the attacker paused. Ruby seized her opening and threw a light jab at the man's face, breaking the nose and forcing him to clutch it in apparent pain. Ruby then grabbed the man's arm and threw him over her shoulder, sending him flying a few feet into a nearby newspaper dispenser. A red pulse soon followed as the hologram disappeared, and before other criminals could reach her, Ruby used her semblance to grab the discarded crescent rose once more. She then swung her weapon's blunt end into the head of another enemy, immediately forcing it to disappear. The battle was beginning to come to a close now, with the huntsmen and huntresses now fighting much more confidently. Ren was taking on several at once, expertly throwing jabs, kicks and open palms into the chest and face of any in his path. Several attempted to hit him with lead pipes or crowbars, but Ren merely ripped the weapons from their hands and hit them with it. By the time Nora finally got back to him, the crowd of 10 thugs that were previously on him were reduced to just 2, both of which Nora immediately incapacitated with a few swings to the back. Nora smiled at Ren as the two of them ran towards a fresh group of opponents, a few of them now wielding small handguns that they fired at the huntsmen and huntresses. The small caliber rounds merely shattered against their aura, feeling like pinpricks and doing nothing to stop their advance. Nora swung her hammer against one of the criminals, flinging him towards another group and forcing all of them to disappear in a red pulse. Weiss was bouncing between her glyphs like a human pinball, gently knocking the weapons from her foes' hands as she passed and striking them with Murdenaster's pommel. Normally she would be lightly stabbing them. But the lack of aura made that particularly dangerous to her opponents. Yet, Weiss prided herself on being able to adapt, and so she began forming glyphs underneath her opponents and launching them into the air. Other glyphs intercepted them and shot them to the ground hard, knocking them out and making them disappear. Next to her, Blake was tying up criminals in her ribbon and leaving them helpless against her punches and kicks. A thug swung a wooden plank with nails on one end at her, but her semblance took the blow and allowed her to move to safety. She then kneed the assaulter in the gut, knocking the air from his lungs and leaving him helpless as she socked him several times across the jaw, to which he finally disappeared. As the last thug disappeared, a loud buzz rang out and the city disappeared, returning to the empty room it was before. RWBY, JNPR, the voice of Batman sounded out over the intercom as a holographic screen appeared. Well done. You've all completed the training. Thank you. Weiss smiled, as did the others. So, how'd we do? Lai Ren, Pira Nikos, Weiss Schnee, Blake Belladonna, you all passed. The rest of you failed. At his declaration, everyone lost their composure and hunched down before righting themselves. Incredulously, they all looked at the screen in confusion. How? We all held back. We didn't kill anyone. Young asked, her arms spread wide. Immediately, the screen shifted to a recording of their fight, showing angles from individual cameras. The first one focused on Yang as she slammed down on the car. Yang, your action here would have resulted in several crippling injuries and potential fatalities. The driver suffered from a broken neck along with a severe concussion and internal bleeding, while the passenger suffered the same results. Yang shrunk in on herself as accurate representations of their injuries were displayed before the screen shifted to John. John, when you kicked this man into the car, the screen showed the kick in question, you broke his back. You would have paralyzed him from the waist down. Oh. John looked pale as he imagined if that had been a real person, while the screen shifted to Ruby swinging the blunt end of crescent rose into a man's head. Ruby, this would have fractured his skull and caused severe cerebral hemorrhaging. He would have had to spend months in intense physical therapy just to be able to walk. Ruby awkwardly kicked her feet as Nora was uncharacteristically calm. The screen shifted to her swinging her hammer at a man's back, his bones highlighted and showing the force of the impact shattering his spine. Nora, you broke this man's back completely, which would have left him a quadriplegic for the rest of his life, at best. Nora solemnly nodded as the screen turned blank. Behind them, the door to the training arena opened and Batman walked inside, the door remaining open behind him. So, Nora finally spoke, that bad, huh? In all honesty, I was expecting worse, Batman clarified. Even so, that is why we are having these training sessions now. If you're going to fight alongside us, you will be best served to know how to fight without using your full strength unless absolutely necessary. Alright, Ruby replied with a determined nod. A thought then came to mind as she raised her finger. Question, is there an armory in here? I have some ideas on how to make our guns work without, killing anyone. Vigilante will escort you there. Batman pressed a few buttons on his gauntlet, likely sending the message to this vigilante person. Idly, Ruby wondered whether or not the Justice League were all vigilantes. From what she could tell, they weren't official government agents or sponsored by any governments of any kind. As for the rest of you, I encourage you all to take some time and evaluate your performance. I've sent you all recordings of the exercise. Study them well. So, kid, you like rifles? The vigilante asked. Ruby had seen him before in the cafeteria, usually sitting with a man decked in shiny gold armor. His casual blue cowboy outfit with a red bandana across his face made him stand out from the positively medieval-looking man he was apparently best friends with. He was also notable for having a pair of six-shooters holstered to his hips, which no other League member had. Yep, Ruby said with a pop as she tinkered with a bullet. Can you hand me the socket wrench, please? Sure. Vigilante handed the tool in question over to the young girl. Without taking her eyes off her contraption, Ruby took the wrench and continued to work. Must admit, it's nice to finally have someone else on this team who uses guns. I've been meaning to ask about that. Why is it that no one else uses guns in the League? I mean, explosives, maces, and swords are fine, but not guns. Hell if I know, kid. Vigilante shrugged. Way I see it, guns are tools, nothing more. Still, if I had to guess, guns can only be used to shoot things while a sword can do a bit more. Either way, I ain't judging. Same here. Besides, back on Remnant everyone's weapons can shift from a gun mode into some kind of melee weapon. She paused as she remembered John's weapon and awkwardly chuckled. Well, most everyone. By the way, where is John? Last I checked, he was with Shining Knight working on his sword play. Oh, that makes sense. Ruby began to attach completed components together. He seems nice. He is. Little old-fashioned, but he's a good man. Vigilante paused to look at the completed device Ruby was now holding and giving an inspecting gaze. So, mind telling me what that is? Well, after we rechambered all of our weapons to fire rubber bullets or pellets, Ruby began to explain, I got the idea that they simply weren't enough. So, this should add a slight electrical charge to the round. I call it a round shocker. A shock round, could be useful. You realize that rubber doesn't conduct electricity, right? Ruby stopped inspecting the device at the poised question and silently hung her head, mumbling something about lightning dust, and Vigilante patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I made that mistake once, too. But, the idea has potential. I actually have some ideas on how to modify the rounds your weapons fire that will make them non-lethal and specialized. Mind if I help? Sure. Ruby smiled and scooted over, allowing the cowboy to sit down next to her and begin to explain how his revolver's rounds worked. Gag. John grunted as he fell onto his back. Sweat pooled on his forehead and he panted heavily, only to stop once an armored gauntlet reached down and offered itself to him. Thanks, Justin. "It is no problem," Shining Knight said as he helped John to his feet. "Your form needs work. You are too heavy on your feet, and you leave yourself too open on your right side." "Yeah, Pyrrha says that a lot." John sighed as he rolled his shoulders. "I've been working on it, but it's taking a while." "Don't worry." Shining Knight smiled. "The greatest knights of all started off as squires. I have the feeling that you'll get there eventually." "Thank you." John flashed a smile back, then readied himself. "So, that sword and armor of yours. Is it actually magic?" "Indeed," Shining Knight replied. "Enchanted by the great wizard Merlin himself. My armor protects me from harm, and my sword can cut through anything." "Wow," John cooed as he eyed the enchanted weapons, then looked at his. "Mine are just family heirlooms. They were used in the Great War and passed down my family for generations. Otherwise, they're kind of plain compared to the others. And yet, they have a history to them that none of the others can share," Shining Knight countered. "Your weapon may not be able to spit fire or wield the elements, but it has survived the tests of time and been wielded by generations of arcs. The others may have their own weapons, ones they made themselves that can do fantastical things, but only yours can truly say it has a legacy." "Yeah." John nodded and faintly smiled. "That legacy is why I went to Beacon in the first place. They were all heroes, and I wanted to continue that. Honoring one's family is one of the greatest things a man can do," Shining Knight agreed. He then noticed a forlorn look on John's face, and Shining Knight immediately put his hand on his shoulder. "Worry not. You will see your family again." "I know." John's expression then hardened. "But that won't happen until Brainiac is dead." "Easy." Shining Knight held up his palm. "Do not let desires for vengeance cloud your heart. He will be brought to justice, I assure you. But if you let your desire for vengeance consume you, the only one who wins is Brainiac. Never lose sight of who you are." John looked at him for a while, then sighed. "Yeah, you're right." He then readied himself and placed his shield out in front of him, his sword arm reared back. "Ready." "Of course." Shining Knight nodded, then readied himself as well. Then, with a simultaneous yell, the two knights charged at each other. Yang screamed as she clobbered the last thug inside the training room, the body disappearing in a flash of red. The buzzer sounded immediately afterwards, and Yang took the moment to wipe away the sheen of sweat that had been accumulating on her brow. "That was very good, Yang," Wonder Woman called out as she and Pyrrha walked into the room. Yang flashed a thumbs up while Pyrrha tossed a water bottle to the brawler, who easily caught it and began greedily drinking it down. "Thanks," Yang said as she finished drinking and screwed the cap back down. "I felt like I didn't pull my punching enough a few times. Need to work on that." "You'll get it down, I'm sure of it." Wonder Woman smiled as Yang tossed the water bottle back to Pyrrha. As Yang did, she couldn't help but notice the golden lasso on the Amazon's hip, which Wonder Woman noticed. "You're curious about the lasso of Hestia," she guessed, and Yang nodded. "It's a weapon forged by the god Hephaestus from Gaia's golden girdle and imbued with the fires of Hestia. It is indestructible, can expand however far I desire, and can compel people to tell the truth at all times." "It can make people tell the truth?" Yang asked with a raised eyebrow. "Really? If you want, I can show you," Wonder Woman offered. The others were curious as well, and I see no harm in it. "Sure, why not?" Yang shrugged, then followed the two out of the training room and into the lounge. She was greeted by everyone else, and with a smile she waved. "Are you all sure you want to do this?" Wonder Woman asked. She received affirmative nods in reply, and so the Amazon princess took the lasso into her hands. "So, who wants to go first?" "You don't have to if you don't want to." Unlike before, the teenagers were slow to reply. Although the possibility of a truth-bearing lasso was hard to believe, the fact remained that the possibility was there. None of them knew what embarrassing secrets would be told. Finally, with a shrug, John stepped forward. "I'll go," John declared. "I'm pretty much an open book anyway, so I see no problem with it." "I'll go with you," Pyrrha immediately responded with a smile. "I'm not going to let you do this by yourself." "Thanks, Pyrrha." John smiled back, to which Pyrrha slightly blushed. The others all got knowing smirks on their faces while Nora plotted on how to use this session to Pyrrha's benefit. With a nod, Wonder Woman gently wrapped the lasso around their wrists and stepped back. "I don't feel any different," John said, slightly relieved. "In order for the magic to take effect, someone must ask you a question," Wonder Woman clarified. Ruby then jumped in her seat slightly and cutely raised her hand, and with a laugh John pointed at her to proceed. "What do you think of Crescent Rose?" Ruby asked while holding her weapon in her lap. "I think it's a lovely weapon, Ruby," Pyrrha answered. "I can see that you put a lot of effort into it, and the craftsmanship is superb, as is its wielder." "Ah, thank you." Ruby smiled then turned to John expectantly, who smiled back. "I'm with Pyrrha here," John stated. "Although, I've got to admit that I feel like it's a little bit overcomplicated." Ruby pursed and tapped her lips before nodding. "Yeah, I can see that. It did cost a lot of lean to maintain." She smiled before sitting down again. Before anyone could speak up, Nora suddenly shouted. "What do you think about each other?" Nora shouted. A nervous look suddenly crossed Pyrrha's face, but John then began to speak. "Pyrrha is, in all honesty, my best friend," John happily revealed. "She was the first person to ever believe in me, the person who made me who I am today. Without her, I likely would have gotten myself killed in initiation, and she stuck by me even when I didn't deserve it. Especially when I didn't deserve it, when I let my stupid pride get the better of me. She made me into a better leader and friend, and she's who I strive to emulate in everything I do as a huntsman. I couldn't ask for a better partner and friend." "Ah," everyone cooed at the praise while Pyrrha blushed. Happy tears began to pool in her eyes, and with a sniffle she wiped them and began to speak. "You're also my best friend, John. You make me feel like a normal girl, not just a champion. Thanks to you, I've been able to make lifelong friends that like me for me, not just because of my abilities. I'm just so happy to be part of your life, and I know that while you may not be as strong as us yet, you will grow into something grand. I can't wait for when that day comes." Pyrrha smiled brightly at her partner, who through teary eyes did the same. Ruby moved to remove the lasso, but before she could even stand, Pyrrha began to speak again. "Also, I've wanted you to ask me out for the past 3 months, and seeing you constantly ask Weiss out hurt me on the inside," Pyrrha cheerfully announced while looks of shock enveloped everyone. The happy looks on the partners' faces evaporated and was replaced with mortification as they realized what she just said. "Oh no!" Nora whispered in horror as everyone stared at what they knew was about to unfold. "Oh!" John noted with a massive blush. He tried to stop himself, but found that he couldn't. "Honestly, due to my crippling lack of self-confidence that I act all macho in an attempt to cover up, I never believed that you would be interested in a guy like me. It's likely that any hints you might have given would have flown right over my head. That's also my fault, as I'm a bit too passive for my own good sometimes." Pyrrha's words continued to flow out of her mouth, but as she continued a sense of relief began to wash over her, as if a massive weight was finally being lifted off her shoulders. "Plus, I tend to place others' happiness above my own, which is why I tried to help you get together with Weiss instead of me. Speaking of which, if you still want to pursue her or anyone else, I'll still try to help you. You're perfect, Pyrrha, and anyone would be lucky to have you," John insisted. Even with his thoughts and feelings thrown into turmoil from these revelations, the lasso was thankfully keeping him articulate instead of letting him dissolve into a stammering mess. "But, I can't help but feel like you could easily get someone better than me." "Don't say that, I hate it when you put yourself down. You're better than that." "Thank you." John smiled. In any other circumstance, I may have just asked you out to try and make up for my blindness before, but right now I'm an emotional black hole that isn't in any shape to try and pursue a romantic relationship, so I must respectfully decline your confession. That's all right. I myself am not in any condition to pursue romance either. But, I'll drown my sorrows tonight with a tub of chocolate ice cream. As I will wake up sweaty from terrible nightmares about my personal failings getting all of you killed. I hate it when you look sad. It's like looking at a kicked puppy. Do you need a hug? Yes, yes I do. John and Pyrrha immediately hugged and smiled into each other's shoulders, and a shell-shocked Ruby slowly stepped towards them. So, that was. Ruby stared wide-eyed at the two happy teenagers while the others all gaped at the scene. I didn't think that was going to happen. Pyrrha, I'm so sorry. Nora's face was filled with remorse, which only increased when Pyrrha merely smiled at her. It's okay, Nora. You didn't know, and I won't hold it against you. Nora nodded at Pyrrha's declaration as Ruby finally unwrapped the lasso from their wrists. The two partners blinked as the effects wore off, then looked at each other. Their faces turned scarlet, and immediately jumped back and fast-walked to opposite ends of the large room. Well, I thought that was beautiful, Diana stated before turning to the others. So, who's next? Ren, be honest with me, John quietly whispered to his teammate in their room's shared restroom. Were Pyrrha's feelings towards me that obvious? Yes, yes they were, Ren answered out of the corner of his mouth as he continued to brush his teeth. Nora and I didn't say anything out of respect for Pyrrha, and we hoped that you would see it eventually. Oh. John looked downcast until Ren patted his shoulder. It's okay. The heart is a mysterious thing. He paused to spit into the sink then turned to face him. So, now that you know. Honestly, I don't know. John sighed and shook his head. She's my best friend, Ren. I don't want to mess that up. And right now, I'm not in any mood for dating. I can respect that. Ren nodded. A nervous look then crossed his face. I still need to figure out where I'm going to take Nora out on our first date. You'll figure it out, man. She'll enjoy anything you come up with. John offered a reassuring smile. Internally, he was happy that he and Pyrrha were not the only ones embarrassed by the magical lasso. Lots of embarrassing truths were revealed during that hour, from Yang having a fear of cuttlefish and other tentacled creatures, Weiss revealing that she was the moderator of a popular Ninjas of Love forum in Beacon, topped off with Nora dramatically revealing her true feelings towards Ren and he to her. John could have sworn she broke out into song for part of it before catching herself. They then asked each other out in equally dramatic fashions, and only then did the truth session cease. John and Ren then turned to the door into their room and stared at the handle. The blonde gulped and twisted the knob, opening it and revealing the two women on his team currently sitting on their beds and wearing their nightwear. Pyrrha was currently eating out of a tub of chocolate ice cream, and with an embarrassed blush on her face she stared at her partner as he did the same to her. Nora, meanwhile, merely looked content as she lay across her bed. Pyrrha and John continued to stare at each other before John slowly walked over and sat down next to her. Silently, the two of them stared at their knees before he coughed. So, he began. Do you have another spoon? Pyrrha swallowed the spoonful in her mouth before nodding. Why, yeah. Here. She handed a plastic spoon to her partner, who took it and looked at the tub. He then looked at Pyrrha, who nodded after a moment and gave him permission to dig in. Silently, the two began to eat, the worries of their confessions slowly ebbing away. Nora and Ren looked happily at the sight, knowing that whatever roadblocks may come their way, everything would be alright. Batman typed away at a large monitor, news feeds and data pouring in from any available source. By now, the media furor over the Remnant's appearance had subsided to a degree, with them focused more on Brainiac and what he did to Remnant. NATO, Russia, China, and other countries had already declared military operations to prepare for his potential arrival, as well as refining strategies developed during the previous alien invasions. The Grimm themselves were also a point of discussion, with the names RWBY and JNPR had provided them now entering the popular lexicon. All of it served to keep their names out of the spotlight, but it was only a matter of time before people started looking around. Master Bruce, a posh voice announced as a sharply dressed mustached man stepped down the stone steps of the Batcave, a plate of hot food on his hand. Alfred, Batman responded without looking back. "Your dinner, sir." Alfred began carefully placing the assortment of plates, bowls, and cups around the Bat computer, while Batman continued to type. The butler then took a moment to look at what his master was typing, and he raised an eyebrow. "What are these?" "Legal papers," Batman revealed. "RWBY and JNPR can't stay in the Watchtower forever. Eventually, they're going to have to come down to Earth, get a place to live and work. Being a costumed vigilante doesn't pay the bills, I suppose," Alfred dryly stated, and Batman grunted in response. "Sir, if I may, where do you plan on sending them? I hope you aren't planning on separating them at this time." "Of course not," Batman answered. "I have a property in Metropolis that is big enough for all of 8 people, and I'm not using it anyway. Why do I get the feeling that isn't your preferred solution?" Alfred guessed, and Batman sighed. He then removed his cowl, revealing his face to his longtime butler. Before Bruce could speak again, Alfred smiled. "Sir, I'm confident that Wayne Manor would be more than accommodating to their needs. Besides, I'm sure Master Damien would enjoy the company of youths his age. Lord knows he needs it." It went unsaid as to why Bruce Wayne felt this was the best route to take. Alfred had seen it before. A pang of sorrow filled the butler as he remembered Master Jason, but he let it pass. "If you wish, I'll make the arrangements for them. We have enough rooms in this house for each to get their own." "Thank you, Alfred." Bruce nodded and a faint ghost of a smile graced his lips before disappearing. "I'll run it by them tomorrow, see what they—" He was interrupted by a dull thud. High above the streets of Gotham City, the world seemed different. The lights of the city below were dim, and the sounds of cars honking and people's steps were dull from the distance. A police helicopter would occasionally fly overhead, and the sound of sirens and gunshots would punctuate the air every few minutes. For the most crime-ridden city in the country, the night air was relatively peaceful. None of that mattered to a lone man standing on a construction site overlook. The light of the full moon was all that illuminated him. Wearing a dull brown coat that looked both patchy and unsettling along with a hangman's noose around his neck, the man was covered in glass vials filled with a bubbly, orange liquid. On his left arm, tubes extended down to retractable syringes on his fingertips, while a hook and chain was attached to his chest. A straw hat, jagged along the rim, cast a deep shadow over his burlap sack-covered face, the sack itself containing a gas mask and goggles. A dark chuckle escaped the man as he brought up a detonator to his face, his thumb hovering over the button. Then, without hesitation, he pressed down. At once, explosions rippled throughout Gotham City, but instead of fire, green gas filled the streets and enveloped everyone. The city ground to a halt as the gas obscured everything in sight. Then, the sounds of thousands of terrified screams filled the air as Gotham City was engulfed in fear.